It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Seth Rollins, I'm coming for you, boy. And I'm coming hard.
Thank you.
I don't care. You come in my face, I'm going to fight you.
Brutus, take a look at this. Brutus, this is incredible. What a package.
Well, you're not going to bust a nut anytime we're in the ring.
After I beat you and satisfy all the Hulkamaniacs, I'm going to get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
Apologize ahead of time because I'm going to stretch his ass like it's never been stretched before.
And now the Warrior's down on his knees.
But this one, a long way from being over, guys.
Absolutely. This is just warm-up right here.
Chris Kelly, I tell you what. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to eat your ass like a pot of collard greens, baby.
And Sting, always coming from behind. And as far as Bischoff goes, I'm going to eat his ass.
And Mark Henry is handling the Big Johnson.
I started out fighting in this barn when I was a little boy, and I don't care if my last fight is in this barn. Jimmy Garvin, you touched me in a personal way you never touched me before.
That's interesting.
Succeeded. He was successful in just using his mouth to get the man off.
Well, I'm going to take care of business the way it should be done. Perhaps I've been too nice. Perhaps I've been trying to be a real sports, a real gentleman. Now, Tully Blanchard, I want you. It's not Uncle Sam talking to you. It's Ronnie Garvin. I want you, and I'm going to get you. I'm going to have you. I'm going to get to touch your body. I'm not just making promises. I'm telling something that is going to be done, something that is going to happen in the future. Because bones do heal. But I've got a memory like an elephant. And I can do it like an elephant.
And The Rock
sick and tired of playing around with kids. I'm here to get it on with.
It's gonna be a hard night here at PWT. Ooh, what's happening, folks? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible, the frantic, and the quite frank Phil Marks over here. Don't call me Frank. And we're here with another live show. You guys ready? Yay! We're all ready. How's chat doing? Let's see how you're doing. I'll check in with you guys in a minute. Guys, youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. We're almost at 1,500 subscribers. Make sure you subscribe to that. Even if you only like the clip channel, just go subscribe to the other one anyways, okay? It helps me out. And also youtube.com/@prowrestleclips. We're almost at 5,000 subs, guys. We're like 40 subs away, I think, from 5,000, something like that. So let's break that before the new year. And thank you all so much. Also, patreon.com/prowrestletimes. There is hours upon hours of bonus content there. Me and Alt Jake are watching Tough Enough Season 1. I'm reacting to Botchamanias. I'll be watching Total Divas in the new year with my wife. That'll be fun. The first season of that. And yeah, of course, this Saturday, War Games watch-along. Yeah. And we're doing our big giveaway. So, of course, the people, you can't enter the giveaway anymore. We had to do a cutoff in order to make it fair, right? To make sure all the names were in on time and everything. So if you're in on that, if you're a member, yeah, we're doing a giveaway at War Games, 3 giveaways, actually. And shout out George Capture, who's, partnering with me for that. And also the top mod of the top pod, by the way. And also, what else? There was one more thing. The burial of Fightful, the burial of Dave Meltzer. If you haven't seen those, check it out. And check out my run-ins this Tuesday, this week coming up, unless some crazy news goes down. I have another fun run-in. So I think that's like a Tuesday day thing, but run-ins could happen anytime. So stay on the lookout for that. And what else? At Pro Wrestle Times on all the social medias. I'll be linking up with Husey to hang out with Disco Inferno, I believe. Possibly Francine as well, I think, over on his channel in the next, I want to say, this December here. So I don't have a date yet, but that'll be going down. I just did Last Call with Chris Connors, and yeah, make sure you check it all. And I did a podcast with Travis Heckle. That's really blowing up. So make sure you guys check that out too if you haven't yet. As everyone's filed in, make sure you run the likes up, as we do here. Try and get it to 100 likes during the live show. The run-ins, I don't ask at all, right? But the live show, I beg for your likes. Please, I need more likes. So run them up to 100, and then I stop asking. And then the mods can ask if they want. But sometimes I do ask.
Come on now, Eric.
I tried to drop my new sound.
Come on now, Eric.
Botched it. There's a big debut for you guys. Botched it. Yeah. So let me check in with chat, and then we got a lot to get to. There's a lot of juicy news, a lot of stuff that I haven't gotten to yet that maybe, we could have gotten to, but we're getting to it. As the title indicates, Ricky Starks buries AEW on Giga Chad Van Vliet's channel, which he more or less did. Tony Khan is, in fact, Vince McMahon now. We'll talk about that. MVP destroyed Dave Meltzer at the AEW Full Gear press conference. And also, we got sickos on deck, of course, just typical flutes to play for dummy Dave. Sean Ross Sapp responded to me and the burial of Fightful, so we'll get into that. It's pretty funny. And what else, man? I didn't get a chance to watch all of NXT, but we will talk about a couple things that are spoiled that happened, that were spoiled for me there. And what else, man? Sorry if I'm a little windrous. I have a little cough and a little sniffly going on here. It is cold up north here, as you guys say in the States. No. Up north, as you guys say down south. No. But yeah, man, we got a lot to get to. So let's get, and then obviously Dynamite's on. They didn't put the title on Orange, so I haven't fully given up. So we'll throw that on tonight, chat. Don't worry. We're going to watch it as we do. But we need to focus more on the hot news, the AEW hot news, the WWE hot news. and of course the Sickos and Meltzer. They deserve our full-fledged attention, especially as of late. It's getting kooky out there, folks. Getting kooky. Also, Dynamite, it's like, okay. I mean, I'm a little interested, like, who's the next guy to step up to Mox, but it doesn't really matter now, does it? Right? And yeah, I just don't, I can't think of one thing I'm genuinely, I'm excited. Like, I'm always interested to see what Hurt Business are doing, but Benjamin's in the C2, so I guarantee you that'll just be what they do. There'll be a bit of continuation with Swerve, but it'll just be like his match in the C2. That's fine, I guess. Maybe they don't even do that yet. And then I don't know if any of this card's been announced. I don't seek it out. Dynamite's like D level. Like, if the live show wasn't tonight, I wouldn't even put it on. I'd watch NXT with you guys instead, and I just put that on with no commercials. I could do that. Chat, I'm gonna put a poll in the chat tonight. Do we watch NXT a day later with Phil, or do we watch Dynamite? I'm actually gonna put a poll, but I'm not gonna listen to the poll 100%, just so you guys know, because I have to be the last one. Actually, no poll, because once we take it to the poll, then it's legit. There's no going back on the poll. You know what I mean? Pause, right? Maybe Diddy figured out a way, but I don't know. Is he allowed bail? Yeah? Okay, maybe no Diddy jokes. Okay, so Plinian Pixel Art, Phil Nye, the wrestling guy, for $5. Thank you so much, buddy. And yeah, Plinian, me and him chopping it up behind the scenes. He's going to help me get my Twitch game going soon here, and just motivating me to do so. So Plinian, shout you out, buddy. Phil Nye, the wrestling guy. It's pretty much what it is, dude. Thank you. Lincoln Hawk for $2 says Sicko Bunch. Shout out Juan Salazar. Happy birthday. Dude, happy birthday, Juan.
Acknowledge me.
And thanks for being here, dude. You're always here. So shout you out. Avid member of the PWT universe, Lincoln Hawk, one of our great mods, the top mod of the Top Pod Discord. So Diddy denied again. Okay, we got Christopher Reed in chat with the with the updates. I'm still not sure what yeet means. Myself, Ken, I thought it meant get out or something. Well, it kind of, you can yeet someone or you can yeet something, but yeet is also like a term of endearment. It's like, yo, those fries are bomb. Yeet, you know? Or like, we gotta move on that. Can I get a yeet? Yeet, you know? But it also can be like, I yeeted that motherfucker out the door, you know? It used to be called, we call that Chaz. You guys remember Fresh Prince, Will Smith, right? And Uncle Phil. Speaking of which, Uncle Phil here, Chaz and all these IWC sickos. You know what I mean? Out this motherfucker. But shout out YouTube early on. But yeah, we, you know, you Chaz a dude, right? You Chaz him out the door. So now that's yeet, I guess. So it means a couple things. I don't know. Yeah. So there's, and then the sickos haunting Vanessa Hudgens. We need to talk about that as well. So I didn't get a chance to watch NXT, but we will talk about some of the key headlines from that. However, what I do want to talk about is Monday Night Raw a little bit, right? So we're going to jump on over to Bleacher Report as I pull it up right here. Okay, guys. So Monday Night Raw went down. We had the New Day versus Alpha Academy. Some great storytelling there. Women's War Games Advantage match. Rey Mysterio and Dragon Lee versus the Creed brothers, which we'll talk about. There's a lot I didn't like, and there's a lot that I really enjoyed here. Intercontinental Championship, Breaker and Kaiser. So Gunther joins Jackie Redmond in the ring to kick off Monday's show. Jackie Redmond, of course, came back. She was gone. I think she's on hiatus or on assignment or something in kayfabe. So the Ring General attacks his opponent with a microphone. I'm just reading what they said here. Priest covered and delivered a Razor's. Oh, right. Through the announcer table there, the Razor's Edge. And so they're going back and forth. I still say they're tweeners, you know, in my opinion. Both of these guys are playing the tweener role where Gunther's a little more heel and Priest is a little more babyface, but they both still really need that redeeming thing that makes them one or the other, you know? Like, Priest has been a scumbag to everyone on the roster for how long? Just because you cut some promos and you're like fighting the bad guys doesn't mean you instantly get a pass. It's like the Swerve Strickland thing, right? You invaded a baby's home, dude. There has to be something you do that like balances that equals that out to where, okay, you're a good guy again. You know what I mean? Like fully. Now, I think over time it's sort of worn on us, like, yes, he's a good guy. But anyways, not to make it about AEW, to make it about WWE here, the same thing. I'm just showing you guys, I criticize both for the same shit, right? We need something. Priest has to do something that redeems him to the point where it's like all that past Judgment Day shit he did, we can forgive him for. You guys get what I'm saying. Okay. So we had Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio. I popped for this. I was like, damn, I love when they team up. Their gear was looking fresh. But you kind of knew the Creed brothers were going to get the win. And it's like, why didn't they have Gable beat Mysterio one-on-one last week? I think that would have been way more effective. And then you get Creed or Gable could have been like, yeah, I'll send my tag team on you. You think I beat you one-on-one? Okay, here's my guys will beat you too, Ray. And then you have him win again. It doesn't bury Ray or drag. Maybe it hurts Dragon Lee a little bit, but if he's not the one to take the pin, like he wasn't, it's like, all right, just why didn't Gable get that win? I just felt like it was silly to have, it pushed them over the edge. Well, I thought that's what all the Wyatt Six and all that stuff, all the Alpha Academy American Made feud was for, right? To sort of push them over the edge. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Do you? Because I don't, but maybe I do, but maybe you do. I really don't. It's like, why don't you just give Chad the win? I don't know. Decent match. We get some backstage stuff with the ladies. All of a sudden, they're looking for the fifth woman. There had been rumors, Charlotte, Becky. Nah, it's Bayley. I really don't like it. You know what I mean? I really don't like the thrown togetherness. If you're going to just throw women together in a War Games match or a 5-on-5, just do a traditional Survivor Series. If it's Survivor Series, like at what point do we next year, we just go, we're bringing back the traditional Survivor Series, but we're also going to have a War Games. You can do both. Like at what point is it just sometimes there? I think moving forward, WWE should sometimes have a War Games match if there's heat there, and if it requires two. Like I'm all for, okay, there's a women's Rumble, there's a women's Money in the Bank, even a women's Elimination Chamber, which I don't see the need for really, but I always look at it like the chamber should be the pay-per-view for whatever brand doesn't win the Royal Rumble. So if like, let's say Shinsuke Nakamura, I'm just throwing a name out there. Let's say he's on SmackDown now, right? He wins the Rumble. That means SmackDown doesn't have to do the Elimination Chamber. They're super, like, we know who their number one contender is for their title, right? But Raw, then in that instance, would have to have 6 guys go in the chamber. Then it puts more stakes on the Rumble. Like, dude, if I win this shit, I don't got to try and earn a shot in the chamber, which is like brutality, the way they market it, and then get a shot at the title. But they leave that open so the Rumble can kind of Rumble winner can pick who they want. One, there's intrigue with it. There's ambiguity there. There's like, and then they can like make changes at the last minute if they need to. So I get why they do it that way. However, I think it would just be cooler if the brand splits were hard. Pause, right? Hard splits, right? Pause, right? No Diddy. And whoever won SmackDown or like whoever won the Rumble, let's say they were on SmackDown, they dodged the chamber like SmackDown in general does. And we know their number one contender. You guys get what I'm getting at, right? The chamber's like, oh shit, we don't want to have to be in the chamber. It seems like it's a badge of honor now. Everyone's like, ooh, the chamber, I can't wait. Nah, I don't want, like when the chamber first came out, it was like, you didn't want to be in there, but it's the only way to get the belt off Triple H during the Reign of Terror. Okay. I'll get in there. You know what I mean? So we need to bring that aura of it back. Maybe get rid of the padded floors. I get it safer, but once a year you got to go all out. I'm harping on the chamber a lot right now. I know, but with the War Games, it's the same thing. We need to like only if there's a blood feud should there be a War Games match. Otherwise, and I don't care if it's the women, the men, or both. If there's a good feud, War Games. If there's not, If you're just throwing them together and we know it's just being thrown together, we know, Trips knows, Adam Pearce knows, everyone knows the shit's thrown together. Just make it a traditional one, and then we'll be like, sweet. And I think the women would kill that because they've been killing it. Look at the 5v5 on NXT that happened not long ago. Those women killed it. I bet you the main roster ladies would kill a traditional now with the, yeah, I know when the Divas did it before, it wasn't that great. Now with the talent we have, come on, man. I think that'd be fun too. So anyways, and then like we don't have like, okay, Io's gonna dive off the cage. We know. Not that I don't want to see that. I'm going to pop super hard for it, but at how many times do you do that before it's like A, gets played out, and B, someone gets hurt? We don't even need to see it. You know, we've seen her literally put a trash can over her whole body, head and face included, and then just take a leap of faith off the cage onto a pile, like the biggest leap of faith literally ever off of a cage with a trash can covering her whole face. Blinded, you know, we've already seen her do. I don't even need to see her do anything else, but hey, I will see it. You know, I'm a degenerate. I will watch it, but I don't need to see it. Right. Anyways, Braun and Kaiser throw it. I harped on that for a while, but it's really the topic at hand, right? I guess this is a semi preview of the War Games as well, which I think we'll talk more about. I don't know. I like to preview it right before the PLE, but either way, Kaiser beat Breaker via disqualification. Sheamus comes out. These three are fighting at the pay-per-view. It's going to be fucking awesome. I think this is like the sleeper dark horse match. Like a lot of people are sleeping on LA Knight Nakamura, but those guys will cook pretty good. This three-way though is going to be great. And I think Kaiser takes the fall, right? And then Gunther gets like more mad at him. Who knows though? I talked about this on Last Call with Chris Connors as well. Go and check that out because I pretty well previewed the whole pay-per-view there. So if you go with Rock and Ropes, I don't know if you guys know who they are on Twitter. Shout them out. I'm going to get them on the show sometime as well. But backstage Judgment Day stuff, the new Judgment Day, if you will, everything's new now, right? The new Bloodline, the new Judgment Day, the American Made. I guess they got their own names, but everything's like a new version of something old at this point. We had the World Tag Team Championships, War Raiders versus Balor and McDonough. A lot of people were mad that the War Raiders got beat right away. But the whole thing is like, you know that the shenanigans are going to go down when it comes to Judgment Day. Also, the War Raiders, we've already seen them have so many pushes where they beat everyone and then they just lose anyways. Now, this is more of that. I do want to, like, they shouldn't have beat the World Tag Champs right now. I'm sorry. I think we're going to get, like, Priest and because I think Priest loses his match to Gunther at Survivor Series as well because some sort of Finn interference. Now, that feud one-on-one is good, but I'm just picturing this. Bad Bunny, Damian Priest, like who would team up with Priest? Who's someone who's went to war with him? Bad Bunny, I don't know. Bad Bunny, Priest, Finn, JD. You put the tag strap on Bad Bunny. They don't need to keep it forever, you know? I could even see them doing something great. Walk with me here, chat. Let's fantasy Mark book this year a little bit. You guys ready? Bad Bunny wins the tag belt. He's like, I got to do a world tour or something. He vanquishes the tag belt. And then we get a situation where Rhea and Damian defend them, but Rhea's not an actual champion, you know? They get away with it like that. Would you guys be into that? I don't know. Some of you might be like,
oh, come on now, Eric.
You know, oh, come on now, Phil. It's not very fair to say that. To say that intergender championships would work on Monday Night Raw and good old wrestling. Listen, I could totally see that where he's looking for a new part, or like he gets one defense off with Rhea, and then in the second one, she can't. It's like a handicap and he loses. And they kind of hot potato him a little bit. I'm okay with that. No, is that too much, chat? I don't know. I think I think it would pique interest, man. Hey, they were going to have Nia beat Moxley at one point. I guess that was Vince. Yeah. She's going to sit on you. Wait, I'm sorry. She's going to shit on you. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, it was a solid match. War Raiders will be back. I hope they mix up the tag belts. I hope they just merge all the belts. They should unify all the titles and the champions go to each show and keep the brand splits haired. But you have the IC title on one show that's unique to that show, and then the US title on the other show that's unique to that show in both divisions. But then every other belt, like tag belts, women tag belts, heavyweight belt, that's all one belt, and those champions go on both shows. But then your women's and men's IC and women's and men's US stay on their own shows. That's how it should fucking be. And it would make way more sense, all of this stuff. Much more sports-based as well, you know? Then those titles come with more responsibility and, like, more prestige and more, like, storyline, you know? More responsibility. I said that twice. Tony Khan. So they're celebrating 10 years of the Due Day next Monday on Raw. We have Kofi and Xavier cooking with backstage back and forth after their in-ring situation there, right? We've seen it sort of slowly, just the dissensions happening, right? And ultimately, Xavier was dressed as, I believe, Goku Black from Dragon Ball Super, and Xavier Woods was dressed as Goku from Dragon Ball just in general, but like in typical Goku garb. So if you guys are unfamiliar, Goku Black is like the evil version of Goku. He's like a it's complicated. This dude Fuse Zamazu travels back in time or whatever and steals Goku's body and then goes back in time, and he's two places at once, like Time Cop, like my favorite movie, Time Cop. Right? It's literally Time Cop, but like with a bad guy. So it's like evil Goku essentially. And Alpha Academy gets the big win, and they're doing their thing with Akira, Otis, and Maxine. I hate to be that guy, but let's just see Otis crush, not go evil. Well, I guess he'd have to go evil that way. Oh, come on now, Phil. But I don't know. Let's just see like Otis get away from Akira and him and Maxine together. You know, they're like polar opposites and it works. It's just a good look together. And I don't know, Akira and Otis tagging together wasn't like what made that Alpha Academy story so good. It was kind of like, you know, Gable with the struggling, almost like the Chase U story, but just kind of different, you know, but he's like the struggling to be taken serious as the leader of this group type thing. Well, I don't know. I just think Otis and Maxine do your own thing. Like it worked. Otis with Mandy Rose worked. Those things work, man. That guy, there's something about him. He's charming. That's really what it is, you know? War Games advantage match, Bianca versus Nia, and Belair beat Jax and should get a shot at Jax's title. That's what really intrigued me the whole time. We don't know who attacked Jade Cargill still. Bailey comes out and gets involved, and she's the fifth woman in that match. And I don't know. That's kind of just like a popcorn fart to me. You have The Miz as well, or rather, what happened was Karrion tells Scarlett, like, "Hey, you wait here. I'm gonna go deal with this and that." And then later in the show, Miz comes to like barge into the dressing room, and Karrion's like, "Hey, man, knock." And then Karrion knocks. He's like, "Babe, you in there?" And then she doesn't answer. But of course, like earlier, we saw when they left her alone in the room, Nikki Cross is like behind. They shut the door and she's like there in the mirror in the reflection. So it's like a haunted beatdown. I don't know. I'm getting more interested in this Final Testament. It's way better with the Miz and not Ellering in there. Miz brings an element of like, he's a superstar. Say what you will. Miz is like, people who don't know wrestling have heard of Miz, or like the Miz and Mrs. show, or Remember the Real World or whatever. Like he's just one of those guys. Not saying he's a household name, but he's one of those guys. People, even if you don't know him, you're like, "Oh, who's that guy?" You know, normal people recognize him at least. And so he just brings that quality, and he's just like good in any role you put him in. So he's making this work. And then, yeah, the Final Testament versus the spooky kind of tweener good guy team. It just works, man. I don't know. I'm into it. But again, There's got to be some in-ring action there. It can't just all be spooky vignettes back and forth, although it is working. I mean, a lot of people would be like, dude, I'm super into it. A lot of people would say it's just, I don't know, it's the soap opera part of the show. Like, we tune in to watch TV, no? So even though they're not getting in the ring, it's not the biggest deal, but we got to see like Loomis versus someone. Let's see Loomis and Gacy against the AOP or something, and then just have it break out in a brawl. Maybe that's coming soon, but we need some element, because I think the Wyatt Six people were trying to put it over, and they were like, no, they admitted they're not fully spooky, you know? They're kind of like realistic spooky, but so far they've just been like spooky, you know? It's like Nikki Cross appearing in the mirror, and the videotapes, like Bo Dallas is literally transforming into Bray Wyatt, and it's been just sort of spooky. You know what I mean? So I want more of that realism. If we can get some of that, cool. Let's see him in ring a little more, whatever. But not burying it by any means. But I've been saying it the last few weeks. We need a little more from that. But yeah, Miz doing a great job, and I'm into the Final Testament. And then we also had the IC title. And again, just being smart with their TV time. Like, they unveiled the title before the show went on the air, and then they replayed it during Raw, like the broadcast. So again, it gets social media buzzing. It's just being smart with the 2-hour limit they're in here. I can't wait for the 3 hours again. Sorry, guys. I'm one of those guys. Like, maybe I've been trained to it for so many years, but people complain like, hey man, Attitude Era was hot. We had 3-hour shows, you know? So I'm into it. I want it, you know, especially when Raw's doing good again. You know, that was a criticism before the 2 hours, but Tony Khan's shown that you know, if you have such a big roster and there's so much, you know, there's 900 characters in your cast here. We got to remember the legends and the current stuff and the old stuff, right? Like, that's sort of what wrestling is. It's sort of like comic book fandom. It's always been that way, closely related, the two, but yeah, you have to do things like this, and you know, and not just like, you know, again, to make it about AEW, it's just sort of like Tony Khan will do AJ Big Boom on the pre-show, and then we'll play November Rain right before the pay-per-view. No, that's not right. You can, don't just stuff things on the pre-show of your pay-per-view. Like, you could do things like this, where it's like, we unveil this title before we go on the air, then we play this little segment, then we cut to the back, and there's some women characters we're familiar with who, you know, both are eyeing up the title, and then they give us I don't know. It's, instead of every week, it's like, how can we make Camille look stupid and dumber? You know, how can we build someone up for Mercedes to beat, even though the person she beats looks better than her in every match she's had so far? The person she's facing looks better than she does, and we're making Camille look like a goof. That's what it feels like they're doing over there. So over here, they're making the women feel important, prestigious. They are, dude. Look at NXT. My God, right? So they're like a big focal point. When are we getting a women's show? On Wednesdays, okay? Wondrous Women of Wednesdays. Call it WOW with 2 W's. Yeah. It's a great idea. I'll fly them all in personally, pal. Vince, you're no longer employed here. Who the fuck let Vince back in the building? No. Guys, round of applause, I guess, for Raw review, and I guess like Survivor Series predictions, I guess, sort of. I mean, okay, chat. How's chat doing? Let me know how you guys are feeling tonight. You guys feeling good? You excited? We're gonna get into some Phil Marks bookmarks here. Phil Marks bookmarks, and we'll see what's happening within the IWC. Of course, we're gonna dive into light news first, which is what we do, which is typically random stuff and kind of TNA stuff and all of that. And then I'll let chat decide, do you guys want, and I will put a poll for this one. Do you guys want AEW news? Here. Type this out. Do you guys want first? What? what? So we'll go AEW hot news. Bickety bang. Okay. There's a poll in the chat. You guys let me know. You want AEW news first? You want WWE news first? Let me know. And we'll do light news in the meantime. And run those likes up. There's 163 of you watching. I'd love to see 100 likes. We shattered the record 35 minutes. Obviously, we can't do that now. But even you haters, run those likes up. Like, we should be at 100 likes. You know what I'm saying? AEW hot, never in the same sentence. Yeah. Hot news, bro. Damn, we have people beefing in the chat. Toronto and Ken going at it. That's cool. You guys can both enjoy PWT. You know what I mean? Wolverine DX for $5 says, I like the 3 hours Raw. Can't wait for it too. Also, Bailey did that, but it is not yet on the team. Imagine if Bianca picked someone else. Bro, no, I thought the same thing, Wolverine, and that's why it's great to do the show Wednesdays. I thought the same thing, but nah. She's on the Wikipedia. She's in the graphic. But also, Wikipedia is wrong. You know what pissed me off? Wikipedia has the bloodline, and then they say Bronson Reed is not in it officially. Dude, he assumes position and puts the one up. What are you talking about? I don't know what else you got to do to be bloodline, son. But yeah, she is. I think I saw an official graphic. It's Bailey. It's actually Bailey, my guy. And if I'm wrong, if that was a Photoshop, I got worked. You can call me a dummy.
Yeah.
And let me know. You know what I mean? But yeah, but if they swerve and bring out Charlotte, that'd be crazy. I'd pop. You know, Becky and Charlotte both got to come back. I know the Netflix Raw's coming, but we already got Cena, Rock. We got everybody on that show. So you got to separate those. Charlotte and Becky got to be two different comebacks. Can't be the same night. You know? Thank you so much for the super chat. WWE made a mistake. Where? PWT chat presents Wrestle Beefs. Yeah, those were good series, man. Like rap beefs or hip hop beef, whatever those things were called. Excuse me. Yeah, everyone just be cool in chat. I mean, if you guys hate on each other, that's cool. DM each other that shit. Or hate on each other in chat. Just don't like spam words that'll get this thing pulled down. But you're all welcome here. I love you all. Okay, let's get into some light news, shall we? Shall I? Shall we? Shall I? Yes, I shall. Who likes to indulge themselves in their own gimmicks more than me? So UFC, MMA, there's nada. We'll go up to any memes. Let's see if we got any new memes, chat. We do. Death to Canada was trending in Canada. So this one's funny too, because this is true. There's these people watching Collision, and then this guy's like, you do understand they'll never match WWE in ratings and attendance, right? How can you watch this? Pockets wrestles all the time. Tiny Khan disrespects the industry every week. And then this guy's like, stop having fun watching wrestling. But I don't believe their fans are even, most people don't. So that, well, exactly, you know, but people do get it. Someone says Nick Wayne is just Zach Gowen with two legs. That's savagery. And then Awful Wrestling posted this one, signing 3-year deal with AEW, celebrating 1 year since your last match. Shout out Ricky Starks. We're going to talk about Ricky, my boy Ricky Starks. Imagine if he came on PWT, dude. That'd be crazy. TNA hot news. So the Hardys have re-signed with TNA. They've been working on handshake deals like Nick Nemeth has for the last little while. And they've officially, I believe, signed deals to stay there for a minute. I don't think WWE was trying to have them back, but I think there is still an avenue and a lane for that as long as Jeff Hardy doesn't fuck around. And it'll happen one day, even if it's not like, oh, the run in NXT, or even if there's no one last match for them. There will be a Hall of Fame induction and all of that, obviously. So shout out the Hardys. Hopefully they're making the bag, and they're just helping TNA right now. And I want to see TNA continue to grow. We're pushing that agenda. They're going to sell 7,500 tickets in or what did I say? 175 tickets. Sorry, that's a collision taping. No, they're going to sell 7,500. Is that what I said? I hope that's what I said. 7,500 tickets at that Genesis show is the venue they book and hold 7,500, I believe. So I thought I said 175. I'm like, no, that's a that's a Ring of Honor pay-per-view, Phil. Here we go. So shout out TNA News, and then we'll dive into miscellaneous here. So we got a handful. Baron Corbin, right? Or Tom Pestock, I guess is his real name. Tom Pestock, right? So I thought Baron Corbin was a bad name, but no, I'm joking, Tom. You're a good guy. So just when I thought today sucked, I came back and totally redeemed myself. Jesus, I'm pulling a Brendan Schaub over here. Redeemed myself, haha, gold and absolute. So at the Tampa International Open 2024 IBJJF Jiu-Jitsu Championship, he won goddamn gold. Now, I'm telling you right now, this is way more high level than whatever the fuck Moxley was doing, right? And I wonder if Corbin encountered any fry cooks. No, I'm not burying Mox. I defend him with the whole white belt tournament thing, but yeah, Corbin, a legit guy. Maybe we'll see him in Bloodsport one day. Shout him out. Speaking of Bloodsport, Carmen Petrovich, right? Who's like a looker, but she's a shooter, dude. And she's here at Josh Barnett's Bloodsport 12 GCW, which we're going to talk about later because it ties into the whole Ricky Starks thing. But more NXT superstars here. You know, Bloodsport is amazing because Josh Barnett somehow pulls it off where it's like this half shoot, half work thing. And not just the style of wrestling. It's like back in Pride, you would see, you know, UFC guys would come and compete in the Pride tournaments, or at least once, like Chuck Liddell entered in the Pride tournament and stuff, representing UFC. And you just love to see this. Like, there's people from NXT, TNA, AEW, WWE. Moxley was here with Marina Shafir. Like, GCW, Bloodsport, Josh Barnett. He's just such a respected guy, like, in the industry, in both industries, MMA as well. And he's so respected in both worlds. I believe the youngest heavyweight champion of all time to date as well. I think he holds that distinction, for UFC. I believe so. He, at least at the time, he was, for a long time, he was the youngest guy to achieve that at the heavyweight division. But either way, he's so respected, and man, he just pulls off this great stuff. GCW Triller, please don't pull us down. Don't Don Stevens us. But here's Carmen Petrovich whooping that ass, winning by TKO at GCW Bloodsport.
That's going to rattle your brains. Oh, good night.
So hitting her little thing. Look, we'll go back. Boom. And then TKOs her with like worked punches.
But that takes it. Sumi Sakai is out. Carmen Petrovic. There. That's going to rattle your brains.
That's dope, dude. That's amazing. The Creed brothers competed there, of course. We've seen who else? Lots of people, like Moxley was there, as I said, in the crowd. We've seen where Braun Strowman and Shayna Baszler competed there. We'll see more of it as time goes on. GCW's awesome. Lucha Brother is going back to CMLL. So Penta, right? He trademarked the name. I think they own the Lucha Brothers. I think they have for a while, Lucha Bros and Lucha Brothers. But we know that he's trademarked the name King Fuego and Rey Fuego, and that's going to be their names in WWE. So he goes back to CMLL. And of course, the Pentagon Jr. name he can't use. It's owned by, I believe, CMLL or someone else. It might be AAA. I don't recall exactly the history of it. Maybe someone in chat can refresh my memory, but like Penta El Zero Miedo was the only version of that name he could use. Like Penta Black and all of that's owned by like Lucha Underground and whatever, right? So he's just called Lucha Brother, I guess. And he's going to go to CMLL until Rey Fenix is available, and then they're going to debut in WWE. In my humble opinion, and I don't want to bury Penta in any way, but I don't think WWE wants him just as a solo. I don't think they do. But I think they look at him as a guy who, because I think his time will be up before Ray's is. right? Like, how do we describe this? Penta's like the Matt Hardy of the two. Not that he can't go, but you can tell that spring that was in his step for a lot of years, like it's gone, and he's done a lot of crazy shit. So you don't, not that he can't do the stuff, but there's just an extra like step that's kind of okay, it's starting to catch up with him. Not saying I love Penta, but I think they look at him that he'll be a great guy when it comes to like bringing in Mexican and luchador talent. He has those connections, and he's a guy in later years as well that that's their WWE right now. They're in the present. Trust me, the way their booking is, it's clearly relevant and topical and present, and it reflects what people want right now, but they're looking ahead. And that because they're willing to bank on having a Punk come back, not just because of AEW. If it was just because AEW, they wouldn't have him near NXT as close as he is, right? They want the machine guns there because they know what they can do, the knowledge they can pass to other people, the relationships they have with people on the indies, right? Trust me, man. The knowledge they can impart, like they can get some of these NIL guys and impart the knowledge that you only get from working on the indies. Some of that is explainable rather, dummy. Some of those aspects, they will be able to convey that to some of these people who never spent one day of their lives on the indies. Just, trust me on that. So Penta will be good for, like, you're bringing in a Vacair, you're bringing in, I don't know, Psycho Clown Jr. or whatever. Maybe not him, but you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, and then Ray Phoenix, to me, I love Dragon Lee, but Ray Phoenix is the next Rey Mysterio, dog. When they bring him into WWE, if they do it right, Ray Phoenix is like the guy, man. He could be your next Rey Mysterio. There's something about him. He has size for a lucha, but he can fly just as high as Commander. He can do 7 flips just like El Hijo. He can do the springboard, walk the rope, flip off, hurricane. He can do all that. But he's like also got size and a realism to him. And he's like controlled chaos. He's hurling himself at people, but it's like controlled. He's taking the brunt of the damage and shit. Ray Phoenix to me is one of the most slept on talents in wrestling. And Tony fumbled him so bad, even more than Penta, who's been a world champ in every fucking company he's been in. You botch them as the face of your tag division, the masks rather of your tag division. To cheer us up, folks, here's Big Van Vader in the UWFI just beating the shit out of people for a minute and a half. Let's watch this. See, now this shit right here is what like Eddie Kingston and Moxley think they're doing, right? This is what like Garcia thinks he's doing, right, against Yuta, but it's not this. Jesus, man. This is like a lost art form of like just brutalizing a dude, but it ain't a shoot. But it like is a shoot though, because you can't really fake a lot of that as far as, you guys get it, a work. And like Vader went maskless too in this league. Like he'd wear his mask backstage and shit when he'd come out, but he'd take his mask off and just beat the shit out of dudes. Dr. Death Steve Williams. Look at that. Laying dudes out, man. See that shit? And to think HBK had the balls to like stomp on this dude's head and be like, "Oh, you're fired." Sean you couldn't touch him. You know it. That's the proof, bro. The fact he felt comfortable doing that to Vader, like, dude was invincible. There was no, Bret Hart was never, I believe that too. I don't think Vince was like, "Oh, we can't pay you, pal." I think Sean was like, "You need to get rid of this guy. I cannot work with him. I will not do it." I think that was part of it. Had to be. But look at him, dude.
Vader's back. Vader's back. Back in Japan where he belongs. Vader's back.
Yeah, dude. Shout out Vader, one of my all-time favorites. Yeah. Okay, so that was light news. Round of applause, chat, for light news. Let's look at the poll here. We're ending the poll in the chat. Here we go. What do you guys want first? AEW news or WWE news? 60% say AEW news, 40% say WWE news. Guys, run those likes up to 100 or we're getting visited by a man named Chris. Okay, we're 30 likes away. There's almost 200 watching. You guys really can't be stingy with your god damn likes.
You fucking mark!
It's not fair. Ken, no one owes you hello, bro. You know what I mean? No one owes you anything in this life, right? So just remember that and just know we love you. We're all about love here at PWT. And Jerry Springer's final thoughts, right? Did you guys catch the run-in I did yesterday? I ended it with the Jerry Springer. I didn't know what to do. I asked my girl, I'm like, yo, do I read a Jerry Springer final thoughts or do I play a Jerry Springer final thoughts? She's like, I don't fucking know. So I played the video, like hoping, I'm like, okay, let's let Jerry speak. And it was funny because it had like nothing to do with what we were talking about, but it kind of applied. And that's what every Jerry's final thoughts was. It could be like, oh, here's a trans clan member and his black daughter. Remember, everyone, hugs are important. You could just apply it to anything, right? So we're doing the burial of Fightful, and it's like, here's Jerry Springer final thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the show for AEW news, it is the one and the only Alt Jake from Alt Jake Takes On, coming soon. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Man, great, buddy. That entrance gets me every time. Like my arms go up, like I can't help it. It's just I'm a child of the '90s. That is the ultimate hype music. I appreciate that. How you doing,
I'm good, but I'm not good, and I'll tell you why. Why is Alt Jake's Take On not a goddamn mod of this channel? Standard mod. Here we go. Here we go. I made you a mod. Is this your other channel?
Perfect.
Yeah, here you go.
This is my act. This is the channel. Like, we got the laptop now, and I actually just ordered my desk today with the Black Friday sale. So the channel should be coming up soon. I got some time off coming for a lot of December. So yeah, I'm excited. But that's my actual. So if people want to subscribe to the channel, they can just click like one of my comments.
Yeah. And we'll get them to do all that when you drop your first vid, bud. Okay. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So
sure. Alt Jake is here.
Just want to make it easy once we do.
Exactly. Robbie C says the Springer thing confused me, but it popped me. Yeah, if it was more on topic, it would have been funnier, but it was more about like, are you guys all good? Everyone love each other. It was like people cheating
it was
or
so
whatever.
Perfect.
I tried to just pop everyone like, okay, here's something just obscure and light that you're not expecting to just sort of lighten the mood because it was a weird stream. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest.
Yeah. No, it worked on me. I got a big laugh. I thought it was good. But I also, was alive and watching Jerry Springer every day in the 90s. And
shout out Robbie C, by the way. It's good to see you here. And
Robbie
Ken.
C,
Shout
man.
out Ken. I was super baked. Yeah, same Z's. No. Okay, guys. We're gonna do AEW news right now, I guess. So let's get into it. All Jake, are you excited, man? There's
absolutely
some things thinking. Some things
I've
thinking.
been listening to the show. I was taking care of some things around the house. I've been listening in, ready to jump in on the news. And I guess we'll watch AEW, sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm gonna throw it on, guys. If something happens, okay, but I'm not.
I'd watched NXT like 2 hours ago, but I would watch that again. I would watch it again over AEW because it was good. It's fun. I won't spoil anything if it hasn't been spoiled. It's good.
No, I mean it's fine. We're gonna cover some of it. I saw some of like the key things, like Bischoff, and then we're gonna get to all that. I saw some of the key things, so it's okay.
Yeah, it was good.
It looked really good. And then I saw Vacker backstage, just doing her thing,
being herself.
just being herself and being worth millions of dollars in the future, and now like soon right away. So I saw that, but I can't speak to anything else, so I didn't review it. But I did watch Raw and that was an okay show. The main event was kind of but I don't know. Bailey, it's like I don't care. I don't care about Bailey really.
Yeah, I saw they had a dark match main event and Cody came out, so I think they sent the crowd home happy.
Okay, here I'm gonna chug some Red Bull and then we're gonna talk about AEW news, I guess.
I saw probably like the first half of the Ricky Starks Giga Chat Van Vliet video.
Yeah, so I didn't see the whole thing, but I got clips and I got quotes.
I was gonna say
so it'll be a good time. Yeah.
The best part of it's the first like 20 minutes because Chris is just like, so what's going on? Oh, okay. He being punished? Oh, fun interview.
Yeah, I'm not Bailey is Bay. I'm not hating on her at all, like as a overall talent or anything. I just think she needs to go back to hugger style or be a heel to where like I don't like her because she makes me not want to like her. It's something about her I don't like as a baby face. And she was just jumped out of Damage Control. So why are you on this fucking team? I talked about it earlier. God damn it. Let's talk about some AEW news. TK says, well, okay, this is Ricky Stark stuff. So let's actually stop at the bottom and let's work our way through, okay? So Full Gear went down, of course. Ariel Helwani, shout him out, went heel-wani, and he was talking about AEW and how this weekend was cinema with the Costco guys. Shout out the Ariel Helwani show. We're big fans. Fellow Canadians, don't Don Stevens us. Let's hear what they had to say. Big wrestling fan, apparently an AEW shill. WWE shill. Let's see what Ariel Helwani has to say.
By the way, speaking of pro wrestling, what about your boys, the Rizzler and company at AEW this weekend? What about
They
them?
just instantly start laughing.
I mean, that was gigantic. A huge success for All Elite Wrestling. You had the Rizzler as the timekeeper, and then you had, who is it? Big Justice?
Yeah.
And
Big Justice and AJ.
AJ, that's right. Here's the Rizzler coming out with the Big Show. Look at this guy. He's so cute.
With the Big Show, too. He'll never not be the Big Show.
Right.
Oh,
And then look at the
Big Justice
spear.
with the spear.
The spear, excuse me. What did I say?
Double
Spear.
chunk chocolate cookies on the pants, boom on the ass, boom on the knees too.
Yo, they got a huge pop. Look at him. He's doing the Mew. Is it?
He's doing the Mew. Oh, my God. This is hilarious.
Is he mewing?
I know. It's just funny hearing Ariel Helwani talk about this stuff, dude.
That's what my kids say. In any event, I tweeted like, are they the are they more over than 75% of the roster? People viewed that as a knock on the roster. I was just saying like it's crazy how popular these guys
They
are.
were, dude. They were the highlight of Full Gear, period. And yeah, even Ariel knows. Yeah.
They are legit mainstream right now. I saw somewhere that like them winning on AEW was like the third most popular wrestling clip ever posted on social media.
That's crazy.
Like only behind Undertaker at WrestleMania and then some other dude at NXT this summer.
Yeah, somebody's NXT debut.
John Henley or something.
John Henley. Oh my God.
You what? 0 for 2, bro.
So that
I believe in John.
Oh, Hendry.
I believe in John Hendry.
Wait, that's
John Hendry. Come on. I know. I'm starting a new promotion in Saudi Arabia, and our top stars and we call John Hendry. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
bigger than this.
I don't know.
number
but
one
it took me down
on
a
our list.
rabbit hole of whoever the hell John Hendry
Oh,
is. Like,
it kills me every
still
time they
doing
say
it. Yeah,
John
it's just-
Hendry. Ugh.
like sings his own songs. I believe in John Hendry.
Oh no. Please, for the
Joe
love
feels
of God,
right now?
no John Hendrys show up here or anywhere else. Please do not appear, John Hendry, whoever that is. For the love
Yeah.
of God.
If that's just a creeper when he shows up.
So what do you think? Is this? I mean, is there a higher ceiling, or is this it?
Flavor of the month type thing. It feels like
Month?
right?
It feels like
Wait,
a few months.
Flavor
Higher
of the
ceiling
year.
for who? For AEW or
No, for these guys.
Yeah, the bald guy's an
the
Arsenal
ceiling,
fan.
look at all of their shit-eating grins. Yeah, the ceiling's way higher for AEW, bro. We've all been saying it, dude. There's way higher levels they could take that thing if they were serious.
the Costco?
How
guy.
much bigger can they get? I mean, they've been on Fallon, they've been on AEW.
Exactly.
Are they going to betray AEW and go to WWE and start a whole new storyline?
Or what if the Rizzler turns heel?
What if
on the dudes, on the other guys?
What if it makes sense? It would make sense. They are not family. They are not related.
Yeah, I found out about that. I thought they were all one big schmuck.
Is that wait, hold on.
That's confirmed.
You confirmed it? You looked it up?
I confirmed
You
it.
confirmed
He
it.
is the Rizzler is not related to
Not their cousin?
Adrian.
I thought he was their cousin.
Nope. No. He's just
Oh my God, it's become a joke, you know?
Oh,
AEW is like a joke to people.
yeah,
you
no,
know?
it's a parody. It's a parody of pro wrestling. It's like a Saturday Night Live skit.
Oh my God, John Hendry! Holy shit, is that funny?
Never trust
I
an
want
Arsenal fan to get it right.
so.
On his thing.
At Sagano 300 tweets this out and says, I wonder if Triple H had dinner with Dana White where he got to break the news to Dana about Grand Slam moving to a smaller venue. So you guys may have heard Grand Slam Australia. We'll talk more about it in just a moment, but it's being moved to from a stadium, an outdoor stadium, pal, or whatever, to a 13,000 seat arena or vice versa, whatever the fuck. Either way, people who listen to PWT from Australia were like, can confirm nobody really knows about AEW here. And we're going to look at IWC Cope over this. We'll break down more of the news, but just to do a little time cop. Do you guys remember when Tony Khan tweeted this out? Yesterday, one of my favorite days. This is in May 2022. He goes, great visits with fans and media. A trip to Los Angeles for the most fulfilling meeting of my life with WBD leadership. Dinner with my dad and Dana White, where I got to break the news to Dana about Money in the Bank moving to MGM today. AEW Rampage on TNT. If you guys remember the Money in the Bank move to MGM. Little did he know, he's telling this to Dana White, who Dana White's like, you dumb fuck, we're going to merge with them in like a year. He's like, bro, they're telling me we're going to all be one company, you fucking clown. And then, he's like proud of that on his Twitter. Now, and then Sagano just points out, because Triple H and Dana literally work together now. Well, not like day to day, but they, it's the same company. I wonder if Triple H called up Dana or went to dinner and said, hey, did you hear AEW's moving to Australia? I guarantee they don't even talk. I guarantee Dana White doesn't know the difference. He's probably been like, if you asked him, he'd probably be like, yeah, I've heard of AEW, but I don't know,
Yep.
It's not like WWE, obviously. So that's just a funny own. So Brandon Thurston has said, and this is from Ref MJ from NJ, friend of the show, he has been saying to focus on TV rankings for the past 8 years, yet for some reason all of WrestleNomics' posts neglect the TV rankings and focus on viewership and demo. I was curious, maybe I was just not paying attention, so I checked. Riddle me this, why would Brandon push ratings info so hard if the ranking is what matters most? Are you guys getting it yet? And so basically,
when people say AEW is
just exposing them for pulling a Meltzer, right? For saying like, no, the overall viewership matters. Now, no, the key demo matters. Well, MJ from NJ is on Thurston's ass, on that WrestleNomics ass, no Diddy, right? And and has been calling them out forever and pays close attention. The way we pay attention to Dave, MJ from NJ is all over Thurston and WrestleNomics. And he's neglecting the rankings, and he wants to look at viewership and demo now, when for 8 years he's been saying, look at the rankings. So pulling a Meltzer, but in their own way. You know what I mean?
It's cold. Is that an over? When people say AEW is cold, is that an overstatement, or would the numbers back that up?
The numbers back that up. Even in ranking, Dynamite on a meeting basis in Q3, it's rankings, which is what we've now been told to focus on. And I think that is, really that's what I said to focus on some 8 years ago, or in 2016, 2017, I was saying that's the thing that we should really focus on the most, because that's saying, okay, here's all these cable properties.
Right. So possibly even in my little breakdown there, I think I was confused. What MJ from NJ's pointing out here, I like to react to it live on the show. So I think I just sort of peddled some bullshit there. So let me try and correct. I think what MJ from NJ's pointing out is that Thurston's saying, dude, for the last 8 years, I've been saying, look at rankings. So it is essentially what I was saying. I just got a little confused on the details. So he's like, no, I've been saying, look at the rankings, because now even the rankings indicate this. And he's been using rankings, but meanwhile, the viewership and demo is the metric. Either way, they're saying, look at this. Now look at this. It's just them flopping around and saying, this is what matters. No, this is what matters. It's just whatever fits their narrative at the time. That's the same thing Meltzer does. We've covered it. But yeah, I misspoke just a moment ago. Hopefully that corrected it.
Which ones are the best? Which ones are the ones that I want to pay the most for? Controlling for all the factors.
Right. So we don't need to listen to Thurston here. So let's see this. So they looked up WrestleNomics rank, and you will nowhere find a tweet with them talking about rankings, even though Thurston's like, well, I've been saying for 8 years, look at the rankings or whatever. You won't find one tweet with the word rank or like rankings. Like, look, Reels didn't rank in Showbuzz Daily's top 150. Didn't rank. Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to see, like, using the rating system to rank the top 500. So anything to bring up with rank with WrestleNomics has to do with like, oh, we're ranking in the PWI top 500, or we're ranking this thing. Like, there's no demo, number 3 demo rank. So still talking about the demo. Nowhere are they like the rankings. They rank here. You know. Info first airings hasn't published viewership, probably otherwise rank in the top one. So they do talk about ranking for Showbuzz Daily, which I don't know what that is. Right? Yeah, so I don't know. Just check out MJ from NJ. A good follow, does good like investigative work. I don't know. I probably butchered it all. I would love to have MJ from NJ come on and like explain some of this shit, because this motherfucker goes so deep to where it's like some of it's above. I messaged them. I'm like, yo, this shit's above my pay grade sometimes. What you be talking about? Yeah, it'd be better if you just came and broke it down. You know,
I said the same thing to him.
Yeah, because I'm like,
awesome. I'm too dumb for this.
Yeah, some of this shit is ridiculous. You know, I can't even.
I need to be explained like I'm a 5-year-old. I understand. It's like I'm good with that.
Yeah, and I'm always
awesome
like,
it's fantastic.
I always bumblefuck my way through like MJ stuff too, because I'm like, okay, they're on to something, but I don't watch these. I also don't watch these WrestleNomics folks the way he does. You know what I mean? So Serpentico had this to say about, we were talking about the AJ, Big Boom, the Rizzler, and all these guys. So, well, bringing the boom against QT Marshall on this past Saturday's Full Gear 0 Hour, Big Boom AJ suffered a broken foot, but managed to fight valiantly and earn the victory in his AEW debut in front of his son, etc. He did break his foot for real, finished the match, and Serpentico says he didn't complain once, went to work, hit a sick power bomb. He still stopped and took pics and vids with anyone who wanted one after. I mean, come on, dude. The guy
was a total pro.
Total pro, man. He was the most over guy at all of Full Gear.
I mean, big pro AJ, dude. He's the most pro and he's the most professional person in that entire company as far as I've seen.
Yeah, so shout him out.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. And yeah, broke his foot. And he says he wants to come back to AEW. We actually have a clip of it. But do you guys want some cringe? I know you're all here for some cringe. So here's Mercedes Monet. Because I'm a healer, it doesn't matter because I deserve my time with the Rizzler. Like, you needed your time with the Rizzler. You're a heel. I get it. They have clout. You want clout on TikTok. Yep. But God damn it. She had to get her time in.
Leech.
It just fucks up. This is why no one likes AEW. No, I'm going hard, but they deserve it.
But you're not wrong.
All right, my boys. Justice. Yeah. The big Riz. You ready to become a CEO? Yeah. You want to learn the CEO dance? Of course. All right, let's put our hands up, okay? And then
don't, guys. Your careers will fucking traject horrendously the opposite way than you were anticipating if you'd follow any advice from this person.
All right, let's put our hands up, okay? And then we're gonna bring it all down like this, and then we'll go CEO. CEO, CEO, CEO. That's right, CEO, CEO. That's right, CEO.
Even Big Justice is like, what is this cringe shit?
Yeah.
Yo, Dad, am I allowed to do this? This shit's cringe as fuck. Guys, oh my fucking God.
Oh no.
Oh my God. There's 93 likes, 209 watching. My God, if we're not at 100 likes by the time we go to the next topic, Chris is coming on this goddamn show.
CEO, CEO. That's right. And we're gonna bring the bow.
Woof.
Bring chance to teach us how to okay.
The
All right, my
Rizzler's
boy.
way more over than she is.
Yeah.
Here is, speaking of which, as I talked about a moment ago, oh, we have Chris on deck here. Let me get to 100 likes. Let's see what Big Boom AJ has to say here first. And so he actually says he wants to come back to AEW if he can. He wants to get in the ring again. WWE scoop his ass up. No, I don't even want to see it in we don't need to see it.
Yeah.
There's no point. But like, good for AEW because they did something with this. However, they fucked it up. Should have been on the pay-per-view at the end of the day. Should have been on the pay-per-view. But we covered it or Ariel covered it rather, and we chronicled it, or we reacted to it. Hey, it got big numbers for them on social media. So, I mean, what more can you ask for?
Hey everyone, it's Big Boom AJ here, and I want to start by thanking everyone for all the support that we got on our very first AEW match, our AEW debut. It was a huge success. And yes, the story is out there. I did break my foot in the ring Saturday night. I think it happened somewhere right around the flying clothesline. But, the adrenaline was kicking.
The flying clothesline, the one they threw, the flying clothesline, not, not the first flip, but like when I did the second flip to the outside and like
not this spot,
the
but
table one, yeah, not the pile driver that he hit me with or the one that I hit him with on the outside, but like the second one I hit him with off the middle rope on the inside, that one, no, the flying clothesline he threw.
Kicking. Everyone at the Prudential Center was bringing the boom. I had Big Justice in my corner, the Rizzler right there. Of course, Ashley, Mama Justice, all our family right there. So I guess that adrenaline kicked in and I was able to finish the match. So very grateful for that. Very grateful for everyone out there, all the support that we are getting. I have been in touch with Tony Khan today, also with the other executives at AEW, and I will be coming back. I will be back in the ring again. Do not worry about that. Big Boom AJ has about a 6 to 8 week recovery here, but then I will be back in the ring again. I will be doing a few things with AEW during that time, so stay tuned. We got some real fun stuff coming your way. But what I really wanted to do one time here was come on and thank everyone out there, everyone at AEW that have welcomed me in just like family right from the very start.
Yeah, he's gonna thank everyone. Shout him out and
total pro, man.
Yeah, good
pro.
for him, dude. And honestly, I'm all about this dude. I'm all
I
about.
was
this
gonna
dude.
say, like,
Yeah.
I was gonna say it before. The whole thing didn't get AEW over for me, but it totally got that guy over for me.
Yeah, I'm open-minded to this. Yeah, I'm like, all right. At first, I was clowning it. I was like, dude, this is some FGTV shit. Like, it looks like they're, or maybe not them. Those guys are chill, but it's like, it seems like they're forcing their kids almost to do this cringe shit. And
I don't know. These guys are great. Like, I don't know. And I guess like I've got a lot of family from New Jersey, and like he's just a charismatic Jersey guy having some fun, And the TikTok thing took off, is from what the story that I read about it.
Yeah, and I'm all about the crane, dude. I'm all about the crane. So if they want to do crane shit, I'm all good. Someone in the chat says it won't help the ratings. Yeah, I don't think it will.
Nope.
I don't think it will. But
Make me want to watch AEW. Just made me want to follow that guy.
Yeah, it just is like, okay, next time he's on a pre-show, I'll fucking check it out. It was interesting, most interesting thing on the show. So anyway, and he's just a pro. So I don't know.
Yeah.
If he was in WWE, AEW people would be shitting all over it, man. AEW fans. They'd be fucking having a field day with it. And a lot of the people who started off, even I see them on shitting on the Boom guys. They gave it their flowers. They're like, no, this is actually, it was probably the best thing on the show, So hey, there you go.
It really was for me.
speaking of best thing on the show, one of the best things on 83 Weeks is when Eric Bischoff talks about AEW or Dave Meltzer. In one such instance recently, Eric Bischoff called it on 83 Weeks, or not even recently, this is a while ago. He says, in regards to AEW running a stadium show in Australia, you were right, Uncle E. So Easy E right again. Let's see what him and Conrad Thompson have to say about this I guess stadium show moving. However, this is Time Cop. Once again, Time Cop. Because Bischoff said this previously and he was right in the future. And it's kind of like he was in two places at once because he's probably sitting in that same chair right now. Time Cop. Here we go.
I like the Australia opportunity, Eric. I think I might be more bullish about that one than I am Dallas. What say you?
I'm exactly the opposite. I think it's look, I'm not saying it can't happen, but if you look at the success of Australia,
JD was ripping on a kid and his two chins. Yeah, so we're gonna make fun of kids. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. That's where it's like the lowest of low hanging fruit. You make fun of a fat kid,
right?
That's the angle. Hot angle, bud. Real good. I've always beefing. No, it's just like, come on, bro, for real. That's the criticism.
Right.
I don't know. It's like, come on, bro. He's a fucking kid. Yeah, he's a chubby, funny kid. We get it, right?
Right.
The truffle shuffle, ha ha. You know what I mean? It's like the easiest. Oh, the kid has two chins. Oh, well, fucking
yeah.
Anyway,
promotions,
total weak sauce.
Yeah.
Setting WWE aside, over the last 20 years, they're dismal failures.
Are you gonna pull my finger and give me a wet willy at the same time, there, Jada? What do you?
It's just first of all, you have the cost. The expense is astronomical. This is not like running, cities.
How about a whoopee cushion? You got a whoopee cushion hidden somewhere? What are we gonna?
JD does look like he's been stuffed in a locker, so maybe he's got some pent up.
Come on,
yeah.
I mean, come on now, alt Jake. That's not very fair. To say.
Come on now, Eric.
Nice. Well done.
Here in the States, I would say the costs are essentially going to be not 3 times as high, but damn close. Somewhere between 2.5 and 3 times as high. Your expenses are just going to be through the roof. There is no television there, so what to speak of? There's very little nobody's watching the show in Australia. So you're bringing an American wrestling company that's on TV in America that nobody really knows about beyond the hardcore wrestling fans that know about it through the internet, because that's the only place it's available. And you're banking on putting 10,000 seats in an arena. And by the way, I was in Australia recently. It's a very expensive place.
Facts.
Inflation has really
facts. Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talk about it here in the States and around the world. And yes, it's an issue everywhere. It's really an issue in Australia. So to think that you're going to be able to put 10,000 people, you're going to convince.
And he was saying 10,000, and that's what they're aiming for now.
Right.
And I bet they go to that 13K one, and I bet like it will be over 10. It'll be 10 or above, but Tony will pad it last minute. It'll jump like 15, 25%, which you can track at WrestleTix. People do it all the time. A lot of these, now I get it. People walk up last minute and you can get cheaper tickets last minute. Yeah, that's a factor, but a large chunk like that when they promote for all these months, it's, I don't know, man. It seems a little fishy. So if Tony pads it a little bit, yeah, it'll be over 10K in a 13K seater, and that's cool. But they won't even sell that out. And Bischoff even called it. He's like, to think you'll do 10K, let alone this stadium, right? And then what are they going to do in Texas? They might as well move that one too, because there's no way. You might as well just run a smaller joint at that place. But I don't know.
10,000 people to part with. I don't know what the ticket prices would look like, but they would have to be really high to help to even cover expenses. I just think unless there's a magic formula somewhere that I can't see, horrible. Wouldn't do it. But it's exciting.
We actually have an updated response from Conrad. He has.
Come on now, Eric.
Yeah. I'm so glad I added. Someone sent me that. Someone Julie or Julia in the email there. Someone sent me that, so thank you, Julie. I believe
beautiful.
Julie. So here's Tony Khan at the press conference,
Oh, good
shaking
Lord.
Big Justice's hand. I mean, what is going on there? Is he trying to like get a kiss on the hand? Is this like a limp?
Dead
Have you ever
fish's
seen that
neck.
King of the Hill where Hank Hill shakes the president's hand and he's like,
Yes.
he's got a limp handshake, Peggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
My God, Peggy, his handshake is limp. You know, that's what this
Yep.
looks like. What is he doing? And like the top of his ears are like cold. They're like a little redder than the bottom of his ears, so you can tell he's cold. And he's like shaking this dude's hand, and it's like limp, like Morticia Adams about, you know, when like Gomez like kisses up her arm. You know, because it's like getting ready for that. What are you doing? What are you doing? Shake the man's hand, dude.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's gonna
Even
the
that,
video
yeah.
of that's gonna be on Botchamania with one of those clips that you just mentioned. Probably the King of the Hill one. That was the first thing I thought of.
Speaking of Botchamania, so here's a picture of Mila Moore, who's an independent wrestler, and fucking Wardlow.
Good Lord.
This is his girlfriend, I believe. I believe they're dating. I don't know if fiance or just dating, whatever. But they're at the International Wrestling Cartel, IWC. So the not sicko IWC, the professional IWC, pal. And I quote tweeted this. I was like, bro, they look literally like Superman and Wonder Woman in real life, bro. How the fuck are these two not? How is Wardlow not the guy who is being built up to take Moxley out and save AEW right now? What the fuck is going on? And who's she? Sign her to a company and start developing her. How tall is she? She looks like she's. How tall is Wardlow? Like 6 something, right? He's got to be
6'3",
6'2".
6'4".
Okay,
something.
she's what?
Big man.
6. She's 5'11", 6 feet. She's kind of kneeling too. You see the way her knees bend. She's like 6 in boots. What the fuck? Like, she's bodied up. She looks like Wonder Woman. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing, Tony Khan? How are these two not gearing up to beat the shit out of Moxley and Marina Shafir and take AEW back from the? You got the story. They're dating too.
Do you remember how Triple H was booking Karrion Kross before he went up to Raw and put the mask on and was completely ruined for pretty much the rest of his life? Like, imagine that booking, but with them, where she's more of an ass kicker than Scarlett was.
Oh,
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Why is no one booking that? That's just amazing.
We just had Orange Cassidy,
right? Oh my
God, Mox, man. Even if Mox beat Wardlow, like, how is this not the guy you're building? Oh no, we got Garcia versus Yuta. He should be beating them both at the same time in a handicap match. Is what should happen.
It's a Jack Perry.
Fucking nuts, man. So here we go. I just wanted to bring this to the show. Like, look at these two, and Tony's not using this guy right here who looks like he should be in a fucking Christopher Nolan film. You know, what's going on? I don't get it.
Yeah.
They need to go to NXT. So speaking of, like, you know,
his
we're
build
not.
height is 6'3", according to Wikipedia.
So there you go. She's kind of kneeling. So 6 feet, 5'11", like in 6 in boots. What the fuck? You know, Megan Bain, I get it, but like, who's that chick right there? No one's even seen her. Fucking build her up before people see her. That's an old thing that doesn't happen in wrestling anymore too, right?
Yeah.
You see a guy, he just looks crazy, and it's like, you fucking here. Did anyone see you come in the building? There's a famous story with Kamala and Jerry Lawler, I believe, where he saw him coming through the back door or whatever, and Jerry says to him, like, did anyone see you come in this building? And he's like, no, sir, I came in through the back. And he's like, get over here. And they put paint on him and made him the Ugandan cannibal giant or whatever. It's like, that's a miss. Same with Braun Strowman. Like, I didn't realize I saw him as one of the Rosebuds before. When I just saw him, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? I didn't realize till people pointed out, like, he was one of the Rosebuds before. And I was like, who is this guy? Triple H kept him a secret. You know, he did a couple NXT live, like, house shows, and that was it. So we need more guys like that too. So whoever that girl is, man, Mila Moore, I guess I just blew her spot up. But yeah, fucking someone scoop her up too. Just that look alone.
Seriously.
Yeah. So anyways, Blue League and Gold League.
6 foot. Yeah, man. Book them, please. Good God.
Absolutely. So some good news, I guess, for AEW, because the Continental Classic now, again, they have a women's tournament, like a 4-company 4-way tournament at Wrestle Dream, they announced. However, in the interim, I guess, until then, we have the beginnings of the Continental Classic. Now, there's a lot of people. Shout out Marie Shadows. Go and check her channel out. She'll break down the ins and outs of why this is like a knockoff, shitty, lazy version of like the G1 or the N1 or whatever. She breaks it down way better than anyone else can. So check out that channel. But basically, she points out why it's lazy as far as like the booking of it and the way I don't know. You got to ask her. But as far as me, I look at the matches and I go, okay, this could be kind of cool. These type of tournaments interest me in Japan a little bit more back when I was more of a New Japan mark. But I don't know. No one's really, when TNA tried it, it didn't really work all that well for me. They would do the round robin thing as well. They had, what was it called, Jake? I forget. In TNA,
I remember.
Yeah, the whatever the fuck they called it. It was
they called it damn it.
So they have the Blue League and the Gold League here. We got Okada in the Blue League, Kyle Fletcher, Daniel Garcia, the Beast Mortis, Mark Briscoe, Shelton Benjamin. And in the Gold League, we have Will Ospreay, Juice Robinson, Brody King, Ricochet, Claudio Castagnoli, and Darby Allin. I don't know who's going to win this thing. Tony's going to book it the same as he booked last time. There's going to be like one guy that's going to scrape through at the end. You know, he'll rally back. He'll lose his first 4 matches and then rally back or whatever. I think the way it's set up, we see Fletcher and Ospreay in the finals, just because Tony thinks that's what it'll get Fletcher more over, and then it'll be a way for them to like continue their feud without having to actually tell a story. So I'm down with it, I guess. But again, Garcia wins the TNT title, and instead of a great story to follow up with or anything, he's just another guy in the Blue League and probably won't even win the thing. And we have a trios champion over here who's in the thing, and we have the Continental champion who had to win a whole fucking wasn't this whole Continental Classic thing for the Continental Championship or the Triple Crown title the first time? And then what's come of that belt? Nothing. And now Okada's just a guy in this tournament for a belt he won last year that amounted in what? Like, what was the point of the whole thing? So, it's just stupid. Champion's meaningless, whatever. Of course, Ricochet's in it. And, just using who he can. And I think the whole idea here is everyone's random other than Fletcher and Ospreay. So that'll be the finale. And just by coincidence, they'll meet. Because with Tony, that's how it works. It's always like, by coincidence, these two guys win the Battle Royal or whatever. It's never like, it's not like Fletcher's battling through anything to get to Ospreay, or Ospreay has to battle through to get to Fletcher again. You know, who won at the pay-per-view? Wasn't it? Who won at the pay-per-view again? I forget. It was Ospreay, right?
No, it was Fletcher.
No, it's Fletcher. Good. Yeah, that's the right guy. That's the right guy. So maybe Ospreay wins the whole thing and beats Fletcher in the end. Who knows? But I would have Fletcher win this too. If you're going to build a guy up and have a homegrown guy, just go with him. Just go with him. Ospreay hasn't changed anything. Fletcher, there's still a chance. It's not like he's ever tanked the ratings. There's a chance where he could start to get you ratings. Ospreay he's not getting any ratings for anyone, you know, and he's an established guy. Fletcher, build him up. Keep doing what you're doing. I'd say just go with him.
Tell stories. Yeah.
You
can tell stories.
Keep telling stories with him. Give him the stick, even though your dumb fans don't like it. It makes good TV. Lincoln Hawk for $2 says, I got to run. We're making homemade ramen. Oh, dude. That is fucking amazing. Lincoln Hawk, love you, buddy.
Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom.
Have a good evening.
That a couple weeks ago. That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, me and my wife enjoy ramen as well. So you enjoy that, buddy. Thanks for being here. And he'll pop back in later. Top Mod in the Discord, guys. Join us on Discord as well if you want to talk with us. Just don't be annoying and, you know what I mean, overly dramatic or anything. Moving along. So we talked about it earlier. we're going to circle back to the Ricky Stark stuff. AEW Grand Slam Australia is likely moving to another venue, and it should be announced sooner than later via Fightful. Shout out for that. Grand Slam Australia, yeah, it's moving. So it is what it is. We talked about it. There's further details as we go on. Other things in jeopardy: AEW Shockwave, their future remains in limbo amid ongoing discussions, and all that Fox talk bullshit had to do with like Fox Latin America or whatever, where it's the same thing as like WWE's on TNT in the UK. So what does it matter? It's meaningless. It's a meaningless thing.
That thing with Swerve and that football team. We about to be on Fox. Like, shut up.
We talked about we talked about New Japan a little bit, though. The Young Bucks have a message for Wrestle Dynasty, and shout out New Japan Global. Don't pull us down or Don Stevens us. Here, I'll leave it small because I don't know how New Japan Global get down.
They're pretty brutal from what I understand.
Okay, they need the plugs though.
Yeah, from what I understand, that's why you don't see a lot of Botchamania, because like they're real bad about it.
Bro, they need the plugs more than anyone.
I would think so too. Yeah, just that's the rumor as I understand it.
All right.
Just I don't know.
Leaving it small, pausing it a lot. We'll just see what it's just. This was cringe, so we got to bring it to the show because the Bucks are just being cringe. So they're in Jack Perry's backyard here. It looks like.
Oh God!
Premier River, just get the job done. I don't care if you have to work on Christmas Day, for God's sake.
They're drinking from Steven Crowder, Louder with Crowder mugs. No, I'm just joking. I don't know, but that's funny, right?
Just get the visa done.
No. Is that not funny? Hey, I don't know. Here we go.
Wrap it up. Love you. Bye.
All right. Oh, hey there. Didn't see you there, camera guy. It's Matthew Nicholas Jackson.
They're doing Jericho's promo from his palatial estate when he did the little bit of the bubbly.
Your EVPs, the Young Bucks, the most successful tag team to ever come out of New Japan. The biggest names to ever come out of Bullet Club. And as you can see, oh, wow, look at that. Great. New Hall of Fame inductees. They even give me my sleep number on this bad boy.
It's so cringe that they're still putting the Observer over. And I know they think that, oh, it's heat. We're heels. They're heels. People hate them. No, it's go away heat, bro. There's such a difference. Like, there's people want you to just go away. And then there's people want to see you lose a fight. No one wants you to. The problem with go away heat is no one wants to even see you lose a fight. And that's not good.
Yep.
That's not good. No one wants to see you get your ass kicked, bro. That ain't a good thing.
It's incredible. Hey, Matthew, we've been working at home, safe and sound, away from all the danger here at the AEW International Department.
But I know you are too.
AKA Jack Perry's backyard.
Right? I'm exhausted and I'm tired of working from home. That's why we've decided to come back to Japan on January 5th.
Oh, Wrestle Dynasty. There's one thing that Matthew and Nicholas need to accomplish before we retire, and that's get the IWGP heavyweight titles back around our waist.
Why? Why do you need to accomplish that before you retire? Let's see if they tell us. They're not gonna tell us, though.
One more time.
Tokyo, your rich, God-fearing uncles are coming back.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem, man. Let's take it to the Costco guy, right? So even the big AJ or whatever, whoever, I don't know these people's names, right? Big Boom AJ, right?
Yeah.
He knew, he goes, the place, the time, okay, the Bucks are saying that, but he said it for QT. This problem with me might have started 20 years ago, but I've just been living my life. And for me, it started when he dissed the Dubba Chaka Chunk cheese or whatever the fuck he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about, right? The cookies. I guess he likes the cookies and the pizza from Costco. So like he said why QT's mad at him and what he's feeling towards the thing and why but when I hit the power boom and I do this, he's giving you a fucking reason for everything. The Bucks are like, we've been avoiding all the danger, but we want to jump back into danger to get these tag belts we've already had 7 times before we retire. Why do you want to do that though?
Insider stuff about the biggest names out of Bullet Club when Cody exists, and
Well, right, and that I get. That's kind of good healing shit. That's kind of like, yeah, we're the biggest names ever out of Bullet Club. They're shitting on every. That's kind of good heat. I get that could get you good heat. Well, what about Cody? What about these other guys? Yeah, they're being heels. I get it, but then when you just pile on like the unaware, like how does the Costco guy cut a better promo? Him and his kid did a better promo.
His kid did a better promo. Not even him, just his kid did too.
So that's where these guys were exposed. The Bucks were just on TV. They were just exposed as like every week. If you got to watch these guys, it loses the allure of what they had when you could just clip them and put them on Twitter or whatever, So enough of these guys. I don't want to hear more of that. But Adam Copeland has reportedly been cleared for physical activity. There's no set time on when he's going to be back in ring. However, shout out Edge. I'm glad he's back. And he's also finished filming the Percy Jackson or whatever show for Disney. Yeah, he plays Ares, I believe. So,
which I mean, that's a good look for him.
Yeah, once that's done, he'll be back, and then I'm sure Tony will freeze the time on his contract, as we're going to get into, because he is straight up Tony McMahon, as we called so long ago, and you guys can see all the clips. Penta El Zero Mieto's AEW contract is set to expire next week, and he's leaving. We saw where he's going, CMLL, and it's expected he will receive interest from WWE once he becomes a free agent. He already has interest, bro. It's not expected, we know. So we had Paul Walter Hauser, who plays Stingray on Cobra Kai. And I love that show, and I'm not a hater on him at all, but he got fucking destroyed by Teal Rhodes, who is Dustin and Cody Rhodes' sister, right?
She's awesome. She's a great follow.
Yeah, she's a great follow. And Walter Hauser, man, I love this guy, but he loves, like, he was just on AEW TV. He loves them, and he's an indie wrestler himself. And I'm a fan. I really am. And he's a good follow too. Underrated follow, I think. I think he triggers people sometimes, but he doesn't sit there and just stan AEW all day. But he did the classic whataboutism that isn't even a relevant topical whataboutism 2 years into Vince being, I feel, removed from WWE fully, at least to the point where he has no say in shit. But, this Elite Rocker Club, I forget his Twitter handle, shout him out. He tweets out that Tony Khan's extending the contracts of talent. Ray Phoenix, Ricky Starks, we're about to talk about that in a moment, just so they can't go elsewhere. Is so petty. And especially when he talked shit at the beginning of AEW, he said he wasn't going to do this stuff. So he puts out the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards. He photoshops it Fraud of the Year, Tony Khan, which is hilarious. And then Paul Walter Hauser, PWH, is a wrestler. And he tweets out, what Tony Khan has never done? Purposely embarrass his talents and put them through constant humiliation rituals for his own entertainment. You know who did? Vince McMahon for like 35 years. And my quote tweet response to this was like, Paul, Tony Khan puts his talent through a fucking humiliation ritual every single week on his television show.
Right.
I was like, dude, the most demonic shit you could do is take Edge and put him in a fucking 18K seater with 2,000 people in it. Like, there's nothing more satanic than that, Paul. Right? A humiliation ritual, bro. What's more humiliating than, paying fucking the Hurt Business $10 million a year for them to come out, and there's, they're lucky if there's 2,000 people in a building, or, you know what I mean? What's more humiliating for Athena than parading her out there when all of a sudden you want to do a Texas show, but she's in front of 900 people during the Ring of Honor tapings, actually trying her ass off. That's a humiliation ritual every week, bro. Don't even go there, and it's for his entertainment. It's not for the fans. We've chronicled that extensively here at PWT. Tony doesn't give a fuck. Tony McMahon, it's great. And we'll cover it more here tonight, but he doesn't care about the fans. If he cared about fans and wrestlers and the wrestling business, he would let Ricky Starks go, because all he's going to do is go to WWE, become a huge fucking star, and it'll be better for the wrestling business because it will help all the ships float, right? Tony, your ship is not floating because you fucking are terrible at creative and you will not let go of the reins. That's all it is. You don't know how to drive the car, but you insist on being the one driving, you know? And that's all it
driving
boils
the
down
boat
to,
into
bro.
the dock or like into the bank. He's just beaching his boat every time. Let me drive.
Yeah.
Let me
It's
drive.
that simple. So,
yeah.
I mean, and shout out Paul Walter Hauser, but Cody Rhodes' sister responds, and she's friends with Ricky Starks. Okay. And she goes, okay, but the issue here is warehousing talent. It's unfair when any company does it. And that's a fact, man. And people are like, oh, they released Tegan Knox from WWE. What were they going to do? Warehouse her, pay her to sit home? If she doesn't want to do that. Now, if you want to do that, the Good Brothers, they love to just get paid, and they always show up in great shape. They have good tans that aren't sprayed on last minute, like fucking, Carl Anderson's hands aren't pale, and then the rest of his body looks like Homer Simpson. They show up in the best shape of their lives. They do their work, and they fucking collect that check, brother. And they're okay with it.
Putting
And
over young
that's
talent
cool
every
too.
time.
That's cool
Putting
too.
over young talent clean.
Exactly. But when you're Ricky fucking Starks, man, and you're like, no, I want to wrestle. No, I want to get out there. Oh, I'm not allowed to work indies anymore. When you're Ray Phoenix, who's allowed to wrestle whenever Tony Khan says so, but you want to wrestle, and WWE's like, yeah, we'll take you. Like, we already know it's there, and you're not pissing anyone off, and you're not making noise, and the dirt sheets do all that for you and fuck you over. And then Tony Khan keeps you, but he's just still burying you while he's featuring CMLL talents and shit, even though you're a homegrown AEW motherfucking guy. What's going on here? Okay. You can't keep these guys hostage. It's like an Ali thing. They're not using Ali, but Vince is not letting him wrestle or do what he. Okay. That's the scenario where it's warehousing talent. It's ridiculous. It's shitty both ways. Okay. Releasing Baron Corbin because you got nothing for him is the right thing to do, no matter what. And releasing even a guy who wants to be there, wants to wrestle, but you got nothing for, is sometimes the right thing to do, especially when they're asking and basically begging for it. But Tony doesn't want to do it. And that's where it's fraudulent, man, because he said he wasn't going to do that shit. He did. They all said they weren't going to do that shit, and they were all on the free whoever train and all that shit. So this guy responds, though, and goes, tell your brother to spearhead a wrestlers union. Unless you want to collectively bargain, you have to live with the parameters of the contract you agree to, which I agree to that. Here's the problem, though, Colin Wood. Ricky Starks is, and we're gonna get into, I'm circling it all back to Ricky here in just a moment. We'll dive into the Ricky stuff next here. Ricky is abiding within the parameters. He's trying to do indie dates, but now Tony Khan is not letting him do fucking indie dates. That's the whole thing, bud. Now Tony's pulling him from all GCW shows. Meanwhile, he's letting Moxley and Marina Shafir appear at GCW shows. So, yes, you're right. They should unionize within the parameters of your contract. Well, the contracts they signed were you're allowed to work indies unless Tony tells you can't, but it's super lenient, right? Okay, Ricky goes to GCW, and he's not allowed to do that anymore, but other Mox is allowed to do GCW and stuff. And we're going to look at the hypocrisy of that. But yeah, Teal Rhodes cooking these sickos, cooking Stingray from fucking Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai that, bud. No, I like Paul Walter Hauser, man. He's I love him and everything.
I've just out of line with what he said there.
And speaking of which, Julian Week says, so TK says he pulled Starks because of what Effie said. And we're going to show what Effie said. Effie's got stuff to say about Tony Khan, and it may be in the sicko segment. We'll talk about that later. But if what Effie said is true, because Effie said some shit allegedly about Tony's dad, and so that's why Ricky Starks was pulled from the GCW stuff. But if that's true, then why was Mox, Marina, MVP all allowed to work at GCW's Bloodsport event on Sunday? The math ain't mathing. And that's because he's full of shit.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. It's because he's full of shit. It's that simple, man.
He found an excuse.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Yeah. So it's hypocrisy, and that's why it's fraud of the year. And you can make that claim, and it doesn't hurt you whatsoever. In other fraudulentness, and then the main event of AEW news, this guy Matt Kemp, who we've talked about on the show, he leaves the bump. He's jealous of everyone. He starts burying his coworkers. He starts burying WWE. He's like, I was going to have Anthony Fauci on the bump, and then they told me not to. And it was like the peak of COVID. And it's like, yeah, why the fuck would they want you to have Anthony Fauci on, you idiot? Right? Like, you're a wrestling show. What are you doing, man? It's just so stupid. This guy's a truly delusional cringe lord. Everyone agrees. But like clockwork every time, Meltzer said, what, DM me this. And he gets a job in AEW, man. RJ City tweets it out.
Hey.
Matt Kemp was good at his job as anyone I've seen hosting anything pro wrestling related. I disagree. He was better than Megan Morant, though, and she's still there. But sometimes it's about how you get along with people, which is what AEW is all
she's
about.
A lot better with Sam Roberts. Like they
and
seem to get along better.
Right. Well, because Sam Roberts is a fucking profesh, dude. He's been there since
it seems
the O&A days, everything, man. He's gone through. He's been through the toughest of the tough.
To like work with her and show her, and like it seems like Matt Kemp was pissed that she didn't already come in knowing. Like,
and RJ City's great. RJ City's great, but I don't know, man. He seemed bitter and shit. It is what it is. I know that's meaningless coming from me, but still. No, it's not, dude. RJ's like, you're legit. RJ gets a pass on being able to say what good broadcasting is. I would say a lot of people might go, oh, come on now, Phil. He's a clown. But I don't know. I've always enjoyed him before AEW. And maybe that's why, because I've been familiar with him. But yeah, he said WWE family is bullshit, man. And then all of a sudden he links up with Pollock and Thurston, and just like clockwork, can't wait to hear your negative WWE stories, Meltzer said, what says, and then boom. Inside the Continental Classic hosted by Matt Kemp premieres tonight on X and Facebook. So yeah, he's gonna AEW's way more of a family, man. I mean, they pay me way more and I get a better hotel room and I get to work way less time, but man, it's
way less people.
Yeah, I see these people way less, and we don't know each other as good, but way more like a family, bro. Trust me. That's how that shit feels, bro. So
it's a tight race for who's a bigger D-bag, him or Ryan Satin. Like they're both just such terrible people. Like,
so speaking of Tony McMahon, he's been running rampant, right? So we have quotes. He's not allowed to work on AEW TV. He's not allowed to work in GCW or Indies, I guess. He's just got to sit here till his contract's up. And not only that, Tony Khan added the injury time that he froze on Ricky's contract, and he chose to pick up an option for another year or whatever on Ricky's shit, even though he's not using them. Petty Con, dude, it's what it is. So Ricky Starks reveals, and even if we go retread a little bit here, I want to read it to you guys so we can really get this home, but I also want to hear it from his chicken lips if we're able to. So even if maybe I read something, react to it, and then we hear it come out, we'll give it context as well. But either way, you guys are with me here. Ricky Starks reveals he suffered a stinger during his last match in AEW with FTR in March, but has been fully healthy since, and calling his extended time off a mind fuck. So I just wanted to read the injury part. He goes, March was my last match. I've been home. I've been healthy. Never was injured. I did have a stinger. I got a stinger in that match against Top Flight in March. I got immediately checked out and everything was fine. Remember, Ricky Starks broke his fucking neck for pandemic era garbage AEW, guys. Anyways, I got immediately checked out and everything was fine, but I was just concerned. So that happened, and then I was just home, and that's kind of where it's been at. I've just been home. It's kind of a mind fuck because I'm in my prime, and it sucks when you're on such momentum, riding the wave and doing work and doing stuff, and then just to be at home for so long, you're kind of like, whoa, throws you off, So we'll hear him talk about that more. So he did get a stinger, just for everyone who's like, was he injured? Was he injured? No, he got a stinger, and he got checked out, was fine, and then they just got nothing for him. So Ricky Stark says he has speculations about why he's been off AEW TV, but lacks a definitive answer. And he says he could have 1,000 theories about what's really going on, and he would love to know the exact reason. We'll hear him talk about that more. We know the exact reason, chat.
Right.
It's this right here. This is the exact reason, because he's a fucking superstar. Look at him. because he's fucking with Cody Rhodes and his daughter and QT as well.
Right.
So, and QT was trying to work in WWE and just didn't work out.
Yep.
They just don't want him. And then look, WrestleMania, Rumble, all these moments, you know, he's there because he's part of their family. Cody's helped bring this guy up. And Ricky, he addresses the criticisms of going to WWE shows to support Cody and Jade.
Right.
They're peoples
fans
too. And they still train together, and they've always been Cody's peoples. So Ricky says, I still to this day don't see a problem with it. I go into this because I'm a fan. I love pro wrestling, regardless of where I work. I'm going to go support people I love, and I'm going to support wrestling in general. I was there to watch Jade's first Mania match. I was extremely proud. I was there to see Cody's match. Guess what? I was at the Mania the year before that and saw Cody lose. There's no issue with somebody being at another show like an artist. Like Jay-Z ain't going to go to another rapper's concert. Exactly, right? Man. It's only blown up like that online. Fucking perfectly said, dude.
Yeah, it was.
And you don't got to stick around either. You know what I mean? If you're a top dude, like, you don't got to stick around and watch the goddamn monitor. You should. There's nothing in writing that says you got to. You know what I mean? According to numerous AEW sources, AEW had an option year in the spring of 2024 in which they picked up, dude. Those spoken to so in the spring, Tony picked up the option knowing he had nothing for Ricky, and Ricky didn't want to be there. Not that he knows, but it's obvious, right? Those spoken to said that prior to the option being picked up, he was hoping to test the open market. So he's like, yeah, dude, I want to go test the open market. Tony's like, no, even though he said he wouldn't do shit like that. And he puts options on everybody so he can gauge whether or not WWE's interested or not. But it doesn't matter, Tony Khan. They can take Lexus King and make him a star.
Right?
You know what they're going to do with Ricky. It's game over, son. Now you're fucking scrambling, and now you're just making it worse. So Ricky Starks has been pulled from all of his upcoming planned GCW appearances by AEW, according to GCW sources. They released a statement on it. I'm not going to read it because I didn't have it bookmarked. Dummy, yeah. But essentially, he's pulled off all of his shits. Meanwhile, Moxley can show up and do this indie shit. And they pulled him off allegedly because of what Effie had said about Shad Khan in the past. Well, I don't know. The math ain't math. And maybe Mox was like, no, I have to show up. And Tony's like, okay, but this is the last one. Maybe that's how it went down. But either way, Ricky shows up in GCW to make some noise. He starts showing up to some of these indies again. But because GCW's hot and Tony's trying to do the Hammerstein Ballroom right around their big show there and fucking cut off their life force, because Tony is fucking Vince McMahon, right? He's Tony McMahon at this point, 100%. Yeah, it's great, pal. Legitimately, that's what's going on. Guys,
Tony Khan.
He's becoming Vince, so he's gonna.
The voice changed and everything. He went from the Tony to the transition is complete.
And he's fully fucking pulling an old WWE Vince move where he's trying to take the Hammerstein out right around the time from GCW. And then they leaked this bullshit story saying that fucking GCW people were handing out free tickets at the AEW show. And what's his face responded to that? The guy running everything. What's his name again? Is it Lauderdale? That's GCW, right? Yeah, Brett Lauderdale. Yeah. He responded and said, he's like, were there people handing out tickets? He's like, no. Were people at the AEW show handing out fucking flyers? He's like, yes, 5,000 to be exact. He's like, it's called marketing. We were at AEW handing out GCW flyers. Like, yes, we were doing that, but no, we weren't giving out free tickets. And even if we fucking were, like, I don't think he said that part, but even if they were, it's like, okay, AEW doesn't do free tickets. Like, you guys aren't above shit and trying to harm them. And AEW, I told you guys this would start happening. They're looking at GCW and AEW as competition now, because GCW probably sell out the Hammerstein, and AEW is going to fucking, it's going to be tough for them to sell that thing out, man. It's not going to be easy for Tony to sell that fucking thing out. And if they don't, their show's going to look horrendous. And so they're hurting the GCW show as well by having it so close to theirs. It is what it is. But ultimately, AEW is now in competition officially with GCW and TNA. You heard it here first, or else AEW would have let Ricky do shit in GCW. But that mall show looked dope as fuck. Ricky made that entrance on the escalator with his music playing. The place erupted. You had Mick Foley there, Kurt Angle. It was a great show. They're in this mall. Was that the Mall of America? Like, what was that?
I don't know. It could have been. I'm not sure.
Tony's just jealous because he ain't thinking like that. He could be doing dope shows from the Mall of America. He could be doing dope shows from the Hammerstein. Instead, he's following GCW. He's playing catch up to GCW. He could have did the bingo hall instead of NXT. He could, or the 2300, right? He could have did all that shit, but instead he's playing catch up because he's unoriginal, because he's not creative. Oh, I'm a stats guy and I know all wrestling and I fantasy mark book. Doesn't mean you're good at making creative decisions or you're good at creative shit. Cool, you're book smart. Awesome. I'm fucking not very book smart, but I'm very smart in other street smart or artistic smart. I don't know if it's the other side of the brain. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's like a whole, I'm smart in a different way, Tony, right? And I smell your guys' bullshit. Here's the thing, bro. You pulled him off all GCW shows because he showed up there, it went viral, and everyone's like, word, Ricky can do something in GCW. It got people excited until if he's not going to do shit in AEW, GCW's hot right now. So maybe he can do something there until WWE can get him.
There was retweets with Matt Cardona, and it was a better story than anything in AEW all year.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And Cardona's involved. Like, it's all... Dude, Cardona and Ricky. Oh,
that was the match they were gonna. That's the match he's been pulled from. That was the match it was gonna be.
If Tony wasn't a piece of shit, he could have. Sorry to call him a piece of shit, but for real,
it's true though.
Like creatively and shit, you know, like in the wrestling business, your ass, brother. It's okay. Like if he wasn't so bad at it, he could have done Cardona Starks, and that's a great fucking program in any federation, you know. So Miss October 30 has been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much. I'll give you an emotional damage just because I'm going through it right now with this whole Tony thing and Ricky Starks. But moving along, let's listen to Ricky.
It was a mall in New Jersey. George
Mall of New Jersey. There you go. In Jersey. So let's hear
East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Yeah, here's a couple clips from Ricky Starks here from his own mouth saying some stuff that we read over, but it's good to see the context and see he's being so for real. And it's not a coincidence this all happened. This Giga Chad Van Vliet interview, the GCW show, the option being picked up, him getting fed up, Tony pulling him off the shows, like Tony watched this interview and was like, oh, no, he's mine. I'll own him. You know, it's like Disney with a fucking Marvel property or something. They won't let it go to anything.
I had people from my job being like, I had one guy, he was just like, were you at the Rumble last night? I said, yeah. And what the fuck about it? What about it? He goes, just saying that's a bad.
Bro, he's calling out people he worked with. I want to know, chat. Someone dig it up. AEW Mole. I know you're listening. Expose it and tell us who the fuck went up to Ricky Starks. Can we use the word cuck on YouTube? No, I'm sorry.
Dax.
Who went up to Dax? Yeah.
I think it was Dax. Yeah.
Who went up to Ricky Starks and said, bro, it's a bad look to. Are you serious, bro?
Sounds
Tony
like
got
Dax
you on a
to me.
leash. Tony got this guy on a leash. Who the hell went up to this guy and said, yo, man, it's a bad look for you to go and fucking to the Rumble, man. You're not allowed to be a human being here, bro. Did you not know that?
Look, you know, I said, how is it a bad look? I can't control somebody taking the security footage while I'm walking to a bus. I don't control that. Like, how is that? Tell me how that is a bad look. We got people on our own program talking about other people at the other company, but yet me having my security footage exposed is a bad look. Give me a break. I had people.
It's the goofiest, bro. When people go to AEW, they put some They put some shit in the water. It's like when in that movie Space Jam, like the OG one, the good one, where you know he's like, "Oh, Mike's special water." Like Bugs Bunny's like, "Yeah, we got the special water here. It's Mike's special water." And there's like nothing in it. It's just normal water. I swear there is actually something in the water, and they hand it out, and it makes people goofy over there in AEW where they
Something
start
like
doing
catering.
weird shit. And if you guys watch over on Patreon, the full unedited version of 10 minutes of Tony Khan, where it's every interaction or every appearance or mention of Tony Khan in that reality show, anytime he interacts with Ricky Starks just looks at him and smiles and is like, yeah, oh, it's great, boss. You know, like you can tell he's never taken this guy seriously, and it's not hard to see why with shit like that. You have people coming up to you backstage. His exact reaction here, I need to put this on the soundboard. Listen to this first part one more time.
From my job being like, I had one guy, he was just like, were you at the Rumble last night? I said, yeah, and what the fuck about it?
What the fuck about it, bro? Yeah, I was. And then he says, what
about it? He goes, just saying that's a bad look, you know. I said,
Goof Troop. So here's a bit of a longer clip. Shout out CVV as well. Check him out. You guys probably already are subscribed to him. But Ricky Starks showing up to WrestleMania 40 to support his friend Cody Rhodes caused Tony Khan to be a petty man-child. Ooh, I can't wait. The main event of this AEW Hot News segment. Let's listen to what Ricky has to say about Tony Khan being a baby.
Are you still under contract with AEW?
Yeah.
But you're just not being used? You'd like to be used. You want to wrestle. What's going on?
Beats me. I could have 1,000 theories about what's really going on. The fact of the matter is that if I don't have a definitive answer, I can't just make up an answer for people and just assume. You know what I'm saying? Would I love to know the exact reason? For sure. Do I have speculations about why? Absolutely. But that does nothing to speak on things that I speculate does nothing for the situation, right? So I think it's just a matter of it sucks. You know, it's been a very cold day here in Austin. It's been a very cold day. It may have been cold for the past 9 months. I'm not sure. But thankfully, I have a sweater and I'm always ready to keep the warmth going, you know?
Fair enough. Shout out Ricky Starks, man. That is fucking terrible what he's going through. We're praying for Ricky Starks. We're pulling for Ricky Starks. Hashtag free Ricky. Let's get it going. It was trending. I threw it up. It got a lot of interactions. And yeah, I'm going to keep this one for the soundboard or for my next music video too. And yeah, all I want to say is Ricky Starks, you ever want to come chat some shit too? We don't even got to talk about AW. We talk about anything else. You got an open door here at PWT, man. And ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for AEW Hot News.
Always been a Ricky Starks fan zone. We love Ricky Starks around here. He's great, man.
So, in case anyone was curious, November Rain got another remixed version here, I guess. They have a second music video where they're playing November Rain, but it's with the updates, like from, I guess, what happened at the pay-per-view and all of that, and what happened last week on Dynamite. And they're playing November Rain again. So Tony trying to get his money worth. And again, they open up with a WWE style reminder package, but what happened, what's going on in the whole company at once. And it's like, no, break it up, you idiots. Break it the fuck up. Because now they're just running through the Continental Classic package. And it's like, this should be a package for later in the night to get people hyped to watch next week. And they're just starting off botching. And, I don't know. We're going to get into some other stuff here tonight, folks. We had a long AEW news segment. I'm going to check in with chat here. But so far, Dynamite not off to a great start, even though they're doing video packages, because it's just they're throwing so much at us.
Like
at
everything
once.
else, they overload it. Yep.
Yeah, like start it with like, okay, here's 1 or 2 things that happened last week. Here's what you need to know coming into this episode.
Yeah, it's more
later.
that part of like what's needed because like with like obviously Big Boom AJ's not going to come back, so why show him right now? Like
Yeah, exactly. And then
leave
and
that
then
for the
later
internet.
on in the night, go. We have an update on
Yeah.
Big Boom AJ.
There it is.
Here's
Yeah.
he was actually had a broken foot, finished his match, and here's actually
Yeah,
a statement. And then play that clip that I just played on my show on your show, and then give that a minute coming back from a commercial. And then you can be like, we'll hear what Big Boom AJ has to say when we get back. Like, do shit that people want to come back to the show and watch, And yeah, they're announcing the
not rocket
Continental Classic. I think they should have did this later, like midway through the show, and then you have the matches later. Instead, Tony announces it online and then shows us the brackets and then goes, here's the first match in the Continental Classic. And it's like, no, dude, build up to this over some weeks, We have a super chat here. Northern DC for $5 says there's TK clip gold during the last media scrum at the 120 timestamp. He looks goofy as fuck. That's amazing, dude. Yeah, I would EFAP the whole thing. I think we have some of it in Sickos. I'll watch it, see if there's anything worth clipping. It's just they'll Don Stevens us, bro. Like they go hard on me for when I do the press conferences right on YouTube there. So you know what I mean? It's like I'll do it. If someone could give me like a montage of his goofiest moments, or maybe I can go in there, or I'll screen grab something for a thumbnail. I appreciate it. And
good to have a timestamp, but yeah, no, they, like the mole said, he knows about you.
Yeah, so
he's heard us cracking on him. I mean, he listens to everything because he doesn't have a life.
Yeah, so hopefully someone will do that for me actually, because I love the different Tony Khan faces. I need as many as possible. But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, and we'll check that out. Maybe we'll EFAP that on if we run out of shit to do or something. How about that? So this is like Benjamin's kicking off the show, starting the show with Hurt Business. Very smart business. And let's see what MVP has to say. Hurt Syndicate, rather. And then we'll jump into WWE hot news, guys. We got a lot of that, too. Okay. The Squirt Syndicate. No, don't diss them, man. Oh, come on now. That's not very fair to call them the Squirt Syndicate.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Yeah, it's funny every time. You just feel bad for them because they're looking at an empty, the completely empty side of the arena.
Yeah,
bunch of chairs and a camera. But
I want to see fucking Lashley win the world title. Jesus,
right? But again, it would just be another ex-WWE guy.
Yeah, someone in chat said Hurt Syndicate not bringing in the ratings, though. Yeah, I know, buddy. It's unfortunate, but nobody will. I've said it before, man. You could bring John Cena over there and no one would give a fuck. Like, you do 1 million the first night, and then the next week, 800,000, the next week, 700. No one would care. So they wouldn't have good creative. There's no good filter there creatively. And any of the ones who are get stifled. And how long until MVP and these guys get pissed off? For real. Or like until like Tony goes, no, we're not doing this thing. And it just doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah.
I could see it happening.
Yep.
And the crowd's so quiet. They're trying so hard to be loud, and there's no one in that building, dude. And the almighty Bobby Lashley, that's a WWE thing.
Right. And of course, showing highlights from the pay-per-view. There's nobody in the upper deck.
Nobody. It's so dark in there. It looks so bad. Lashley, they're just showing highlights of him beating the shit out of Swerve throughout the match. Okay. Okay, so he taps him out. It just sucks because it's so quiet in that building. Oh
Yeah.
my god! Sorry, chat. We're gonna get into WWE news. I just want to see what this is. The only thing I care about in AEW right now is Hurt Syndicate.
Right.
Walking Armageddon's a TNA thing. Just saying. So they're coming to take titles and leverage them for more money and power. So they're the professors of pain or the merchants of misery or whatever, and Benjamin's gonna take someone on in the Continental Classic. Who's his opponent, I wonder? Did they say? Yeah, he's just rambling, Pete. I agree. He's not cooking right now. Crowd ain't into it. They don't care. They're in Chicago. This is how dead their crowd is in Chicago. Like the best wrestling city in the world, some would say. And this is how fucking quiet it is, man.
It's great.
Okay, so who's coming out now? I want to see who Shelton's fighting, because if it's like Darby, I'm gonna fucking switch this off real quick, okay?
I think I'm a little ahead of you.
That's fair. That's fine. Okay, so who's it gonna be? Shelty B and who? Someone can spoil it for me. Who is it, Jake? Who's he fighting?
Mark Briscoe.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, right when you say it, he's coming out. So, all right, I guess.
I mean, it should be a good match, but
yeah, Hurt Business are like guys that you like want to cheer for, but they're trying to be heel. So then they bring up Swerve. So they're getting a babyface reaction. They bring up Swerve. Then Swerve starts fucking. The crowd starts going, "Whose house?" And now Mark comes out, and everyone loves Mark. So these two should have a great WWE style match.
Yeah.
Which will make it very, very good. We'll keep our eyes on this as we get into some WWE.
The Mole just tweeted, "Bored at work, LOL. You probably will be too."
Yeah, they killed the Chicago. They killed the Chicago territory for sure, Chad.
Yeah. Oh, he just oversaturated it. I mean, he just kept going back because he was drawing a good house and like decent enough. It was like his safe place, and he lives near it. And it's like if he wants to do this show every Wednesday before Thanksgiving so he can be home for Thanksgiving or whatever, fine. But you can't go back. You go back once. Like, what is this? This is November, so you go back in like April. Keep them spread apart. For a pay-per-view. Do your pay-per-view then. Whatever your April or May pay-per-view is. Yeah. But I mean, and that was, what was the other one? They did DC. They did Washington, DC, like their first show there. So they got a big house. So Tony's like, DC, it's great. We'll go back.
Did that, yeah, they did that to Ohio as well. He just doesn't know
that's what he does.
He's doing, man. God.
Yeah. And they've been to okay, so I'm in Phoenix. They've been here twice, I believe. I don't think they've been here 3 times. And the first time they drew, actually, they were here. It's funny, for the last time they drew 1 million viewers was their first show here in Phoenix. And it was a decent show. It was when MJF and Danielson were feuding. But they've been back like once since, and they drew a good house that first time, but then it took too long to come back. And now when they come back here, they're doing Arizona Financial Theater, which is not the arena. They went from the Suns Arena to like the theater where mid-sized bands play.
Yeah. Mick Swagga became a YouTube member.
Nice.
Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. Appreciate you, buddy. Guys, consider becoming a member, 99 cents. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes for hours and hours and hours of exclusive stuff. I'm watching Tough Enough Season 1 with your boy, All Jake. I'm reacting to Botchamanias. I'm watching Total Divas Season 1 in the new year with my wife. And what else? Yeah, make sure you run the subs up. If you're not subscribed, dude, we're almost at 5K. We'll have to have the 5K celebration. Christmas is going to be a fun show as well. Make sure you guys are just locked into everything we're doing. Let's get into some WWE news. So let's see here. The latest WWE ID guy, his name is the Global Nomad, Jordan Oasis. He debuted in 2015. His finisher is the Haddonfield Hook. Decent look. I'm not familiar with him, but he was scouted from the Future Stars of Wrestling, and he's from Tacoma, so shout him out. Another good scout. So the NXT referee that we scouted a picture of, someone grabbed it from a house show, and we were like, who is this? Like, dude, Shawn Michaels scouting like fucking America's Next Top Model level referees. Like, what's going on? Apparently this is like a karate or like a kickboxer girl or some shit. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but someone said like someone commented somewhere, and I read it, like she's a shooter or something, or she's karate or taekwondo or some shit. I don't know. But NXT referee, we have a name, Vicky D'Erico, shares a new selfie. So she's the NXT ref. I mean, how they didn't try and be like, are you sure you can't wrestle? You know what I mean? How they didn't try
that's
and
what comes in. Maybe they're doing that as a storyline, something different.
And how they didn't give her a microphone or something and be like, can you do interviews or whatever? Crazy. Might be a little distracting reffing matches, you know what I mean? And like not in the Aubrey Edwards way, but in the fucking, I'm sorry, but yeah, so shout her out. That's her name for all you fucking sick, thirsty bastards. A boxer. There you go. Yeah. So who is the karate? Petrovich is the karate chick. We watched her earlier. Yeah. My bad. Conflated the two blondes there,
good.
but yeah.
No,
but she's a boxer, right? And you can tell because her nose is sort of you see the bridge of it. That's how you can tell when people fight. It's like
right.
It's like flattened or a little crooked. You get that even from sparring. It's like cauliflower ear for wrestlers. You get that in the nose when you box and shit, and when you do like strike more. It's like kickboxing and stuff. You know what I mean? CM Punk shares text about what Stone Cold Steve Austin thought of his WWE return. So this is hilarious. CM Punk shares this a year. Of course, it was the year anniversary of his triumphant WWE return, his return to wrestling. And CM Punk shares text. So he shares a picture of, and he sends it to Stone Cold, right? And I'm sure this is how Stone Cold found out he was going to be there too. And it's him on the WWE truck. And fucking CM Punk goes, handsome Steve Austin. And then Austin goes, or no, he sends the picture, sorry. And then Stone Cold says, handsome Steve Austin. What? And then Punk says, my stunning friend. What? And then Austin goes, goddamn kid, that was a fucking monster pop. Maybe the loudest I've ever heard. Awesome. What? And he smashed 2 beers and chugged. By God, kid, that was a fucking monster pop. Biggest as an Austin pop. Yeah. Amazing. So that's just a great little behind the scenes little nugget to get there, a little peek into Punk's DMs. So plans are underway for WWE to introduce a women's intercontinental title for Raw via PWI, PW Insider. They were correct on that and shouted out. Let's take a look at the belt. Here's what it looks like close up. Now, all Jake, I've seen a lot of opinions online. Some people are like, it's the same as the men's belt. Why doesn't it look different? Couldn't they put some red in there to differentiate them? Just the white strap isn't enough. I'm not overly triggered by it, but and it helps sell toys and it helps put the men and the women on even footing. Like, no, their belt looks the same because it represents. However, I do as an aesthetic, Mark, as a creative mind myself. I agree, bro. You got to fucking make each title look different, dude.
Well,
I
agree
agree
on the
with
side
that.
plate
But
now too. So I think that's a big thing for them now, where you put the personal side plates on each of it now. So it's really just the middle that's the same. You know, everybody gets those side plates that they
right.
screw
I
onto
mean,
them.
I
But,
see what you're
I don't know.
saying, but the
I
side
don't
plate
have an
thing-
issue. And like that's what they did. The white strap seems to be the thing they've been doing for pretty much all of the belts, where the women's belts pretty much the same with the white strap.
Right, it's just not enough. It's like when you make the red
Yeah,
and
I
blue
get you.
belts for me. It's like why have
I
red
get
and
you.
blue? Just make them different designs. So it is what it is, man. Yeah, to have like a women's US title and you don't put the Statue of Liberty on that thing is a fucking huge L.
Yeah, that's a massive L. I will give you that.
I have
That
no
is
idea.
a big L.
Yeah. So to me,
That was
the
an easy
IC
one.
belt, it
Lady
looks
Liberty.
nice,
Yeah,
but
that's an easy
maybe
one.
they could have put some red in there to switch it up for women.
Yeah.
I guess the white strap, but they do represent the same thing. So I get their psychology
Right.
behind it. Like it puts them on even footing because y'all are the same people saying, should we just call the women's title the fucking just the WWE title? And I do that a lot. Like I just refer to the NXT women's champion when I'm talking. I like to save myself some syllables. There's a fucking alliteration for you, but I like to save myself some syllables, and I say, listen, fucking, I just say it's the NXT champion, you know, or even tag titles. Sometimes I'll go and they become the NXT champ or the WWE champions or whatever, the world
Yeah.
champions. You guys know what I'm talking about. So yeah, but you need the classification there. Technically, you gotta still call it the women's intercontinental title, just
Right.
because I don't give a fuck. Because then if you have two IC titles, it's just dumb. What you do as what's the IWC can do and take some onus on themselves, fucking just refer to it as the IC champ and we'll know what you're talking about. If you say Liv Morgan's the IC champ, we know that she's the women's IC champ. Makes sense, right? So there you go. Take it upon yourselves, you fucking marks. Anyways, sports-based wrestling right here, not counting house shows, I guess, but real, true sports-based wrestling, WWE for the win. A little thing they're doing here is more ticker, more stats, and Bianca Belair most wins in WWE in 2024 overall. This is what UFC does. So what does Bianca Belair have? 24 wins in WWE, the most this year. Braun Breaker's at number 2 with 22. Priest has 21, and then tied with Cargill and Uso, Jey Uso, that is. And this is very UFC of them.
Yeah.
Very sports-based.
it.
More of this. This is what I thought Tony Khan would be doing.
Yeah, and it shouldn't include the
More of
house
this,
shows. It's
yes.
perfect. The house shows are not canon. That's I feel like anybody who complains about somebody losing at a house show has just never been to a house show.
Well, why are they not canon? Exhibition matches at the
Right.
professional level. Pride would do that. They would have Fedor fight Shinya Aoki. No,
And it's
just
for
as an
the live
exhibition.
audience.
Yeah, it's just for the audience. It's for the for an exhibition record. That's a real thing too in combat sports. So it's pretty easy to explain. I mean, if you guys
Yeah,
watch
it's
real
not hard.
sports, you understand. Yeah. It's like the Pro Bowl doesn't go on anyone's record. It's just like an all-star showcase.
Right.
There's times
Or
to
like
have
preseason
fun and
sport, like spring training in baseball, preseason hockey, preseason football, you know, or like when European soccer teams come over and do their friendlies over here, and like, you know, Manchester United plays the LA Galaxy. Like, no, that doesn't count, but the fans had fun watching it, you know, and the players got a preseason train. No big deal. Same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Natty,
For the live audience.
Natty by nature, Natty Neidhart responds to
Legend.
WWE, who tweets out, the very first WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion needs to be. And Natty responds and says, well, just with her accolade here, last year, WWE legend Natalya is handed 3 Guinness World Records, taking her tally to 6 Guinness World Records, as the Queen of Hearts reveals a sensational 7th is now in her sights, and she's close to getting a 7th Guinness World Record. She already has 6. One of the GOATs. A lot of people are like, what do you do with Natty? Bro, just keep her on your roster because she's fucking literally, you could
She'll
say
eventually be a
she's one of the
trainer.
GOATs. Yeah. She gets every girl ready too in the PC. Like all these girls, especially the big name ones, the Rondas, like she's who they put her in there with. And that's how you do it, man. I hope she deserves it. Let her be the first women's IC champ, man. She could go down because she's not the first anything. You know what I mean? She's not the first fucking I mean, she's the first Guinness book thing, but in WWE, she's not like the first women's tag champ or the first Rumble winner or the first anything really, but she's had every accolade, unless someone can correct me on that. So here you go, right? Guinness World Records aren't enough. What are her WWE stats? You know, let's see her win a fucking IC belt. I'm down with it.
Right.
So Northern DC for $5 says over underer on Hurt Syndicate being completely irrelevant in 4 weeks. I mean, you could argue that they are irrelevant if they're on AEW TV, but I'm not gonna fucking disparage them that way. I don't think you can make MVP and Lashley and Benjamin really irrelevant in the wrestling world in general. However, I just people are gonna lose interest by this time next year if they don't do something compelling with them. Or do they even have a shot? By this time next year, like 500,000 people might be watching Dynamite. So you could argue they already are just by being in AEW, because AEW, we talked about it on the show before. It's like, okay, no superstar's bigger than just WWE, right? No wrestler is bigger than AEW's irrelevancy. Does that make sense, Pat? Does that make sense, Jake? Nobody.
Nobody's big enough to make a difference in AEW.
To make AEW not irrelevant. Just like nobody is big enough to like be a bigger star than WWE, unless you're like The Rock or whatever, right? So
no, perfect. That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, which is crazy when you really think about it. So thank you so much for the super chat. Great question. Mike Sosseles for $2 says, is it just me or is Common the next WWE ID signing? Like the rapper Common?
He kind of looks like him.
Oh, man. Shout out Common, by the way. Shout out Mike Sosseles as well. Yeah, he could be, dude. If this is the guy, you're referring to, it's Common. Chicago rapper Common. Maybe he'll show up in AEW tonight since they're in the area. You know what I mean? So The Undertaker says he still loves Mick Foley and Dave Bautista. I don't care what your politics are. Let's watch this little clip here.
And so that it's perfectly clear, I don't have any angst towards Dave Bautista. I mean, he's still in I haven't seen him, but he's still a good friend of mine and somebody that if I saw him, I would give him a big hug. Mick Foley too. I mean, I don't care what your politics are. You're wrong. Everybody knows it. But I still love you. And I'm going to.
Damn. So just kind of still taking a shot, but yeah, man, you can't let that sort of shit get in the way of true friendship. And let's be honest, Mick Foley and Undertaker went to hell and back. Hell, not just hell, but hell in a cell.
Yeah, Mick Foley posted on Halloween him in an Undertaker costume. So yeah, like they've, I mean, hey, that's how everybody works. Believe in your politics, have your religion, how it works. You don't have to hate each other.
Dude, yeah. If you have a different politics than one of your friends, then that makes you not friends, dude. Come on, you can't be doing that. Chat. Hey, sickos, please don't scare this one away. You guys will see in the sicko segment. People, they are trying to Kat Dennings, Vanessa Hudgens here. So we'll read about that in a bit in our sicko segment. The acclaimed, the revered sicko segment, just revered in the IWC, revered and feared. But yeah, Rhea Ripley hanging out with Vanessa Hudgens. She's, of course, supporting Roman Reigns. I saw her. See, because I'm bad with all these like chick celebrity names. Oh, she's just a chick. Yeah, dude, come on. All right, I was born in the 90s, right? But these like lady celebrities, I don't know all their names all the time. Like all the Disney star ones that everyone's girlfriends and shit follow on Instagram. You know what I mean? I don't know all their names and stuff, right? So I saw her behind the commentary sitting there, and she's like kind of making cute faces and that at the camera, and I'm like, who is that? That's a celebrity. I identified her right away, and I'm like asking my girl, I'm like, who is that? Who is that? And then, then they put the camera on her, of course, because how do you not? And she's a big pro wrestling supporter and fan, WWE particularly, Roman Reigns particularly, and they're not going to run her off, chat. They're not going to run her off IWC. Don't worry. She's probably already dealt with it for a few years now. This isn't her first sighting, or this isn't the first time.
Right,
people
she probably
have heard
muted him the first post from somebody that she muted them.
So she's not a first timer, but yeah, they, of course, the sickos, a lot of them came out and were like, "Oh, you would love AEW. Do you like Lashley and guys who left WWE? Yeah, well, I guess they're over at this other place. Isn't that more interesting than the place they were just at?" Yeah, I mean, so yeah, shout out Vanessa Hudgens though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next prospect scouted from WWE ID debuted in 2018, Freedom Ramsey, which is another great name. He does the Freedom Buster and the Fist of Freedom. He's from City Championship Wrestling, is where they scouted him, and he's from hailing out of Detroit, Michigan. So shout him out. That should be good stuff. WWE ID. Cultaholic Wrestling tweets out, CM Punk is said to be a model citizen backstage in WWE since his return at last year's Survivor Series. He is believed to have been quite helpful in the company. But I thought he was a cancer and making people fear for their lives. And
funny what happens when a professional works with professionals. I mean, that's just so shocking.
And yeah.
And he's
so
working with
people
professionals.
like, oh, don't lie, Fightful's lie. It's like, I don't know, man. Punk is not a cancer backstage.
Did you watch the thing on YouTube, the full backstage thing? The video, it's like 9 minutes on the WWE Vault page. It's really good.
I had a motherfucker tell me that when Punk, I had a dude tell me that Punk, and this is like a live conversation I was having with someone. I'm not gonna say who, but they were saying that Punk was threatened to kill. I'm trying to word this correctly, right? Threatened to kill Jack Perry because in his interview with Helwani, he said, he's like, yeah, and I said to Jack, like, Jack, why are you doing this shit? And Jack's like, well, what are you gonna do about it? And I was like, Jack, I'd kill you. He's like, the dude I was debating with was like, that's a real death threat. No, and I'm like, whoa. And then I just would love to ask everyone, the audience can tell me. So when Mike Tyson said to fucking, maybe I'll fight Logan Paul next, and then Logan goes, I'd fucking kill you, and everyone laughs at it. Is that a real death threat? Come on, bro. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's no way. Like, they made Punk out to be so much more vile than he was. Yeah. Is the point I'm getting at, right? Like, to where we can point to other instances, not to even do a whataboutism, but a direct same thing that other people have done. Like, okay, Eddie Kingston slapped someone. He's not a toxic whatever the fuck. Like, he's not a cancer backstage, even though a bunch of the boys openly didn't like him before AEW and might not like him now. You know, no one's saying the same shit. It was a smear campaign, and people took it to that level of like, he was in WWE for how many years? How many people did he fist fight for real?
Right.
Like,
no, people were taking like they're doing like polls of, is he gonna last 6 months? And I was always like, he's gonna be there for a long time. I never thought it was gonna be there forever now. Day one. Yeah, because he's working with professionals. Yeah, the behind the scenes thing that they've shown clips of it on Raw and NXT. I watched the whole thing on YouTube. It's awesome because you can see him. He's like smiling and like he's like Bruce Pritchard is leading them along all happily. Like, everybody's in good shape. Like, everybody's having fun. They're hugging. Like, Stephanie's there. It's great. It's an awesome, like, you can see that literally the entire vibe is different because one crazy old man isn't there. Like, you know, like Regal's there, Cody, and then everybody backstage. It's a fantastic video. You should EFAP that on your Patreon. That's great. It's a great night. It's only like 9 minutes.
Speaking of crazy old bastards, Sean Waltman, you know, the 1-2-3 kid, he's lived a wild and crazy life. And he tags Shawn Michaels and says, next week's NXT show looks too good to miss. I'm coming to Orlando to watch it live. So we're getting all the ECW, WCW nostalgia member berries in NXT.
Reunion.
And I'm here for it. Hopefully there is some sort of NWO presence, or hopefully there's just some sort of DX presence or anything. They want to keep doing ECW, WCW stuff. I say do more of it. I say intertwine the NXT history with some of those old legends. It's a good way to do the member berry thing and get interest onto NXT. The ECW thing was a smashing hit. They are already using the pay-per-view names for TV specials and for their own PLEs. Continue to do that with WCW as well. I like it that it's NXT as well, and let's just see more of it. They just did the ECW thing. Okay, Sean Waltman, more legends. We love legends interacting with the young guys, man. That's how we know.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
that's how we know the business. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
and
that's
Waltman
awesome.
can teach all these guys who wrestlers these days are perceived smaller. Waltman was perceived smaller. Now, mind you, he was like 6 or 6'1", but he was like a skinnier dude. He kind of did the flips before anyone really did it. And yeah, man, he's the guy that you want people talking to backstage, especially in that locker room. So yeah, I can't wait to see what unfolds there. RIP Scott Hall. When you're NWO, you're too sweet. And when you're NWO, you're NWO for life. I, sir, yeah, I'm a little NWOite, as they used to call him. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for WWE Hot News. Now, I'll put a poll in the chat. You guys let me know what segment you want next. I'm going to check in with chat. I'm going to chop it up a little bit and just shoot the shit for a minute before we get into our next couple of segments. If you guys have been watching Dynamite, I know that I'm obviously like now Jericho's in the ring with Ishii and all that shit. But, but before Mercedes Monet came out and she fired Camille. And then Camille just cut, and I love her, but it was such a phony fucking promo, and she's like, shut up, I fucking whatever, like, you can't fire me, I quit. And then she just walks away and again like doesn't like goozle her with her good arm and be like, I've had enough of you, or like speak after she beats This is just the most terribly written, terribly booked. Monet's so phony with her promo and her fucking the look on her face. It's just so cheesy, and I want to like Monet, but you just can't get behind it.
No, it's just terrible.
Yeah, it's, I don't know what to say, but that stuff was terrible. Chat can let me know. Yeah, I'm going to put a poll in chat though, and I'm gonna get my handy dandy keyboard over here, and I'm gonna ask you guys what segment y'all want next. And you guys already know.
I'll tell you that. Like, Jesus. Could you imagine flipping through the channel? Who are these two grandpas slapping each other in the chest?
Bro, it's humiliating, you know?
It's so bad. Like, it's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing.
I remember when AEW was lit, bro. And I'd show people, and I'm like, this shit is lit, dude.
Yeah.
And then now it's just, WWE light. You guys vote. I put a poll in the chat. You guys want sickos or you guys want flutes next? I don't know if either segment is particularly large in stature. I think the sickos is much larger as it typically is. But Dave, you know, I did a lot of burying of him, and he's been relatively quiet after the burial of Dave Meltzer. I wonder why. No, but he, of course, said some dumb shit. We always got good stuff. Meltzer said what has been sending me a lot of gold. And
I was going to say, there's been a lot of piling on. It's been great with Meltzer said what, and Alfred's just been burning him. You just cooking him every show. It's like he's just getting it from everywhere. Pause.
Yeah, we'll put flutes or pukes in chat for the next segment.
Flutes or pukes. That's great. Oh, my God. Yeah, I can't watch this match. Speaking of pukes, good Lord.
Complete
it is like, and Aubrey making faces while they're slapping each other in the chest, like just awful. The whole thing's terrible. Like this is why this is why he says awful wrestling right here. This is where the man got his name.
Yeah, no doubt.
This horrible shit.
So where we at for likes, guys? Yeah, 130 chat.
Nice.
You crushed it. There is 200 of you. If you guys want to get to 200, that's great.
Please, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and then all the channels, guys, run the subs up. We're trying to get to 5,000 subs. Whenever we do, we'll have a celebration show, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. Thank you so much. Oh, they just had an ugly spot where like Jericho and Ishii look at the ropes. Like Ishii looked, but he wasn't ready to go yet. So then he looked back. Then they both went to the ropes at the same. It was so bad. But yeah, guys, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes as well. Consider becoming a member. Any way you can support the channel. You know what I mean? I do this shit more and more. And I'll do a member show again soon. We'll just do, I think those will be mostly like AMAs for the members. I think that's the way to do
that was
those
fun.
ones, you know? Yeah, so I'll do an AMA like anytime, you guys, because man, my Twitter's been blowing up. I did the burial of Fightful, yeah, and the sickos will read SRS's response to PWT as well. He came after me today. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about it this show, but he started like fucking coming at me, calling me a psychotic, obsessive, whatever. So don't worry, we got the sicko segment. Is
I used
be
the word
like
weird. I always got to say weird.
yeah, it's going to be the creme de la creme tonight as well, because it's like the response to the burial video, which if you guys notice, my energy's been the same. How much I'm not sitting here still crying about like, fuck, dude. But yeah, he was going after a lady online who's like a good person, man. And he like who helps people and shit, and I don't expect anyone to know that, and he can go after anyone he wants, but I fucking just responded to it because he did exactly what I covered in the burial, and then the dude unblocked me, talked some shit, blocked me, and then unblocked me, talked some more shit, blocked me. That's what literally happened today with SRS. Yeah, while I was enjoying my day, I had a very good day. I was out and about. I got a little grumpy because I had to go to Best Buy, and you know what I mean? It was busy, and there's you know what I mean? Took me a while to get my morning coffee, so I was a little grumps, but no, I just had a normal good day. And so yeah, we'll talk about his response to PWT, and then we'll talk about lots of stuff in the sickos, but I'll leave it up to the poll. I'm going to check it in a minute here. Jonathan Renderos for $5 super chatted in. I purchased tickets for AEW's World's End in Orlando over WWE Saturday night because the tickets were dirt cheap. I'll be a sicko for the night. Dude, we're always sickos. And you super chatted that in twice, bruv. So thank you. I'll give you an for admitting your sickoness. Thank you for the double super chat of the same thing there. Much appreciated. And that's crazy that you went over WWE Saturday night. However, it's not crazy in like a like, okay, their show is televised. The Saturday night show you're talking about, that's not main event, is it? Or
no, I think it's the house show.
Yeah, it's the house show. So bro, like that's a big show that they typically do, but like they have a TV event. TVs should be like special, more of a thing, but they're selling tickets dirt cheaper than a house show.
And it's a pay-per-view event too. It's World's End. It's a pay-per-view.
Oh, it's World's End too. Yeah, let's think.
Yeah, I was like, wait, no, it's not a TV. Yeah, it's a pay-per-view over a house show.
There you go, bro.
And it was probably like a third of the price. That's why you could super chat it twice. All the money he saved.
Yeah, dude, you saved all the money on car insurance, and so you decided to save with Phil here at PWT. That's very, I'm very gracious. That's very kind.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Thank you, dude. Pete in Texas for $5 says Meltzer spoiler. AEW sucks. Dave says new TV deal. AEW has no stars. Dave says TV deal. AEW is cool. Dave says TV deal. TJ TV creative sucks. TV deal, and so on and so forth.
TV deal.
Yeah, dude, and it's just over and over and over and over because we all know why.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And it'll always be that way, dude. He just brings up the TV deal and how it's the second most successful because they'll be profitable. Meanwhile, like WCW, places have made money. It's not the first place to be profitable. How profitable? Well, Dave's like, they'll bring in 250 million minimum. Watch it not be that. And even if they bring it in, it doesn't mean they're out of the red from the last 5 years, bro. Like Dave pretends COVID wasn't a thing where he paid all these people for fucking a year without any fans coming to shows. And like, he just pretends people still aren't recovering financially from that and still aren't their businesses aren't somewhat affected by that and shit. You know what I mean, dude? It was a whole, he just has no, man.
I mean, he acts like the video game made money or like didn't cost them however much it cost them. Like, dude, like they've lost money hand over fist. Now, I hadn't been able to see Dave's tweets for like 3 years, and now that I can, Pete nailed it. Like that's all I see anymore. I'm like, oof, didn't miss anything. He's just
all he does.
Yeah, he's like, well, I mean, he's Spectrum Dave. He thinks of one thing. He's like, I'm gonna stick to this. It was the demo. But now NXT's beating him in the demo. So, wow, they got a TV deal. Great. From a dumb company that lost $9 billion and could cancel them at any point if they really wanted to. Okay.
Jeepers. Guys, an epic drum roll for our super chatters. How about that? So these guys are like slap fighting each other, like for a shoot back and forth, slapping the piss out of each other. And it's just terrible. Like, this is like, what's the difference between this and bum fights? And I'm not calling either of these guys bums, but like, okay, you got two old guys out here just slap, like for a shoot, slapping each other in front of like fucking, how many people are there? 1,000, 1,200? What is the ticket sales?
Look at the guy behind. Look at the guy behind Brian Keith. He's just like completely like lost it. There's a fan who's just like, I don't care about any of this.
Chat, what's
Oh my
the
God. I gotta
attendance?
get a picture of
Someone
that.
in chat, get me the attendance, please. Or if Jake does it as anyone who can do that, please and thank you. Why am I watching two old beasts slapping each other? How nice of AEW to promote what's coming up on Dynamite while the show is in picture-in-picture so we can't read what's coming up. Yes.
Dummy. Yeah. Dude, that crack production team.
I'm making ramen with egg and onions. That sounds fucking delicious. It's house 10387. No, that's not it.
Yeah, so the current setup or tickets distributed $39.59. And it's the Wintrust Arena, so it's a pretty big arena.
So they got 4K people in that bitch.
Yeah.
And they're this
tickets
quiet.
distributed. Tickets distributed because you know
Yes.
they don't. Yeah, not all the freebies are taken, and I'm sure he papered the hell out of Chicago.
But they're this quiet, man. Like, look at them sitting on their thumbs, dude. Dude, it's like almost embarrassing. I feel bad a little bit, you know. I'm trying. They're very quiet too, and you saw when Shivani's like, "Whoa, everyone on their feet!" After that superplex like a minute or two ago. The crowd, it was like 5 people, like 10 people were on their feet. I swear, someone screen grab it or something. It was like 10.
I just tried to take a picture of the fan making it like the face where he's just lost. I just got a picture on my TV. I'm about to tweet it. This guy's just like, I don't care at all.
Finally, Moose has come back to PWT. Yeah, Moose Knuckle, we haven't seen you in a minute, bruv. Where you been?
Moose.
Okay, we're gonna watch Jericho stumble around hilariously and shit for a bit, and then we're going to so vote in the poll for Sicko segment or Meltzer segment. You guys get to choose. You guys get to choose. Hey. This is gonna be fun though when we do it. I don't know. Are we watching? This match is El Terrible.
Yeah, no, I'm not watching.
And like they legit slap the piss out of each other. Like there's handprints across both dudes' faces. And it's just bad, man.
Yeah, no, it's just terrible.
There's no way they have over 4K. No way there's 4K in there. Yeah, I see you, Pete, man. I don't know.
Yeah, no, tickets distributed.
They're beating the fuck out of each other. Yeah, they are, dog. Sorry, what were we saying, Jake? My bad.
I was just saying, no, tickets distributed is not the actual attendance. You know, like, it's just terrible.
Damn, Big Bill's pretty good on commentary, though.
Yeah, Big Bill's like the only good thing about any of this, and you just wish he like whenever he can go back, he has proven himself. If he can make it through this without going back on to whatever he was addicted to.
Enzo and Cass, bro, that's what they need to do again.
Yeah, I don't know if Enzo will come back. Unfortunately, I think he should too, but I don't think he will.
Anthony J, I get to actually enjoy a live stream without having to worry about going to work today for once. Yeah, shout you out, buddy. Good on you. Glad you get to enjoy it with us. Ken Moose WB. Okay, chat. Good to check in with you. We're gonna get into. I'm just watching this shit show. And I'm watching like Aubrey Edwards doing her thing. Who's behind? Who's that guy who's so disinterested behind the commentary desk?
That's who I took pictures of. That's why I got up and took pictures of. I'm about to tweet like 3 different pictures of this guy's face, and he's just like, I don't give a about any of this. This dude just does not care. I love it.
Aubrey's so bad when she like jumps in the air. 1, 2, and she's like jumping up. It's like, yo, don't do that.
Stop it.
It's so silly, man. It's so goofy. She's got her power stance. That's fine. You know, just don't get in the way of them hitting the ropes and shit like she always is. Okay, so Jericho, yeah, pins. Okay, sorry, I think I'm a minute behind, but yeah, dude, that's awful, man.
Yeah, so bad. Just so bad.
And the week before, too, did y'all see Adam Ray, the comedian? I think he was on Raw or on SmackDown. He was in the he was behind the commentary, the commentators. He plays like Dr. Phil. He's really well known for like he parodies Dr. Phil. He's really funny, man. Yeah, he was there too on Raw, plugging his Netflix thing. Man, I think that dude looking disinterested. Was that Suplex? Is that my guy Suplex?
It might have been.
It might have been Suplex, man. Oh shit, Suplex. You can't let them see you like that, bro.
That was a bad look.
No, well, just because he's fucking friends with these dudes, he knows these motherfuckers. He knows a lot of these cats, man. He come on Pedo. He don't give a shit. Supes don't give a fuck.
Oh man, that's a bad look.
Man. That's funny, dude. Okay, we got Swerve and Nana, and I say Nana. No, not that I don't care, but guys, let's take a look at the poll here in chat. It's very close, and we are going to end the poll. So 63% want flutes, man. Want flutes very first. Okay. So we are gonna do flutes very first.
Like last week it was the other way.
I think it was, dude. So you guys know how to stagger it. They know what the main event is. They know Sickos is gonna be the main event.
Oh man.
This week
with King Sicko.
Yeah, and in honor of you know, just such a big turnout again and everything that's been going on. Here is a very special guest joining us on the show, Mr. Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Oh yeah, man. Sorry guys, I had to do it. I had to do you dirty. It's nasty business over here. Knack1's SDK says you should put it with the beat. It is to the beat, bro. It's the old. I'll play it tonight. I'll make sure it plays. But yeah, the new intro and outro of this show, like with the IWC Sickos, that's the new one. The old one was Jericho singing. I put it to like a synthwave beat that is also, yeah, the old, like it just used to be the music for the show, and then I added like the little montage. We need a montage. Even Rocky had a montage.
Montage.
Okay, all Jake, are you ready? Chat, are you ready? It is time for everybody's favorite moment, everybody's favorite segment. I'm sure it's Robbie C's favorite segment. It's everyone in chat's favorite segment in the PWT universe, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Yeah.
Everybody loves the flute.
So let's scroll to the bottom, see what wacky shenanigans Dave Meltzer. I don't know if there's a whole boatload lately, but
there's always gems when there are.
Yes.
He's a heavy hitter.
There's a great montage during it of wrestlers roasting Melthead. Wrestling legends Dutch Mantel. So we'll watch this in a second here. We'll end with that. That looks amazing. So Dave Meltzer responds to this guy who says, we were just talking about AEW's profitability earlier, and GZ, Seattle fan GZ says, and he's not making a profit with AEW, LOL. Responding, I'm sure, about Tony Khan. Meltzer goes, starting in January, actually the company will, be extremely profitable, except for, Brian. The new TV deal guarantees it through the end of 2027, that they're extremely profitable. Now, I don't believe this for a second. I think after, and I'm pretty spot on with some of this shit, just sort of guessing and looking at people smarter than I think after the 2 or 3 years, like by 2027, they will be in the green if what Dave is saying is true. But I don't think when Dave goes by January, that is a complete
liar. Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar.
Do not let him gaslight this shit.
Seriously.
Okay,
Just
like
bullshit.
Maybe by 2027, yes, we're finally seeing like maybe 50, 100 million. But these deals don't always last forever. And also, Dave was so wrong about this so many fucking times. We can't believe what he's saying whatsoever. So moving along here. Even Uncle Dave, this is Mike Glass tagging me in this. Even Uncle Dave is confused by the Full Gear pay-per-view, by the way. He's not in Hawaii. So on last show, I guess we said he was in Hawaii on vacation or something.
I think he came back from that. I think he was in Hawaii. That's what yeah.
So he was in Hawaii. Okay, so we got a couple Meltzer videos to watch, which we'll circle back to and watch. But first, Meltzer believes Mercedes Moné's TBS championship defense against Chris Statlander was Moné's best individual performance of her AEW run thus far. Now, do you guys agree? Like, chat, do you agree? Jake, do you agree? Was that her best standalone performance thus far in AEW? To me, what stands out was that Vaquer match, but not entirely because of Moné. But she did good in the match too. Just Vaquer looks so great in it. And and so to me, I don't know, was this a breakout or like her best match so far in AEW of all 5 matches she's had?
That's probably it was the best chemistry she's had with somebody. That's what I'll say. You know what I mean? Like, because the Vaquer match was probably the best overall, but like I think because in every Moné match that I've seen, or like the botches that you see, there's like at least 1 or 2 spots that just goes horribly wrong and looks like cooperation and just slow and crappy. Didn't really see any of that from them. Like they knew they could work together, probably because Statlander's super strong, and actually talented and was trained by the right people. She's one of those creative pro wrestlers from what is his name? The guy who works backstage in AEW now. I forget his name.
Moose Knuckle.
Train MJF too, though.
Yeah, Battle of the Wig Glue.
Oh, ruthless.
Always coming in swinging.
Always coming in ruthless. Yeah, swinging full with a bat from both sides, just like helicopter in the bat. I'm just gonna hit anybody.
So the Goat Meltzer said,
"What?" Salazar got me. Pat Buck, thank you, Juan. Juan's always got my back. Pat Buck, he's the trainer.
Yeah. So at Meltzer said, "What the Goat?" Responds to this WrestleMania 3 thing. Meltzer said what is always clearing up Dave's bullshit on past stuff as well as current stuff. So Meltzer said what basically breaks down Dave's mentality here. So he goes, I think Hogan Andre star rating was 1 star actually. So Meltzer changed his star rating for the Hogan Andre match to 1 star. To Vince, of course. Vince writes his own history. So Meltzer rated Hogan vs. Andre at WrestleMania 3 -4 stars before revising his rating later to 1 star. Now who's writing their own history? And exactly what Meltzer does, he goes, Vince writes his own history. It's preposterous. Meanwhile, he does the exact same literal thing. He gave it -3 stars now, or whatever. Now it's 1 star looking back on it. How, Dave? How? If I think a match is so bad, it's minus whatever my rating is, which is insane. First off, so it was a 0 or a 1. Like, what are you talking about? You have to rate it. That's the point of the rating. So you give it minus even your rating system. So it's infinite in the negatives as well, Dave. Like, I don't understand, bro. It's like a Richter scale. Dave, Richter scales, unless I'm wrong, do they calculate in the negatives or in the positives? Like, both ways? Like, I don't know if is like a 7.8 Richter scale. I don't know if they measure it in the minus or positive, but what I'm saying is, like, does it go both ways? Pause. Did he? No, did he?
He just hates WrestleMania 3, man. He'll shit on this match, and then he always has to talk about the attendance. They didn't get 93,000. It was actually 77 or what. Like, he's had a hard on for WrestleMania 3 his whole life. He's just pissed that Vince's wrestling drew the biggest audience in North America. He's just pissed.
And
he wants
it
to
shit
be
on
his
it.
style.
Yeah, because All In ain't the same thing,
Right. And he just can't get over it. Like, Vince's style was for the masses, not yours, Dave. Your style is a niche. That is what it is. Like, you're a bigger fan. That's why you do this for a living. Like, how does he not understand that? It's not a bad thing. You just have to respect that the masses are gonna like, a story being told to them.
So I saw some of the typical. No, you're right, dude. You're right.
Yeah, it just drives me nuts sometimes when your brain just Meltzers out. And you just go, sorry, my bad.
Saw some of the no, it's all good, bro. I saw some of the AEW typical shills be like, I was in the audience, and AEW Full Gear was an amazing crowd. Even Meltzer and Brian talk about the dead crowd because it was dead. The AJ thing peaked. They were hot for some of it. They were hot at the start. I was even putting it over, but they just sort of tapered out over a while. Let's hear what Dave and Brian had to say about it.
And then they won at the end, and the crowd wasn't great for this match. They hated Caster, but other than that, there was like a lot of moments where they were just watching. This was not a great crowd on Dynamite or this show. And every now and then they get up for something, and they were like super into the Ospreay match. But this match here, it was like they were quiet for a lot of it.
No, these guys had to work up and down the card, except for AJ and Ospreay. And really, I think everyone else really had to work hard for a reaction.
And then they won at the end, and the crowd wasn't great.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Working hard for a reaction. If you're fucking over, they react, bro. The problem is that it's too much wrestling. You put the AJ thing, he's more over than anyone in AEW, and you put that in the pre-show before November Rain, so people didn't give a fuck. It's the same thing that happens constantly in this company all the time.
Yeah, I mean, because you had like 4 or 5 of the same matches, or with the same type of finish, or the same type, it's just repetitive stuff. Like, it's all boring. Yeah.
So at Wrestle Pierce, via Dave Meltzer, via Wrestle Pierce, and Dave Meltzer has to say this: it was confirmed that Jade Cargill is injured, but the severity wasn't known internally past those involved in creative. We're told it will be a minimum of 3 months out, maybe longer. I was on Chris Connors' Last Call podcast, right, with Rock and Ropes. And it was a fun show, and we were talking about this, and I told Chris, I was like, dude, fact check it, pull it up. She's not really injured. There's nowhere legit other than WWE, and WWE says it's a neck injury, facial lacerations, a torn PCL. It's like a myriad of things, right? Now, other dirt sheets that get leaked fake info, some of them were like, it's actually a neck injury, it's 3 months.
Right.
I had seen it floated out there that she was going to film something right now, and it's actually no injury. Now, I don't remember where I saw that, so I don't know if I'm the one who floated that out there like an asshole, but that's what I thought. So
maybe another Super Bowl commercial.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
She was in one last year.
I don't know if this is like a gimmicked work shoot injury or whatnot, but Chris tried to find it. He pulled it up on screen, and we all sort of sniffed out the bullshit. We're like, dude, there's really no real anything that says she's injured. Now, is she maybe have a neck problem? Sure. But the Rumble's right around the corner. 2-3 months is how long it takes to film stuff for shows all the time. That's what it takes. Okay. When you're a person who's got to float in, get your shit in and get out. That's typically how they do it. So all I'll say is look out for her at the Rumble, and if she is hurt, prayers up. But all we've really seen is like a work shoot work version of any form of reporting on injury, as far as I'm concerned. And then Meltzer, we can't trust.
Her Instagram or anything of like her recovering from a surgery or something, or
I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. Nope. So until we get that, bull. Yeah,
I'm saying it's a work, man. Glenn Gilberti responds to Dave Meltzer and has something to say. He wants to slap him around a bit, right? So this lady here, Kimberly, a loser baby, responds to, I guess, Meltzer and says, when I was a kid, you couldn't just go online and talk to pro wrestlers and journalists like Dave. We have unprecedented access to interesting people in today's age. The barrage to barrage him over saying AEW is financially okay all day is wild. Yeah, I mean, if you're barraging him all day, but to drop some flutes, and when he's like when he's saying people are dead who aren't dead and offending families and shit.
Yeah.
No, I think it's free reign to like talk some shit and have a laugh, take the piss. But yeah, if you're barraging him being overly disgusting or hateful, I agree, but I don't know. So Dave was saying it was a public filing of all expenses in a week, the second most expensive of the year for tax credits. So it creates essentially a worst case scenario of expenses, essentially if every week had pay-per-view expenses. So Meltzer, again, he's making shit up. He's talking about some essentially, he's talking about some tax sheet that he saw that's public that I don't know if anyone else has seen or break down. I pray they did. If someone can fucking show me it, please show it to me. But Dave also got worked by a public, quote unquote, WBD leak that was a fake thing from a fucking Discord, bro. So we can't trust you, Dave. You're lying. Like you're not really telling the truth. You're talking out the side of your mouth as if it's factual, and then you're being schmarmy about it. And that's why we're allowed to poke at you, Kimberly, a loser baby. That's why we go at this dude. He's a prick. Period. It's just that simple. So Meltzer it was a public filing of all expenses in a week, the second most expensive of the year, whatever. So what Dave is just asserting here, we don't know this. Someone fact check me on this. Prove me wrong, and I'll come on here and go, I was wrong. Please, Meltzer, come prove me wrong. Please, I beg of you. I'm all good, dude. I'll just say, okay, I was wrong about it. Prove this to me. You can't.
Please.
But what he's saying is that if every week of the year had a pay-per-view, AEW would still make money. Is what he's saying. If every week they put on a pay-per-view event for the next years to come, or whatever the TV deal encompasses, or I guess till 2027, they make money every week, I guess. Is like technically, if we're going to break it down for weeks like he's doing, if every week they had a pay-per-view, they're still making money next year and the years to come with this TV deal. I don't know if I can believe that for 1 millisecond. I don't know.
You what?
Especially coming from Dave. That's like such a crazy, bold claim when we don't know that at all. Someone prove me wrong. I welcome it. I want to say I'm fucking wrong. And then I'll just go, okay, Tony wants to spend $3 million on November Rain, let him. But until then, Dave, until then, if they had a pay-per-view every week with 14 matches and every fucking person flown in and Ring of Honor people cutting angles on the fucking pay-per-view.
Shut up, bitch.
You're lying, bro. You a liar. Okay. Yeah. So Glenn Gilberti,
not this end all be all. Like it's really not, especially with how much they're spending. He just acts like they don't have a spending. You know, he just no, they're making money.
Right.
Paid.
And it's great to see main event is on Cesaro versus Ricochet. Oh, sorry, this is Dynamite. Anyways, Real Disco quote tweets Dave Meltzer and goes, "What does this have to do? What does this have to do with the fact they can't fill seats for TV? I can't do it, Glenn. Seats for TV taping. And that's exactly it. What does this have to do with the fact they can't fill seats, bro? So like, okay, great, they got this big TV deal. So shows get big TV deals that don't tour around and lose their ass on the live business. Like you can justify one thing. Okay, they got a lot of money for something that wasn't good at the time, or like a good product. Like as far as what the rest of they're not in the TV business, or they'd have a better TV show. Tony wants to focus on the wrestling moves and the traveling aspect. Okay, and that's why they're fucking up. If they just focused on being a good TV show, it would be worth it for everybody, but he doesn't want to do that. So that is where you can't just dismiss that, Dave. And why do people not want to go see the TV show live is a big factor. What does them making all this money have to do with the arenas being empty and fucking the TV viewership being lower? Yeah, that's great and dandy for them. WBD's so desperate right now, bro. They're hiding money they lost from investors, $9 billion. To the tune of $10 billion. They're axing full movies they made with John Cena. They axed a full Batgirl movie to get a tax cut, bro.
Right?
Dave, you got to understand, man. They're desperate. And if they can get 500 live viewers and Tony's willing to spend all this money to make it look bigger than it is, and they get to peel off the top, okay, then and we don't know the deal inside and out, bro. That's the thing. Like, it's all still speculative until something goes public,
right?
Like, and WBD did say they're giving them like upward 185. So where's Dave talking about? He's saying literally, look it up, 250. Well, where's he getting those numbers from? So like, I'd love for someone to just show me and I'll shut the fuck up. But until then, just don't believe Dave. Now, I'm not saying they won't be profitable, and I was spot on with the original deal here, almost just from listening to Dose and Bischoff and shit. So I'm telling you right now, from listening to Dose and Bischoff and shit, don't listen to Dave. All right, that's all I'll tell you. Will they be profitable? Hey, if they're getting 250 a million, sure, but it's not this unprecedented. Second, like, it's all this shit he's saying. It's not that. Slow down. He always gets way too ahead of himself, embarrasses himself moving along. Dave Meltzer has hit out at the ridiculous amount of titles in both WWE and AEW following the unveiling of Women's Intercontinental Championship last night on Raw. Well, thank God he's doing that. But however, Dave is waiting until WWE introduces too many belts to then call it out.
Right.
He's not calling out too many belts when AEW's bringing out all these belts. So now it's okay to shit on because WWE's doing it. We point this out all the time with Dave. He likes to pick cherries, but he goes, even if you move up a whole bunch of women from developmental, you don't, have enough TV time unless SmackDown goes to 3 hours. It's too many belts. Here's the news guy, right, Jake? Here's the news guy.
Yeah.
Dave Meltzer going, unless SmackDown moves to 3 hours, which it's doing, and you're supposed to be the news guy.
I'm literally going to the first show. I'm literally going to the first one.
Jake is going to the first one. It's 3 hours. We already know this.
Dummy. Yeah.
They already told us all this in the news before. You're supposed to be the news. So you're saying unless they do this thing that they're doing, it's too many titles. So you're saying it's not too many titles. Is that what I'm hearing, Meltzer? You're such an old fogey fart. And not only is it going to 3 hours, but Raw's going back to 3 hours. It might be 3 hours and 10 minutes some weeks. It might be fucking 2.5 hours either way. And I'll throw out another X-Files. And we've been manifesting this here. Your boy Phil's called it out, man. A women's show on Wednesdays. A women's show on Wednesdays, bro. Fuck it, an all-women's show. Do it. Do it, Triple H. Do it. Show them that we can embrace the grind. No.
So I just googled SmackDown 3 hours to find the first article it was printed on was by Sports Illustrated on September 19th. So whenever Dave said this, he's September 19th. Friday Night SmackDown moving to 3 hours.
Jake, in Dave's mind, it's not real until he says it. It's happening. Until he says it, or until his
tiniest bubble.
Until his fake source confirms it to him.
His bubble's a fucking helmet.
Right, the bubble paradox. The bubble paradox, which we chronicle here on the show.
Tiniest bubble ever. What a fucking loon. How do you what? Unless it goes to 3 hours. What? You mean when?
Yeah.
Both shows go to 3 hours. There's time. That's why they're not in like the U.S. women's title doesn't get won until Saturday night's main event, which is like 2 weeks before the end of the year. So they don't have much time till they got 3 hours, and then the Intercontinental women's title will be after that. So they will have the TV time. Like what? How do people pay him money?
Right, and on main event as
Defend
well.
him.
That'll be a 1 or 2
Right.
hour special, so that's awesome. And then they're doing those, I think, like monthly or whatever, or bi-monthly, whatever the fuck. And then like you also have the main event show, which maybe they'll switch back to superstars, or you could just get rid of it. I mean, you don't even really need it, but I think they should bring back Heat and Velocity and do like a B show for Raw, a B show for SmackDown, and really hard split the brands. I'm hoping they do that. I hope with the
You know what?
introduction of both US and IC titles, they do that as well. So there's not just more women's belts floating around, but I think a women's show's in order. Even just what if WWE did this, an all women's show where it's a mix of main roster and NXT, and they just did it on YouTube? That could be cool
Let's
too.
do it on
man.
Netflix too, like later in the year, because like the Netflix deal, there's options for stuff as far as I understanding. And like if you want to fully brand split it, have like the Raw show be Heat, and then that could be on Netflix only, and then the SmackDown one, if they don't want to put it on USA or whatever, put that on Peacock because that's Universal NBC.
Dude,
so that's on
that's
Peacock.
thinking.
It streams. It's an hour to 90 minutes of content. Like it's easy. They
Yeah.
can film it at the shows. It's right there. Like
That's
that's
the
a great
kind of
idea.
thing. That's the kind of things I like right there, all Jake. Northern
I mean, that's-
BC for
yeah.
$5 says this country has a serious problem in the journalism industry with when affirmation replaced information and when activism replaced artistry and feelings replaced truth, facts, if you will. I'm Ben Shapiro. Facts and feelings. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? But it's yeah, you're right, man. You nailed it right on the head.
Everybody made the decision at some point that it was more important to be first than to be right.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Like whenever
Exactly.
that happened, that's when we got lost, and that's where affirmation replaced information because they just wanted to be first. It's like, I gotta be first, even if it's bullshit. That's what happened.
Yeah.
100%.
True.
Northern
Thank
BC
you for that.
nailed it. Yeah,
Yes,
that's a good one,
so
Northern
a
BC.
round
I
of
like-
applause for Northern BC. Great,
Yeah,
great comment there.
That was fantastic.
So Meltzer says it's better for morale to have tons of belts. No, I don't think it's that, man. It's not about morale because see, in Dave's mind and Tony Khan's mind, it's better for morale to have a lot of belts because what does Tony do? Here's a belt. And then he just doesn't book you or doesn't do shit with you, doesn't establish a division or anything. And then you're like, what the fuck? And he just goes, here's a belt. And he thinks that resolves issues, right? No, Dave, that's what you think. Don't spit that as fact because that's dumb talk. And no, it's not for morale. Now, marketing, maybe morale in aspects where like, okay, a women's IC belt, like this is a huge thing. It's not just like the women's Divas belt, the women's TV belt, the women's Netflix. It's not just like, here's a speed belt that's on Twitter, like Intercontinental in the history books of WWE, type in WWE Intercontinental and the lineage, what that belt represents, what that verbiage means in the context of WWE has meaning behind it. And it's not a morale thing. I don't think anyone in WWE right now needs a morale boost. I think everyone's firing on all cylinders. And yes, it sucks when people get released, but I'm sure they, and I'm sure maybe like Tegan Knox gets fired. Like, okay, my friend is not at work with me every week now. That fucking sucks. And I'm sure that can affect people, but that's part of the business, baby. It's not like they did dirty, underhanded tactics to get rid of Baron Corbin or anything. And this belt isn't a morale thing like Dave wants to paint it to be, but let's see where he fucking criticizes AEW. I don't see AEW anywhere here. Well, he says it's too many for both. It's ridiculous. When you have 18, 19 championships, nobody can remember them all. So what do they mean? So Dave, you're saying this now when WWE doesn't, but again, you didn't say it when AEW was doing it. And you don't say both. They have to put in brackets AEW and WWE because Dave, you're too pussy to say it's too many for AEW. You won't say that. You have to say both because you're scared. So he goes
and hurt Tony because he knows how soft Tony is. He knows how Tony will take it.
Yeah. So he says it's better for morale to have tons of belts because lots of people have belts and they're going to be happier people. And that's the positive of it. Easier to deal with and all that. No, see, that's what you and Tony think. Oh, it's just easier to deal with them, Dave. If I make a new belt and give it to Okada, he'll just be cool. 4 million and a belt. He'll be cool. It's great. But from a fan standpoint, what do the belts mean? Not much of anything. Well, Dave, the ones in AEW don't for sure. The ones in WWE do, However, having 2 women's world champs and 2 men world champs, it waters it down, and they should get rid of it. I agree with that aspect. And yes, does it water it down? Certainly. If they hard split the brands, though, I think it's a good idea because you have so many people on each show. And if they're just both floating around, and I'm looking at women's US and IC champs in a tag match against their contenders, but we're not getting the women's tag belts in tag matches or whatever, yes, then you'll have a fucking point there. But until that happens, I mean, I'm cool with it, I'm cool with it for now. I trust that WWE is going to do right. But Dave is right. It's watered down, but you're saying this years late. We were saying this about AEW when Okada won his bullshit, or Eddie Kingston was walking around with 5 belts. You know what I mean? You ain't hype for $2 says you should check out Stone Toad 316. Enjoy it. Someone link it to me, send it to me. I'll bring it to the next show. Absolutely. Thank you for the $2 super chat. You ain't hype. Tag me on Twitter. Tag me on Twitter on it or something, and I will get it. Absolutely. But yeah, Meltzer then reports the AEW Brisbane show has been moved to the indoor Brisbane Entertainment Center. So he's just saying the truth, but there you go, Dave. Any explanation why? He has no fucking excuse now. No excuses. Oh, well, they didn't have they're not a big enough market. We said that. It's great. That's all he could fucking say anyways. So moving along, we have some Meltzer clips here, which are always fun. So we were tagged in this. Even Uncle Dave is confused by the Full Gear pay-per-view, by the way. He's not in Hawaii, but he just came back. He watched Full Gear. It's a 5-minute clip, and he's confused, I guess. So let's watch this.
You hit like and subscribe. So then, this is what happened at the end of the show, everybody. Are you ready?
A whole lot happened at the end of the show.
So the heels get some sort of cleaning fluid, and they're pouring it down Orange's throat. They're trying to kill this guy.
Oh, I thought they were pouring it on his cut to like make.
Well, that too, but like he's gagging and choking like he was swallowing it.
Make him.
Oh my God.
Really painful, yeah.
So
yeah, Dave, drowning him in like gasoline or whatever. Yeah, it's really painful. Jesus.
They're killing him, and who should make the save? But Hangman Page.
Adam Page was the first in, yeah.
Okay, he's a heel. He made a save.
I thought that should have been Jay White
on a babyface
who came out next.
Yes. So this.
But as soon as he's out, I'm going like, he lost. Why isn't Jay White in here?
Forget he lost. He's a heel, and he made a save for Orange Cassidy.
Exactly, Dave. He tries to skirt it, and you can see, look at his little childlike smile, because he's a fucking phony. He knows what. Look at this little like, oh yeah, you're not like. Let me get
Jay White in here.
Forget he lost. He's a heel.
Dude, yes, you see that shit. You see how he's got that little smile when he's like, forget lost. Like he's a fucking heel.
He's a heel.
Like, look at that little shit eating. Oh yeah, you're right. But
and the way he's holding the mic, no wonder Tony shakes hands like that.
It's just goober time, man.
And he made a save for Orange Cassidy. Like everyone's confused, including the announcers.
Yeah.
So he hits Wheeler with a chair, and him and Moxley have a stare down. And as they're having a stare down, Christian hits the ring and gives Moxley the unprettier. So Christian is a heel, but he's now teasing a cash in, so the crowd sees him as a babyface. They're all excited we might see a title change.
Yeah.
So he's getting ready to cash in, and then Jay White runs down to prevent the cash in. He's a babyface, but he has prevented a cash in, so the crowd is like, they turn on Jay White.
Yeah.
So
quite possibly the worst ending to a fucking pay-per-view of all time, possibly. And look at Brian Alvarez agreeing, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Alvarez, come on down. You're our next lucky contestant on Phil Was Fucking Right Again.
Oh, that was bizarre. So then Claudio and Pac hit the ring, and they take out Jay White, and Moxley's getting dragged out by Marina. So they go backstage, and the Death Riders are heading towards their truck. And all of a sudden, this fucking car flies in and T-bones the truck. This is giant wreck. And the heels like freak out and they go steal another car. And so they take off in the car and limping, covered in blood out of the other car is Darby. And I can tell you, it wasn't a stuntman. He was driving the car.
I know.
And I think he damn near killed himself because he gets out of the car, he's covered in blood, and he's supposed to get on the car, the truck that he ran into and destroy it with a skateboard.
Yeah.
This guy's stumbling around. He can't even get on the truck. And he slips off the truck and he falls off the truck and he finally gets up there and he's all woozy and he starts hitting the truck with the skateboard. I was like, did he get a concussion?
Oh man, so bad. Oh, so bad.
Like, did he hurt himself?
I don't know.
Why did they let him drive the car? Why don't they have a stunt man?
Because it's fucking exactly. So Brian Alvarez is saying this. Hey, Young Bucks, are you gonna kick in his fucking door and fight him next time he's at an AEW show? For saying like, no, you're not doing this dumb shit. Hey, Jack Perry, you're gonna be like, Alvarez, what are you gonna do about it, Alvarez? Next time you see him, because he's, you know, like it's just a shit show, man. And this is why I can't defend it. If the wrestlers were telling Tony, and Alvarez was like, the wrestlers had to tell Tony, we need a stunt man or some shit. But no, he doesn't care, dude. He doesn't need to protect his investment. He just wants to give people money to let them do what they want to do. That's fine. That's fine. That'd be amazing. You know? Not saying everyone needs to be a charity case, but like there's people starving too, Tony Khan. You know, you want to help people, like, Jesus Christ, you don't even need to.
I got to GoFundMe, Tony. You want to pay me off? I'll help you. I can give you some ideas, man. Help me out.
If fucking you know, Darby flew through the windshield because something was overlooked and he didn't wear. Now Darby is somewhat of a stunt man. You know, he rolls with skaters and shit. You could I get it, but like, man, imagine something goes wrong. And that's in anything in wrestling, but exactly with the driving. And I don't know if he's really concussed or if he's good at acting that way or if Darby's just a fucking idiot. But even Brian Alvarez is calling out how it came across. It just came across bad. It came across hokey, people overacting. I felt like Darby was kind of overacting a bit. And I don't know, like that car, that was a real collision, pun intended, but Darby really kicked it into full gear before that dynamite of a collision. But yeah, sorry,
he rampaged on that car.
Anyways, let's listen. I'm losing my mind here. I'm an idiot.
Anybody?
I don't know.
So
Maybe we're going back to 2020 when Bret Hart did the same thing.
You mean 2000?
I mean,
and he nearly killed himself.
He complained about that for a long, long time about how stupid that was.
God. Yeah. So he starts beating up this truck with a skateboard, and the show goes off the air with him screaming. He's covered with blood. It looks like he doesn't know where he's at. This was the most bizarre ending to an AEW pay-per-view I have ever seen.
It was a unique show. I mean, again, like
unique.
If
it was a unique show.
Unique. He can't.
I mean, it was really unique.
It
wasn't bad by anyway. It was just really unique, you know.
He can't do it because he knows He knows how soft Tony is because he's just as soft.
It was a unique show. You mean like a fucking shit one that didn't make any sense?
For great wrestling matches, you had a lot of really good wrestling, but there were a lot of you know, like when it was over.
That fucking hair color is unique, son. I'll tell you that right now.
I was just like, I had a lot more questions than I had no answers.
Not really.
And I had a lot of questions.
Yeah, I got a big one for you. So
Brian I love that Brian's like not putting up with this shit no more, dude. I love it. Here we go. Brian Alvarez, come to PWT, please, and we will fucking have you on, and I want to hear all the dirt.
All the stuff that happened at the end, the last face we see is Darby.
Yes.
Okay. So if he's like the next great hope or whatever, why in God's name did Claudio squash him?
Because there's no rhyme or reason. Because Tony just now, I know he's interviewing Dave. Like, okay, Dave, I know you and Tony are booking this shit. What happened why is this happening? Justify this now.
Please.
We got to be critical of this. And I love that Brian's just done, because you can't defend the shit anymore. You know, whether people are faking the funk or they're not, everyone sort of realized, like, you can't really defend it.
You can't.
You know, it's beyond like a good wholehearted try anymore. You know?
It's just terrible.
On Dynamite.
That made no sense at all.
I was baffled when I watched it then. I'm even more baffled now.
I was totally baffled when I watched it then too. I was watching that match, and again, the other thing with that match was Claudio like took what 85% of that match.
Oh yeah,
you know, and it's like okay,
and then beat him clean.
And then beat him, but it's like he's taking 85% of the match. Like, okay, I get it. You know, Darby's going to beat him at the end, and it's cool. And then Darby doesn't beat him.
Nope.
And it's like, what's the point of this? Isn't Darby like the other key babyface? Like he doesn't come off. And then in the week before that, Darby's the one who's thrown into the garage door and everything. It's just like they think, I don't know what it is. They think that the way to get babyfaces over is to just beat them over and over and over again. And that's like, doesn't do it, you know? So yeah, I mean, their big problem. I mean, they have a lot of big problems. I mean, financially, they don't have a big problem.
Financially, they don't.
They have.
See, I was about to say, Dave Meltzer, smart moments of the I was about to say based Meltzer for a second. However, he just has to go financially. They're not, because that's all he can cling on to now, because it's something nobody can prove. How would he know unless he's bought into the company? I ask. I wonder.
Is they don't have baby faces over. And when I watch the TV, and this show is like the prime example, it's really easy to understand why.
Thank you for watching.
Oh, it's so easy to understand why, but it only took me fucking 5 fucking years to figure out why. Oh, a show like this is so easy, but after the last 2 years and me deflecting and being a fucking crazy person, everybody who brings this sort of stuff up, it's really only I'm criticizing it. It could only be me. So Dave Meltzer, man, he's got a lot of problems and he's on dummy time. So right here, as you guys can see, a journalist from F4W, which is the equivalent of the Observer, TK, tells him, the Observer newsletter, and just the Hurt Business just clowning Tony to his face too, because Tony's like, the Observer is so great.
He was a junior contributor or whatever.
They just shut that shit down and are like, dude, this is dumb. We don't talk to you geeks. And how many wrestlers got to come into your company and destroy the Observer? And Tony's still like, I'm going to text Dave. So let's listen to this. MVP, Bobby Lashley and Benjamin, big body. And gadooshing, as Brendan Schaub would say, the Observer here.
From F4WOnline.com. A few years
from
ago,
what?
From F4W Online.
What is that?
Love it.
It's a wrestling news website.
The Wrestling Observer newsletter.
Listen to the crackle. Tony's like, the Wrestling Observer. They're from the Observer, not because it felt like a shot to Tony to the F4W. What is that? And even if MVP's kayfabing, shout him out, man. This is the only shit. This is all AEW's got right now, are these three dudes. I'm telling you, and Swerve, I guess, because he's in the mix, right? And I'm not shitting on anyone else. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. People got to get out of there, fucking really get something cooking.
Yeah.
Aria from F4WOnline.com. A few years
from
ago,
what?
From F4W Online.
What is that?
It's a wrestling news website.
The Wrestling Observer newsletter.
No, we don't entertain any questions from that nerd. Next question.
Oh, shit. No, we don't entertain any questions from that nerd. Oh, he got roasted, toasted, and burnt to a crisp. Let's go.
Jesus.
And look at Renee Moxley Good's face, because she knows Moxley fucking talks to the Observer, tells them shit. These guys are laughing, and she's staring a hole through them like, oh, these guys are gonna pull a Punk. They're the next whatever. Everyone her husband doesn't get along with is who. Oh, these guys are the next problem. Meanwhile, Yeah, Death Jitsu. Okay, Lashley and Mox. Let's see it. Let's see
Right.
the shit. Yeah, you want to fucking talk, bro? Let's see it.
Fight. Let's go.
See some Rocky shit. Yeah, I'll squash you in a match, in a 2-minute match. Let's see you do that with Lashley or any of these guys. And fucking, I don't know, dude. It's you could just see from the look on her face. She's like, oh shit, you know, Mox isn't gonna like this.
Yeah.
Aria from F4WOnline.com. A few years
From
ago,
what?
From F4W Online.
What is that?
It's a wrestling news website.
The Wrestling Observer newsletter.
No, we don't entertain any questions from that nerd. Next question.
And they all
Shelton
laugh.
just chuckling. Yeah, Shelton's just chuckling.
They all laugh, man. It's a joke. It's become a
Yeah,
joke.
complete joke.
And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Another one. So we got some sickos to get to, chat. This is going to be a juicy one. You know, we got SRS's response. We got bunch of stuff, bunch of weirdos, people responding to Vanessa Hudgens, bunch of responses to a bunch of shit. So strap in for the sickos. Let's see barf emojis in the chat. How about we do that? And Jamie Hayter, we'll just take a little break. I'll chat you guys. I'll chat up for a minute, chat. And so we got Jamie Hayter, who I love. She's taking on Queen Aminata, who I love as well. Feature these girls more for sure, but Aminata just shows up on the big stage and takes an L. So, and then in Ring of Honor, she gets some dubs. I like that she's featured more, but let's see her get some wins, bro. Like, build her up. Don't just feed her to your perceived top people. And we, of course, heard as well that Jamie Hayter was upset with her AEW booking, for all we know.
Shocking.
And it's funny, too, that we're seeing Mina Shirakawa, who we're going to hear from later tonight, allegedly, even though there's 20 minutes left of the show. But Tony will do a 10-minute overrun. That's right.
I got your time. I got your time. I got your time.
Yeah, Mina's going to. And then Darby versus Brody King again in the Continental Classic. At least they've touched a bunch to where they have decent matches with each other, you know?
Yeah, they have good chemistry, but.
Yeah. So, you know, what was I talking about there? So we see Mercedes and Camille break up, but then we saw Mina and Mariah break up. So we know variety as well. It's unfortunate.
So yeah, just everything's always the same. That's all they ever do. Just
Queen Aminata to NXT. I see the barf. I see the pukies. Either barf, pukey one works. Attaboy, Jake.
Yeah, right. Get them both.
Money symbols, I guess, too, from George. Money's good too. Lots of money. Get your super chats in. No, but we're gonna get into the sickos here. This is gonna be fun.
But just coming in swinging every time I see Moose chat. I just Jesus, love it. Keeps you on your toes.
I love Alt Jake's strap on.
I thought it was great.
Best Tony Cantana impression in the IWC. Oh, thank you,
Tony Cantana.
It's great. I just drink some soda water and my voice automatically goes like this. That's great. Sorry.
Still the best was you and Husey, the dueling Tonys. That was the best. Where you had because you're like Tony when he's happy, and it's Husey's Tony like in the morning after the bender.
Like depressed, like hey dad.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's the two faces of TK. I love it. It cracks me up. I was roaring. More of that.
Yeah, I love it too, man. Yeah, I love linking up with Husey. So, guys, make sure you hit subscribe, patreon.com. You already know, hit that like button. We're trying to get to 5K subs before the end of the year. Run the likes up. Join the Patreon if you want hours of extra shit. And, consider becoming a member or whatever. It's 99 cents. And, shout you guys out. We're going to dive into the sicko segment. Don't you worry. And check out the burial of Fightful I did, which I didn't really bury much. I did give my opinion a little bit, but I tried to stay as neutral. I just wanted to read other people's shit and read their own words. The people, who work there, and just let you all decide. So chat, let me know what you thought of that. The burial of Dave Meltzer as well, which was so fun. And make sure you check out everything I'm doing here. Run-ins happen whenever. Live show Wednesday, Saturday night is Survivor Series. We're doing the big giveaways. George Capture will be on with me that show. A big Christmas celly. We'll have a 5K. Maybe the 5K Christmas celly can be the same thing. That's a gift from the PWT universe to your boy Phil. We can do that all.
Right?
Do that all together, yeah. And Jake, you got to come in for the Christmas celly too. The 5K Christmas celly. That'll be good.
Yeah, no, yeah. Even if I'm because I might be at my mom's place, but I'll bring my laptop. I can join from her place for a bit because we like to have some. We have a holiday tradition where it's holiday drinks. I had to get her a blender a couple years ago because she breaks out the blender and there's mixed drinks, and yeah, we start early and have fun.
That's
Can you
amazing.
tell we're Irish. Yeah, it's a good time. No, my mom likes
Jamie
to host Christmas so that she can get drunk on it. It's great.
Yeah, dude. Me too. I like having a sippy poo. Dude,
Absolutely.
Aminata and fucking Hater are awesome.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say this match is cooking. They're talented, and they're they
Both
know how
really
to sell.
good, man. Yeah.
Selling is everything. These matches where they just spam moves, it's just boring.
All right, guys. So this is the sicko segment. And up, come on down with the sickness. Meltzer getting up, come on, get down with the sickness. You sicko, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your eight and let it come into me. Sorry, guys. So where do we start? So I think they didn't enjoy the show. So this is from a newborn. Oh yeah, we already saw that one. So JD from NY. This is from WWF Junkie. He says Orange Cassidy ducked it. Or no, sorry, we read that one last show. I need to get this out of here because Junkie's got me blocked. Oh, what a hater. Anyways, rewind or this is the official sicko segment. Okay. Stand up, come on, get down with the sickness. Your mother got up, come on, get down with the sickness. Meltzer got up, come on, get down. Okay, so JD from NY tweets out during the AEW pre-show in YouTube. Amazing, isn't it? And so this guy, I don't even want to put it that much on screen. We get these all the time. The AEW Full Gear stream on whatever. We get those bots on our stream.
Yeah.
But this guy here, like G status 911111 for $2 says JD from NY mole tested.
Mole tested.
YouTube, his dead cat, which is crazy, guys. No one, PWT Universe, we don't leave comments like that about other people in AEW shit. We're not sicko. Well, we're sickos, but we're not sickos like that. But 15 likes as well. Now, like, it's kind of funny. I wouldn't get mad, and like JD handled it well. He's just like, amazing, is it? But I don't know. I wouldn't get upset. I would just be like kind of popped that someone paid AEW to say something about me, because then a bunch of people saw it and maybe they'll go look my shit up. That's the way I look at it, but I don't know. I pop for that. That's funny, I guess. But yeah, no one's mole testing. Let's leave that sort of stuff alone. So here we go. Ultimate Graps Wrestling Fan says, giving my flowers to one QT Marshall as he was a total pro for agreeing to do that match and got the crowd invested heavily into it, made everyone look good. So this guy's giving him props. And then QT goes, agreeing, it was my idea. Also, thank you, but keep your flowers. In fact, keep your stars. Definitely keep your cage match ratings. Ooh, buried cage match. He goes, the reactions from the live audience tells me everything I need to know about how everything went. After watching back, I'd say it went well. I don't know. Is he healing? Does he think he's doing good heel work here? Is that what he thinks?
I hope so. Yeah, I was gonna say I think so, but actually, I hope so. I hope that's what he's doing. Yeah, I don't know.
And shout out Julia Hart, who's just coming back or being teased or whatever. And shout out Mina. Thirstcast indeed in full effect. Okay. So this Cage Size Seats posted this article, which is such a big L. Big L, rest in peace. CM Punk's WWE comeback is losing its luster.
What?
And they posted this on the fucking 20th, and then he comes back on SmackDown. And
you what?
And then his 1 year anniversary comes up and he breaks the internet with his backstage interaction videos that dropped all over.
So good.
Oh my God.
The video is so good and like totally proves that, everything that was said about him was complete bullshit. But yeah, losing its luster. Okay. Did you not hear that pop when he came out with Heyman?
and join the Bloodline storyline. Yeah, losing so much luster. Woo. That's a hard
Dude.
L.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
cage
oof.
side, whatever. Laugh
Yeah.
at that. So
deserve
Brett
every
Lauderdale, so this guy King Gao, who's just like an AEW nut rider, which is cool. Let him do his thing. Brett Lauderdale and GCW talent representatives were outside of AEW Full Gear last night, dressed in orange jumpsuits, handing out free tickets to their poorly selling Hammerstein Ballroom show, which it's like, bro, you don't got to do all that. But Brett Lauderdale responds. We talked about it earlier. He goes, I know it's cool to trash GCW now, but this is complete bullshit. Yes, we had a crew there dressed in jumpsuits, as seen in our promo video, but they were not handing out free tickets. They were handing out flyers, 5,000 of them to be exact. It's called marketing. Cook team, but then what are these tickets for from? Or this could just be this could be like a picture of tickets from Reddit that they just, who knows
Right,
if
exactly.
this Gal person
Yeah.
made up or if someone made it up and they're regurgitating it. Who knows? However,
Yeah, or if they could be somebody's real tickets and they just could have edited them to make the $0 or whatever. You know, they could be, $50
Yeah.
tickets. You just scratch out the 5.
and shout out Lauderdale for like,
Because they've got
fucking-
stuff blocked out too. Like if you look to the left of the ticket there, like next to the Hammerstein, there's a gray blocked out dash. So it's obviously edited on some level. Yeah, I wouldn't trust it.
me neither.
Especially with AI nowadays. People can make up any shit.
So this guy goes, A drones, don't worry, AEW is
Mhm.
fine. Also AEW.
Mm-mm-mm.
And then this, if y'all remember this video.
Yeah.
You pleaded. You begged us to make you king.
I hate to laugh at that, dude. Because
But,
NXT
I mean-
too, they talk to a wall, but at least there's like it's like a production. It's like studio
Yeah.
wrestling. Like that half of the stage of the
It's not even-
studio, like
Yeah.
it's where there's cameras and there's production guys and they're doing everything. So it's not as cringe to just empty seats, because the empty seat thing is like there's no one there. There's like a hard cam and like a couple people standing in the dark, but you and me go fishing in the dark. So
They'd put people there if they could.
exactly, that's the problem. Like in NXT, the people they put there need to be there for the production of the television program, So that is the
And it's done
difference.
in the
Now, some
same
people
building.
could say that's cope, but I just call that like just
Truth?
a technicality. Yeah, just truth and like perception. That's a perception thing, You're in a tight-knit studio, packed to the gills, wall to wall everywhere, except where all the people controlling like lighting and camera production, like the hard cam and all of that shit is coming from there. And then or compare that to just empty seats that they wish were full. It's kind of, you got to be honest about
Right.
that. So
That's why they're moving to smaller buildings. They've got to.
Yeah. And this
You
guy
can't,
responds,
it can't be good for the talent to be yelling at that seat.
and this guy at Andy Buckdog says, and still a better in-ring product. Keep coping. So I don't know if you prefer AEW style, I guess, but I disagree. I think WWE is a more sports-based, a better pro wrestling program. That's my opinion. So AEW Freakazoid, this is the Pro Wrestling Counselor. Shout him out. He says Freakazoids are turning on the company, but still aren't calling out the guy in charge. And so, Grand Slam is changing their venue in Australia. We talked about that earlier in the show. And this guy, G Status Right, says, got to keep it 100, and I rock with AEW, but what in the hell was Kosha Irby thinking? WWE couldn't sell out a stadium show in Australia, so what made him think that AEW could? AEW in 2025 is downgrading venues due to lack of marketing. AEW can really drop the ball sometimes. Yeah, and it's more than lack of marketing, too. If they market this product, it's not going to work the way he thinks, because he did market to WWE early on, man. He marketed he quoted Alfred Konuwa about Dynamite smashing NXT in the ratings and shit. So they use that in their own commercials and aired it like during SmackDown and shit. So he tried that, man, but marketing it to the masses just won't work the way they think. And a lot of people are trying to point that out, but no one wants to listen. AEW Fans Latino America who is just such a toxic fucking account, man.
Seriously.
They talk so much shit. Matt Hardy, so like wrestlers have called this account out too that work for AW. Like, dude, shut up. You make shit worse. But he goes, here's another person who also thinks like us. That guy Kosha Irby should have been fired a long time ago. He doesn't even promote the company on his networks. So they want people fired for a lack of marketing. Like, they're blaming it on that and not blaming it on the fact that fucking people aren't interested in AEW, bro. And yes, it's not marketed as well as WWE, but like, don't book stadiums then. Like, why do you think we're going to beat Raw in a couple years? Then why is this an excuse now? Why wasn't it like, well, look, man, we hope we beat Raw, and if we do it with less of a marketing scheme, that'll be great. No one was saying that shit. You know?
Yeah.
It's just it's always an excuse is the problem. So even when it's a valid one, sometimes it gets dismissed. It's like crying wolf. Some of these sickos and Meltzer and these guys, they've cried wolf so many fucking times where now when you even have a valid point, maybe it isn't marketed properly in Australia. I'll give it that. But, you know, it's just like we can't even buy into what you're saying now because there's been so much bullshit along the way. So this guy responds, I tell you this, if AEW doesn't increase their marketing and attendance with him by May of next year, they better fire him. I still haven't seen any progress with him. That's a fact. Attendance was better last year when he wasn't hired. That's facts. See, they don't get it, but here's the thing. Attendance. So the attendance last year was better the year before, though, and then better the year before, or I guess all COVID, but you not counting that. You guys know what I'm saying. Like the legit years we can count with attendance. The attendance has been going down and down and down. So is the TV viewership. Why is it all at the same time? At the same time, 1-to-1. The viewership and the attendance year over years down, down, down. Why? It's so like you're completely skirting over what the real issue is. But yeah, they're eating the company alive, man. This guy responds to me and says, here, let's see. So this is me going at someone. Ooh, I've been in the middle of the controversies as of late. So Mercedes Monet tweets something out. Oh, yeah, this person out of nowhere just brought smoke upon me to themselves, right? And this at Bailey 200213 said, tagged me in this thing where this guy's talking shit. He's like, there's this one idiot in the IWC who so happens to have a podcast on YouTube. He feels that you're a plant from WWE working undercover to make an entire division an embarrassment. He's the biggest clown in the IWC. So this is in response to Mercedes Monet, and this guy tags JD from NY. And then this person here at Bailey 200213 goes, they're another IWC Pro Wrestle Times. He biggest clown as well. And then I respond and go, you're who she's talking about, my guy. But then I quote tweeted, I'm like, I'm biggest clown as well. I own these sickos. And yeah, Jay, I am the clit commander. No one runs a clit like me. None of you fucks out there. None of these little fucks. I don't know. I thought that shit was funny.
That's great.
But yeah, shout me out, I guess, because the sickos are oh, wow. Me up. I'm in the line of fire myself. Even I can make the sicko segment, folks. That's how it goes. So Jay from Canada says, okay, what is wrong with these people? This is like a cult-like mentality. It's just pro wrestling. It's not that deep. Tuke Timbo says, you can say and do whatever you try and tear this company and community down. Absolutely nothing will stop me from protecting and supporting a company that means a lot to me. No one on earth can make me silent. Big pages have come after us for far too long. You and I have the power to change and make our community better. Stop supporting these people that spend their whole life trying to tear down something that has changed the world of pro wrestling. I love AEW and I believe in Tony Khan. Never stop fighting. That's amazing, dude. It's very cultish. Here's the thing, dude. I love AEW too. I really do. And I want it to be better. And if they ran smaller buildings, which I had to say for 2 years and get shit talked to Timbo, you've talked shit to me about just saying that they need to run smaller buildings and Tony's bad at creative. And you can believe in Tony Khan. I believe in Tony Khan too, actually. I believe his money and resources are big fucking positive. And if he just took a step back, right, he would be a net positive on wrestling as a whole. And you could say giving all these people jobs and money is a net positive. And I'll even actually agree with that. I do think AEW overall, because dude, we can have these debates, we can have these discussions, we can laugh at the shit. There's more like, dude, if WWE was doing clown shit like this, I'd make fun of it so hard, bro. I'd make fun of it so hard. It's just not, it's just two contrasting things. I just saw two women have a tremendous match on this show. You know what I mean? Brody King, Darby. I'm just not totally into Darby. I love Brody King. I put him over in the House of Black a lot. I have yelled about the House of Black rules, but that's because Tony creatively didn't consistently really keep that in effect, or he used it as sort of a lazy booking cop-out, which I pointed out in much earlier editions of the show. But I will put over what I fucking like. You know what I mean? And that's my prerogative too. So it's not, I'm sure Tuke Timbo, if you look at his Twitter chat, he buries WWE shit. So again, it's more of like this, it's okay to do this, but it's not okay to tear down what we're doing over here because I like it. But fuck whatever you like, you know?
Yeah.
So anyone saying shit like that to you, man, fuck those people, you know?
Tony should just be the promoter and hire a booker, but he can't.
Yeah. I'm not telling anyone don't watch AEW. In fact, I encourage it. I want you all to see what I'm seeing. Do you see what I see? I really do. Because then I can be like, guys, did you see this? What just happened here? Is that, you know, you guys, I'm doing commentary for it. People would rather listen, even if it's 10 people in my chat, right? There's 10 people who'd rather come listen to Phil Marks do color commentary on the show than actually watch the show and come up with their own idea. Like, that's amazing. And you come up with your own ideas based off what I'm saying. And I know I can influence things, etc. But I believe I approach things fairly objectively and neutrally. At least I try to, God damn it. Maybe even to a detriment a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. That's my approach. Everyone doesn't have to have that approach. I'm not shitting on channels where there's people who just mark out over WWE stuff. I don't care about that. I'm not going to hate on that either. But if WWE fans are doing cult-like shit with Triple H, okay, I'm going to laugh at it and we're going to make fun of it too. You never see that shit posted. And any account like Wrestle Cringe, who might post some shit like that, fucking blocks me and doesn't allow, you know what I mean? I can't interact with these people, or I couldn't. Now I can see their stuff, but I'm not going out of my way to look at Wrestle Cringe posts.
Yeah, right.
Maybe I should more, because I'll get, maybe there's some drone shit over there, but I make fun of the drones too. I made a nerdy drone emoji. You got to make fun of them equally, but it's hard to when one side is very cult-like. It's very cultish, man. So I don't know. And in WWE, you have like kind of culty, like Liv fans and Rhea fans. They're like their own cults, but it's within WWE. Like there's whole rivalries and shit that are within WWE. It's always AEW versus WWE because that's what Meltzer and all these guys keep trying to do. So we just have to give that energy back. If Meltzer's going to talk about key demos and Meltzer's going to talk about fucking profitability and all of this shit, then we have to call it objectively and use that as the metric. Otherwise, what are we talking about? Right? Okay, well, who's doing better buildings? What's the better show? And people don't like to use that metric, but it's like, yes, bro, if a movie sells the most tickets, that means more people attended it, which means it's a better piece of entertainment. So it's one, you know, I'm sorry to tell you guys that. I don't know. No other wrestling companies ever disputed attendance not being a factor until AEW's a thing. So we have to call that out and use it as a factor to let people know who's crazy. You're not allowed to say attendance is not a factor. It's always been a fucking factor. It's always been why we clowned on TNA for being in that fucking Orlando studio where the crowd didn't give a shit and didn't even know what was going on. You turn on TNA, and my biggest criticism of it back in the day was like, bro, you're watching it, and even when they're cooking, no one cares because they don't give a fuck because they're not at every TV taping. They don't watch the shit on TV on the pop channel, so no one knows what's going on. That was like the biggest criticism. Okay, so like, no, we don't get to all of a sudden change it for AEW just because you guys are in a cult. No, that's what your cult leaders are telling you. No one in WWE, if the houses are down, like let's say Raw and SmackDown start going to war and the houses are down for every SmackDown, but they're up for every Raw. Are we not going to call that out and discuss it and I'm not going to rant and rave about why on the show? You're a fucking dummy if you don't think that that's what's going to happen, you know? So,
Yeah.
We're just giving what they gave to us. We're just throwing it back in their faces and going, well, look, Dave, you said the overall viewership matters when you wanted to say WWE was in the shits. Now you're saying key demos what matters when it comes to what's better show or what's head-to-head or what, dude? What the fuck are you doing? He just shifts.
Yeah.
We got to throw it in your face. So that's why people like assholes like me exist, dude. You all created us.
Yup.
So it is what it is. Moving along here. Yeah, Awful Wrestling, he made like the Twitter trending. Like this post the 640K viewers.
Wow.
That's Awful Wrestling, dude. That's
great.
amazing. And if he photoshopped that, bravo, but I don't think he did. So let's see this. MJ from NJ says, I would also, okay, this is a long post here. Who's this about? So this is about some SRS stuff. So we'll fucking, let's read it because he'll pop up a couple times. So John Draper says, not coming up enough of this conversation is that this person is actually paid. So this has to do with Kate Fightful, right? So Draper says, not coming up enough of this conversation is that this person is actually paid and comp to attend AEW press conferences, but JD isn't allowed anywhere near the backstage talent, etc. That's how you know it's a joke. And so Kate basically trashes WWE, calling people final testicles and all this shit, which is fine. I make funny names too. But
but everything sucks.
Yeah, but she's like, everything sucks, even AEW. Obviously, she got cooked by Lashley and them in the press conference. So then MJ from NJ says, I would also like to add, it is being lost in the shuffle that the individual has repeatedly expressed a desire to get off of X, but each time would come back to mix it up and, of course, promote Fightful, including pitching sales, sponsorships, etc. And I don't know. Here's some screen grabs. And then, we covered this in the Burial of Fightful. If you guys want to see that, go and check it out. But Kate, here's a couple of her tweets that she's put out there in the past. Like 2 spots already sold for the Fightful Awards. Get them while they're hot. Includes on-air reads, social promotion to estimated 500,000 followers, inclusions in all promotion articles. So she's selling like these promo spots for the Fightful Awards. It's like, I mean, okay. I don't think this will happen, but I'm absolutely deleting this app if this happens. Follow me on Threads where literally even the bots are nicer. And then now they're all on Blue Sky. So Threads didn't work out because it's just they don't understand how the bubble complex works, which is a term that I fucking coined, the bubble complex. That's not like a thing. Or the paradox, the bubble paradox, whatever you want to call it. But it's just silliness. JBL, speaking of like social media, JBL is and being in a bubble. JBL has blocked over 17,000 people on Twitter. Like that's insane. But you know what though? Good. Like block, like protect your peace, man. Even when people block me, I'm not like, I'm not mad that they block me. It's just if you want to pull an SRS, which you guys are going to see later, if you want to block and unblock me and block and to say shit, well, we can just have the conversation. But if you're going to block to be like, I'm chew at you and we just don't ever interact again, I'm cool with that too. There's lots of accounts where like, bro, I don't want to interact with some of these fucking sickos, you know, who would? But JBL, dude, protect your peace, man. That's why the button's there. And
JBL blocks them and he doesn't check back as we're, Sean is going to unblock people and go back and keep tabs on things and all that crap.
Yeah. So Pro Wrestle Counselor says, I agree with him, but where was he when AEW had more titles than AEW? AEW has 17 titles in total. If you only want to include AEW, 10, but then again, almost every ROH title is featured exactly. Elboo comes out and goes, more championships are not a substitute for good booking, good stories, and creative attention, devotion. The more titles that exist, and this is the same with Meltzer, right? So when AEW had all their titles and all the Ring of Honor titles, and I'm coming on the show and going, why do they have all these fucking titles on this show? It's ridiculous. Now that WWE does it, it's okay for them to criticize it.
Right.
Before they do it, it's not okay. And when fucking Dave, who's like the camp counselor at the cult there, he fucking in the cult off in the woods there, he says it, and then they all feel it's okay to say it. But I do agree, though. It is a good point, but it's like a point that so many people made before that no one would say anything about until WWE starts doing too much. right? And then now we're going to start talking about it, and then AEW has to come up by proxy. But where's Elbu even bringing up AEW? 11 belts on the main roster. Most pay-per-views are 5 matches long. There are more mid-card women on Raw than top stars, but it's hard to see this being much more than giving a lot of those hour 2 Raw women something to fight for. I'd be floored if they succeed in making fans care about the prize the way they do the men's IC, for example. You'd probably have to give it to Becky at first and commit to an elevation project like Lyra from Jump. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, they need to establish it. I don't, whatever. He's just fantasy mark booking, but he would never even have that discussion about fucking AEW. Or he would just go, no, too many belts, man. They're Ring of Honor belts. You know?
Yeah. No, that's just, it's so funny how they can try to play that game. And actually, what's sad is you feel like they actually believe it when they're typing it. Even though they know.
So this guy, D-Beat Cooper, responds to Bischoff, who, what did Bischoff say here? So Bischoff says 700K is the new 1 million. Don't be surprised to see sub 500K a few times by second quarter 2025. And then D-Beat Cooper is like, glad to see your continued support to the wrestling industry by shitting on wrestling. Great job. And then Bischoff responds, I only shit on wrestling and goofs like you. Okay. So wrestling counselor posts, I'm shocked. The AEW freakazoids are finally turning on Tony. Tony Khan. This guy goes, I'm surprised y'all still had respect for him after the Anthony Henry situation. Right. And this guy goes, seeing the full Fightful report, any respect I had for Tony Khan is gone. So much for workers' rights, I guess. He moves just like Vince used to, but people will make excuses because wrestling fans have parasocial relationships with bookers for some reason. Yeah, that guy's right. But yeah, visionary Mike. I don't know, man. Tony, it's not even like you gotta respect Tony. You don't have to have respect for him to be like he's a nice guy. But yeah, I mean, how would you really respect him? What has he really earned?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't earned anything. He just has daddy's money.
He released Anthony Henry while he was injured, then claimed he only did it so he could rehire Henry when he was healthy, which is objectively worse. Yeah, that's like illegal. That's illegal. Yeah. You're going to jail. Jesus. You know? So yeah, more Tony buffoonery. So this guy right here, AAR Gold, such a geek. So Raw will be on Netflix. Raw is going to get a fraction of the viewers, so don't worry, buffering won't be a problem. Smiley face. Not cute, not funny, not anything.
Yeah,
just
a fraction of 60 million will still be pretty good.
And then AEW blog, the WWE ID thing was designed just to keep good wrestlers away from AEW, right? And then counselor Tony Khan on his burner. So this guy, real Swerve Strickland, says, quit copying the loud ones and start studying the silent ones. And that's, I believe, in response to fucking Ricky Starks. Like, that's like after Ricky Starks thing came out. Now, of course, Swerve would be like, no, it isn't. But I don't know. It's a time, I don't know. It seems rather timely. But start studying the silent ones. I guess, man, the thing is the silent ones in AEW are just keeping a job, like, to do nothing, and they're not really doing anything to help the future of pro wrestling. That's what people talk about with AEW too. Is it good for pro wrestling? Well, I don't know. I think NXT and the WWE ID program and the NIL and all that shit is good for the future of pro wrestling. I think all these women we're seeing really step up is good for the future of pro wrestling. I don't think, like, on the WWE side, in AEW, what's happening? Like, people are getting really badly hurt, and we're just seeing people ride out their prime years, like getting paid to chill at home. And I just don't know if that is good for wrestling necessarily. I gotta be honest, man. Personally, Awful Wrestling tweets out, Moro made Rosie Perez seize up with his breath. So shout out Moro Ronaldo, love him, but we got to talk about this in the sicko segment here. I guess he had bad breath while he was doing the commentary.
Halitosis.
Yeah, with Rosie Perez, which is funny. That she, doing she did a good job, though.
I think his breath stinks because look how she's facing. Yo, I'm Puerto Rican. If it's one thing I know, that face right there, she smells something she does not like.
Yeah, dude, that is shout out Moro, though. A great
Maybe he dropped a
comment.
bomb. Could have been that just creeped up on her. Could have been one of those. Yeah.
Andrew Zarian says, as a father, I love that he is able to give his incredible experience to his son. That's what matters at the end of the day. Yeah, I agree. They killed it, man. Those Costco guys fucking killed it. I had fun with that. So Pro Wrestling Counselor says, I don't like Effie. I criticized his gimmick before for perpetuating homophobic stereotypes, but this is what you're crying about, Tony Khan. You can't buy thick skin with your dad's money. So here is what Tony Khan is mad about Effie doing, which is what caused him to pull Ricky Starks off of all of his GCW dates. We covered it earlier in the show. If you missed it, catch the replay. But yeah, dude, AEW's doing a show really close to GCW Hammerstein's show, Hammerstein Ballroom, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And Ricky Starks showed up at the GCW, that show in the New Jersey Mall. Crowd went insane. Yeah. Apparently, Tony Khan pulled Ricky off of all of his future GCW dates and his feud with Matt Cardona. We won't see the end of it because of this. These clips were about to play from Effie. However, as we covered it earlier, Mox and Marina Shafir were allowed on the GCW Bloodsport event. So I don't know. The math ain't math. And let's hear what Effie said about Shad Khan.
We are moving forward to the big Hammerstein show. And let me be honest, all right? I'm not going to sound bitter.
Frank.
I'm going to be fucking frank. We announced the show. It's big. We're returning almost.
Don't call me Frank.
3 years later to the date. Big time. And there's no way it's not going to make me sound like somebody could clip this and be like, he's being a jealous bitch. Not only like 2 weeks later, AEW announces they're going to do the same venue 3 nights. For them, it would be considered a smaller venue. Ring of Honor historically has used this venue. WWE has historically used this venue. ECW has historically used this venue. There's a lot of wrestling history in this venue. The current Ring of Honor is not what Ring of Honor was before. It's mostly just kind of their AEW dark product. I understand they do it. It's very exciting for people to do it. I don't understand why there's no exclusivity to wrestling. I guess we didn't negotiate it. But
Do you hear what he's saying? So all you marks who are like, WWE exclusivity, like even Effie's saying, who's an indie guy, who's like, I don't need any big company, who's even said he doesn't need AEW or anything. And he's getting his money, man. He's traveling the world doing his thing. But and criticize Effie and his wrestling, whatever, all you want. But here's the thing. He's saying what the Federation does, and it's like even this guy gets it. Why? Because he's good at business. This guy understands. He's made a great business for himself outside of the wrestling business. Matt Cardona gets it. Effie fucking gets it. So anyways, let's move along.
It's very confusing that like within the same month y'all got to run the same venue as us, when for us as an independent this is a larger thing. For you this is a way to cover up the fact that a Ring of Honor pay-per-view right now could not sell out the tickets you think it could. And even asking Daniel Bryan to come back for the last big one you did in Texas to come to that show still wasn't that sold on.
Boom. Damn, I think there's more. Here's the part 2.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Still wasn't that sold on tickets. And this is not still wasn't that sold on tickets. And this is nothing to the talent. I think the talent, you should take anything you can get. But also, y'all have no buzz, no draw. And we've been riding the lightning on.
Damn, yo, no buzz, no draw. And GCW is doing good. That's what I'm telling you guys. AEW is now competing with GCW and TNA. Who the fuck called it? I've been saying it. I was like, dude, it's them and TNA. Them and fucking TNA. It's no longer a WWE discussion. Hasn't been for a long time. Now it's them and fucking GCW and this stuff, and MLW and TNA. And I've been telling y'all, check out MLW's cooking too. So here we go.
And having to actually run a profitable company for the past few years to continue existing. We do not have as much backup. I'll put it this way. My company, I don't run a company. Our company, GCW can't run on a $40 million deficit and continue to run shows.
Boom. Effie, based Effie, confirmed. Effie listens to PWT, confirmed. No, but Effie, you're welcome on the show anytime, bro.
But some of us have the privilege of being able to run at a $40 million deficit.
Brett doesn't own a football team?
Brett does not own a football team. Brett doesn't have a dad who pays him to stay away. I don't want this to be a personal thing. Like I don't, but hey, guys, you're not the only game in town. It's fine. I can't stop you from running venues. But in my line of work. When TNA Impact wanted to run center stage, GCW, a month before and a month after, were told we could not have those dates that we had secured before because it was competing with something they were doing. And now it just seems the game and the respect never goes both ways. And it's fine. We're not mad. Our people will be there. Our show will be great. We will show it out. But it isn't fun to see that, like, we're so out of ideas right now.
So who's the big guy shitting on the little guy and monopolizing the wrestling industry and blah, 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 blah? AEW, here's an example of them doing that. And we said it. They're going to fuck up these other companies that are really trying, like GCW, TNA, etc.
The timing is that conspicuous to you showing up and doing that immediately after we announced that we're doing that.
So shout out Effie, and also shout out my word here. I shouldn't have big screen that, but my word Timothy, a $50 super chat. My word, dude. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Timothy for $50 says, I can afford it and you deserve it for the grind. Thank you, bruv. I'm embracing the grind lately with the content. For sure. I have no idea if we would agree or not. I have to respect the effort. I appreciate the hard work. I appreciate you a lot. I am grinding my ass off. I'm trying to bring more and more content. There's like tons of shit on Patreon too. I'm trying to make this my thing that I kind of do, you know? And thank you, Timothy. This only helps that. I appreciate you for the $50. I don't give a fuck if we agree or not. It's not about agreeing. You know what I mean? To me, it's not always about agreeing, but it's about being able to talk it out and just like talking about wrestling. It's fun. You know, that's what I like to do. It's blow off steam and shit. So I'm gracious to hear.
Handle themselves if you have a different opinion. I don't understand that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Like, you know, if you can't give a good old,
Come on now, Eric,
and give a different perspective from time to time, Timothy, for $50, I don't know what to tell you, you know? And yeah, it's I don't know. I'm having a great time doing it. I have a blast with chat, and we're just getting bigger and bigger every single time.
You can get, but also y'all have no buzz, no draw, and we've been.
Sorry, FB was taking it for me. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" The video starts playing, and yeah, chat. I guess I don't know what to tell you. A round of applause for Timothy. I appreciate your hard work, buddy. I appreciate you, buddy, and yeah, thanks for being a part of the PWT universe. Yeah. And yeah, we'll leave that up there for a sec. So as we scroll along, shout out Effie, he did the damn thing. Shout out Timothy, he's doing the damn thing.
But if that's what Tony's hurt by, like, I mean, come on. Like,
I know that's nothing.
That's terrible.
And that's just stating like an objective truth. That's just stating like a fact of the matter. You know what I mean? So you have to take that and then like, why would Mox be allowed to go to fucking the blood?
Yeah.
So it's maybe Mox is like, no, I do what I want, whatever. But then Marina also went too. Maybe Tony didn't want to fuck up, whatever. He respects Josh enough, but it's just silly, man. It's silliness to me. And shout out Effie for speaking up. And he's like, I don't want to make it personal. And that's the whole thing with like being, even what I do. I don't ever want to make it personal, but of course, business and personal crossover a lot of times. So Wembley sold out for a celebrity charity match with KSI. This wouldn't be possible without you guys. Thank you. Can't wait to see you there. Bring on March 8th. And so AR Gold is like, WTF sold out Wembley in mere hours. So that's what I mean. He does that to trigger AEW fans just so they can get mad at him that also follow him. Right. You guys know what I'm saying? So he does that to fucking just to like get the likes and run them up, and that's the real bait. Like if I say some salacious shit, I really stand on that. I'm not gonna bullshit you know. Yeah, and like I put out praise, and here's the thing too, when I put out praise of WWE, my people don't, I mean criticism of WWE, my people don't interact with it, and the people who would just have blocked me out already. Scully Vibes, the member for 7 months, says, what's the vibes is loving this show as usual. Shout out Phil and Jake, PWT. Yeah, I might also go to World's End. Tickets start at $26.
You what? Nice,
dude. That's amazing, man. And thank you for being a member. Dude, yeah, you need a PWT sign. You should definitely do that. That would be amazing. Scully Vibes is
fantastic. I mean, everybody gets on TV there. I mean, they don't sell out enough of the tickets. Everybody gets some camera time.
Yeah, you guys got to send me the fucking merch table there. Oh my God, hold on. Timothy
Oh,
for
wow.
another $50. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you. We apparently do. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Oh my goodness, man. Thank you so much. I don't even know. Do we play him some goddamn music or what? Here, we got to drop some glass for Timothy. Just drops $100 in super chats like that, dude. Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I'm in Canada, so ours was a month ago, but I said it, I think, on the last show. Me and my wife were very like festive, so we like November to be like, we do Christmas real early and we drag Halloween along if we can, because it's we like just the holiday spirit, and we enjoy like American Thanksgiving holiday television and that sort of thing as well. So happy Thanksgiving to you, Timothy. Stay safe. God bless you. The best guy is definitely Tony Khan, but you're a close second. And right now, dude, and I just appreciate you a lot. That's man. Fantastic. Thank you so much for supporting what I do. And I don't know, dude, you're dropping $100. Consider becoming a fucking member for 99 cents. Yeah, I'm doing an AMA. I'll try and do it next week for the members only. But Timothy, everyone, round of applause again for Timothy Chalamet. We'll call you Timothy Chalamet. You're balling, dude. Balling like Chalamet. Isn't that actor? He played like Willy Wonka or something. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, he's done. He's going to be Bob Dylan, isn't he?
There you go, Bob Dylan. You're making it rain like Chalamet, dude. Appreciate it, Timothy. Appreciate you a lot, man. Yeah, good man, Timothy, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone in chat as well. Even though, yeah, my shit was before, but I'll still enjoy some turkey, you know. So yeah, I don't know. AR Gold grifting, absolutely grifting here. So Neckbeard says these AEW fans most definitely pee sitting down. Jesus, he just comes out swinging, dude. So Andrew Snark says, "I love that 5-year plus arc of AEW is entirely about the power of friendship. Feels a bit poignant to the face of the current real life context where the world is grinding us all down, and the hope we find is in community building with each other. AEW is relevant and resonant in its storytelling, fam." No, I completely disagree. They're so behind the times, man. They're like WWE a decade ago when it was bad. And then this Paul guy goes, when you've got someone incredibly entrenched in anger, hate, and violence on screen, then they're uploading their gardening pictures on here. It's a joy to see, especially when he's a lefty. AEW heart. Okay.
Even though everybody in AEW Power donated to, I don't understand the AEW.
They all don't. I love AEW. It's huge. Yeah. It's great. I love the cons as actually. They're great. Yeah, the little one's amazing. You know,
Jericho,
the young bucks. I love them. I seen they do their flippies and their dives. Right. It's amazing.
Yeah. They do the best and the greatest dives. The best dives.
The greatest dives.
Everything is. They're just. And Timothy's a member. Look at that. He joined in.
There you go. Did he join in as a member? Oh my God, what a fucking guy, man. Yeah. Timothy, new member. Thank you so much.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Timothy. That's not very fair to just come in and dude, we appreciate it, though, really. Embracing the grind for Timothy over here. And Scully Vibes as this drops in for $2. Can I give Timothy a membership? Acknowledge Tim. Here we
Acknowledge me.
And also, you can't pick who you gift them to. It's just got to be random. And that's the thing. So I'm not hating on that entirely, but it's like, damn, I wish you could also pick, you know? I wish you could pick what your like, let's say I give 5. I should be able to say 4 random and 1 I pick or whatever. But either way, we still appreciate it. And Tim's a member, Scully Vibes member, the whole PWT universe. You guys are all entrenched in the sicko wars, and I love it. But anyway, so if you guys were taking you back in time here, and I'll hit an X-Files because I don't have time travel music, right? But what an X-Files. The time is out there. Time cop. So we're doing a little time cop here, right? And so Kat Denning says, "Oh no, I think I love WWE." Of course, they ran her off. I can't remember her follow-up tweet, but she did say, like, guys, I just really like SummerSlam or whatever. But this guy's like, that's disappointing. If it's the wrestling part you like, you should check out AEW. So they ran him off. So remember, Neckbeard says, like, he goes, watch the AEW sickos chase Vanessa Hudgens away like they did to Kat Dennings. All of a sudden, we got a couple of these in here tonight. But this guy, PW Mecca, best pro graps. He responds to Vanessa Hudgens, who was at WWE Raw, and he goes, "Hey, Vanessa Hudgens," and tags her under her thing. you know? And he goes, if you love WWE, you're going to love AEW.
Oh, Jesus. These guys.
Yes. These guys never, they just don't get it. And then, let's see. He responds to another one, the same guy. Replying to Vanessa Hudgens, but then retypes out Vanessa Hudgens. So this guy doesn't get it. Like, no, dude, you're replying to her. She sees it. But then he tags her in it again. Like a real sicko, a real sick freak.
Yeah.
And he goes, you will be a fan of John Moxley. Like the last, she's like, Dean Ambrose, he's washed. Vanessa's like, yeah, Ambrose is washed, honey. I don't know how she talks, but yeah, it's like, come on now. Let's see here. Moving along. Heel Uzi said,
Duke of Dorchester. He's from Boston. One of my people. I love it.
From Boston, yeah.
Yeah, my father was from Revere. Man, like that's why. Yeah, that's how I grew up a Red Sox fan. Like it's just who I am. Even though I live in Phoenix, but he took me there every summer.
So Heel Uzi says proof that the IWC complains about everything. And this guy, Philly fan, says, I thought Triple H wants to be just in the background and it's about the superstars. Why is he front of center of everything? Well, first off, it's front and center, not front of center. But also, he's not of everything. He's like the big head honcho, so he's got to make the decisions, right?
Like,
he was literally last in the promotional video. And why is that serious to you?
Because he's
that's
true. Or like he's in the Punk thing when he's backstage, like because he's where he's doing his job, like signing talent and be representing the company.
Exactly. Last impression is his face. It shows how egotistical he is. Is he trying to be Vince? If that's what he is, then fine, but don't act like he's not. No, I don't know, man. I think Vince was different. I don't think Triple H is going to put any women on leashes and tell them to bark like dogs. Yeah. Okay. Continuing along here. So here is this guy right here, and I just fucking this popped me huge. So I forget who this is, but he crashes out here. So the Pro Wrestling Counselor responds to something. The story of ST Genesis's big lie that he signed to Reality of Wrestling. So I guess this guy who's in the IWC is talking shit to everyone. And saying that he signed to Booker T's Reality of Wrestling or whatever the fuck. And then he admitted that he lied about it. So he comes out and he's like, no, I didn't. I don't actually. We weren't actually in it or whatever. Or I'm not actually in Reality of Wrestling. Sorry, I'm trying to like skim read this. They already saw your tweets attacking me though, whatever. So I guess he got it there. He's just in a beef. This is Sicko Wars. So here's a response from this guy after he admitted that he wasn't actually in Reality of Wrestling and he's going to war with the Pro Wrestling Counselor. And this is just, some cringe Sicko War action right here.
I will pull the fuck up in New York and I'm not afraid.
And instantly, dude, wants the smoke.
Believe when I say I will pull the fuck up, I will pull the fuck up and do no fucking talking because I don't give a fuck.
That shit's hilarious.
Do not fuck with me ever again. Leave me the fuck alone, bitch made nigga. And everybody else that's fucking coming at me behind your fucking pettiness and your fucking bullshit.
So these dudes are arguing about basically just like, you're not in Reality of Wrestling. Yeah, I am. And they're like tagging the real ROW and shit. Booker T's like, oh, come on, man. You know, he's like, tell me he did not just say that.
Right.
That's how get their asses hurt. And that's on my mama and my motherfucking daddy grave, bro. Keep on playing. And watch what happens.
Over the IWC.
Wow.
Over the counter.
Full on meltdown.
Just talking shit. He just crashes out, dude. I love it. Let's watch a little bit more of this.
This ain't no fucking promo, bro.
But it is, Doc.
This is my motherfucking life that you fucking with now. All because somebody else is fucking with you. All because I'm not fucking with you. All because I'm not giving you no motherfucking attention. And I'll tell you right now, the next time I see you say some shit about my mom, My dad.
Oh well, that's fucked if he is saying shit about moms and dads and
I mean,
shit.
it's
I
the
don't.
NFC, so, but yeah, you just
I don't like when sickos. We got to give them a fucking sicko sound because, like, I don't like when you bringing up people's moms and dads. And kids.
Yeah,
leave everyone's moms and dads and kids out of it, huh? How
Of
about
everything
that?
that's
And
ever
people's
happened to
grandmas and people's fucking cousins.
Yeah,
leave them
fuck
all out of it.
grandmas,
Scully
man.
Vibes for $2 says, "Yeah, pull up his pants after peeing sitting down." Oh my god. Yeah, dude, Neckbeards hit him with the pee sitting down thing, and that's oh my god, dude. Scully, thank you so much. You know you're a fucking MVP here in the PWT universe, but Sean D for $100.01.
Respect.
What the fuck is happening tonight, dude? We got to play some
I know,
PWT music. What is going on, man? Jesus. My word, man.
Robbie
So our
C
guy
nailed
Sean D comes in for $100.01 and says, "Since Timothy admitted to being from Boston, I must outdo him by 1 cent. Go Yankees!"
Oh, that's
yeah, go Yankees for sure.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Go
I'm
Sox.
a Blue Jays fan, but like, go Sean. How about that?
Yeah,
Chat.
go Sean. I'll say that.
Jesus Christ.
Neckbeard's
Chat.
in the
Round
chat.
of applause for Sean D, who drops $100.01 to fucking tell Timothy.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
I mean, that's crazy, man. You
Perfect
guys are
use.
fucking nuts. Thank you, man. And happy
That's
American
great.
Thanksgiving to you, you Yank. And God bless you, man. That's crazy. Thank you so much. You guys really have beef like that, huh? The Sox and the fucking
I mean, have you
Yankees.
watched the comeback on Netflix?
Should I watch that, dude? It gets suggested to me
here's-
all the time.
So I mean, I'm completely biased. Like, I will admit that right there. I'm completely biased, as the exact change man in the chat knows. That's a friend of mine. But yeah, I'm completely biased. But that is the single greatest sports moment of my life, hands down. Because they were down 0-3 to the Yankees after losing 19-8 in Game 3, looking dead in the water, down a run in the 9th inning, get a walk, steal a base, hit a ball through. And then they don't lose for the rest of the World Series.
Come on now, Eric. Come on now, Jake. Don't spoil it. No spoilers.
that's
now.
20
No, I'm just
years
kidding.
ago.
I know exactly. I'm teasing.
That's
man.
why
I'm
it's
fucking-
the thing is the doc is great of telling, because like the first episode tells the history of the team, the second episode like of the entire Red Sox, the second episode is how they built the team that was going to do it, and then the third episode is them doing it. It's really well done. The guy who did it used to work at Fenway. I've seen some interviews with him. So
Fenway
it's really,
Pack.
Fenway Pack. Gotta pack your candy. Yeah. No, it's done by people who
And
actually
then what's
care.
New Yorker? Is this New Yorker? I need a hot dog.
Pretty
Is
close.
that
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Like the coffee talk one that Mike
Yeah,
Myers
the
used
coffee
to do.
talk. Yeah,
Yeah,
Coney
that's-
Island. You think you call
there's
Long Island?
words that you kind of pull accents from. Fenway Pack is always mine. They actually have a guy who, in the documentary, in the first episode, there's a guy telling the story of the Sox and all the losses in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and he's just got the thickest accent, and his name's Jerry or like Sully, or you just know he's got like that Southie name, like been working his parking lot since 1974.
Yeah,
it just tells us. Oh, it's great. It's really well.
All right,
It's
well,
like
Sean
3 hours.
D, thank you for the fucking super chat though too as well. That's what I gotta fucking say, man. I really appreciate that.
That's just fun. This is a good time.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing shit. And I guess fuck the Sox now. I'm on Team Yankees now, guys. Hey, me and JD over here. We were over here. We over there. Now we're over here now. Shout out
Is he an
Andrew
Atlanta
Dice
Braves fan? I always see him with an Atlanta Braves hat. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, me neither, dude.
Right? Like JD from NY with an Atlanta Braves hat. Who's the Mets? player?
Lana.
I don't
And
know.
then Atlanta's like Lana. How do they say it? And Lana. Anyone from Atlanta calls it Lana. Lana or whatever. I don't
call it
fucking know.
Hotlanta.
Hotlanta. Yeah, there
I've
you
been
go.
there
Dude,
once.
Thank you.
Nice town. Human as shit.
Oh man, Boston Bud Buddies. Moose Knuckle, you calm the fuck down. How about that? Okay. You leave them alone. Okay, so moving along, this guy, Jesus. Okay, we're in it to win it here for the sicko segment. So PW Mecca again, who is like harassing Vanessa Hudgens. No, I'm just kidding. But Heel Uzi says no words really. And this guy here, PW Mecca, goes, to be honest, WWE would do worse. in regards to AEW Grand Slam's ticket sales, AEW would do worse. Perth is different because there was a lot of Triple H propaganda flying around, and it was a WWE centric market. It's always conspiracy theories with these brubs, man.
Yeah, serious. Like, just where do you come up with that?
It's crazy. JD's a Braves fan. Andrew Dice Clay. I was over there. Now I'm over here now. Yeah, so I don't know, dude. That's so stupid. They just market better, and they're a global entity. AEW's not. So Death of AEW says, after only 521 days, AEW had enough of me. So Awful Wrestling was finally fucking blocked by AEW. QT cuts a scathing promo. So he's just roasting the QT Marshall stuff, giving his critique, but then AEW finally actually blocked him. So took them a while. You'd figure they would have right off rip, but is what it is. So Taz tweets out, it still amazes me as the build towards tonight's AEW Full Gear pay-per-view show, some hardcore fans are still confused or bitching and crying, moaning. What the Costco guy has a match? Wake up. This guy has been a huge reach, which basically means he has a massive following of millions. Fresh eyes, folks. It's all about the casuals. It's smart business. It's not about bangers. Yeah, well, where the fuck were you saying this when Punk was around, dude? Where the fuck were you saying this when Cody was there? Jesus Christ. And Julian Week says, but here's the thing. Those fans continuously said AEW isn't booking for casuals, and even the owner said he only books for the sickos. Dave constantly said casuals don't exist anymore, and now which is it? Exactly. And Taz, why are you getting lumped into that? Well, because you're getting lumped into that. Because you weren't saying this shit before. So Pro Wrestling Counselor points out how Freakazoids are using Chat GPT to write press releases for AEW. So I don't know. You guys can read this. This guy's like, official Kalal. My take on AEW is going to be the best come 2025. AEW's ambitious leap into 2025. Why it's set to change the wrestling landscape as we edge closer to 2025. All elite wrestling is poised to be redefined. What it means by a professional wrestling promotion. They're literally using Chat GPT to, like, I asked Grok how the AEW can improve, why they're a good fucking, media rights. With the current media rights deal nearing its end, 2025 could see AEW negotiating for more favorable terms. Yeah, they already did that, Chat GPT. You haven't been updated in 2 years or what? Where's that coming from? So I don't know. I found that pretty funny. Let's move along here. Now, yeah, Sap, he'll come up a couple times here, but he responded to me and said, you're fucking weird too. And then it got 25K impressions, dude. And I'm like, did dude unblock me to say this and then block me again? The irony is uncanny. Dude, that's weirdo behavior. And then people are like, he does this all the time, whatever the fuck. Everyone starts sharing their stories. Everyone's liking it, responding, quote tweeting. It is what it is. But he called me weird because he's like going after this girl, calling her weird. And I'm like, bro, this is what these weirdos do.
That's their word. That's their word.
Yeah, they're always like, you're fucking weird.
They go to, it's the first thing he went to. It killed me when I saw that. I'm like, of course,
it's like just saying
you nailed them.
Yeah, and it's like saying someone like calling them crazy for no reason. It's just dismissive. It's a dismissive thing. But he's just saying this to me because he's razzed because I did the burial thing, which I understand, man. It is what it is. Yeah, but then you're just validating what I said on my burial thing, or what people said. I didn't even share any personal shit other than my 10 unresponded DMs. And the thing is you come on here and go, you're fucking weird too, right? And I guess I'm weird. We're going to dive into it. Sean had more to say because he unblocked me to post some other shit and then blocked me again. So we're going to get into a chat. But I just wrote the irony is uncanny because how ironic is it you're calling me weird, but you're unblocking me to just you can come on the show, dude. We can just talk, or you can call me names too if you want. I don't give a fuck, but it's just chill. It's bro. Yeah, I was just defending a girl, bro. I don't know. It's so funny. Again, the other day, and the reason I did that, the reason I stuck up for her is because what did we cover on the burial? You're saying, oh, people are only going after Miss Kayfabe because she's a woman and she's friends with me, right? So you want to be all Mr. Stand Up for Women, right? Okay, well, I was just offending a girl, bro. What's your issue? So you call me fucking weird? That's fine. I think you're weird. Your fucking beard's weird. But yeah, there's a follow-up to this, right? He follows it up, which is just the cherry on the top, the cringe that we all needed today. So moving along here, we'll get to it. Just Alex says, if you were wondering why Mercedes Moné is making the big bucks, this match with Chris Statlander is why. This is what people want from her. One of the best female wrestlers in the game. Fucking fantastic match. Full gear. And like, yeah, it was a solid match. It was a good showing. Statlander is a big part of that too. When Mercedes has a good opponent, which is a big criticism, a lot of people say, you know, like Mercedes's Sasha Banks's best matches were against the other 4 horsewomen. Like she always needed someone there to, you know what I mean, sort of carry her. Ace Thunder 234 for $2 says WWE equals Logan Paul and AEW equals Rizzler. Dude, we're not hating on the Rizzler and the Mew Mew, dude. We're not hating on that shit. No, yeah, the Rizzler part's whatever, but the AJ Boom guy's funny. I really enjoy his part of it. Thank you, Ace Thunder. And then STG 212 says the best guys, Tony Khan. You just want to hear that noise.
Tony Khan.
So thank you very much for the $2, STG 212, and he is indeed the best guy, or else we wouldn't be here tonight. Okay, so WWE ID welcomes Kylie Ray. And I accidentally put this in the sickos folder, but definitely not a.
But so I mean, the sickos reacted to her though, so it makes sense. They freaked out.
So Jay from Canada says, I just realized this guy is truly an idiot and has no life outside of social media if this is what he dreamed of. So Wrestling Mark goes, I just realized I haven't got a fucking clue what any ratings were for wrestling last week. This is what I dreamed of. Over on Blue Sky. Like, he's so obsessed with Twitter, man. Get off the socials altogether. So this guy, Trevor Dane, says, did the Rizzler watch what that Mina Mariah segment? Because if so, he's probably going to have a lot of weird fetishes in his future that are going to color his serial killing. Okay. And Julian's like, was this supposed to be funny? That's an 8-year-old kid, man. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, these guys are such sickos.
You what?
It's just a weird bunch, dude. It's a weird bunch.
That Trevor Dame is weird, man. That's a weird dude.
So we listened to Speaking of Weird Dudes, and not me, because apparently Phil's weird, right? So AR Gold says, according to Fightful, one of the reasons AEW pulled Ricky Starks from GCW was because of comments made by Effie towards Tony Khan's father, Shad. Fucked around and found out. So, yeah, I guess, like Mustafa Ali, you weren't on board with them getting released. You know, the same people who say free Ali are saying this shit when if people were vocal against Vince. You would have made the same argument if people were vocal against Triple H. You would have been like, oh, man, they should go to, you know, AR Gold just says whatever. We'll get him the clicks in the moment. So it is shout out his hustle, I guess, but fucked around and found out. Like, come on, bro. He was told he could do indies. He books GCW. But the problem is that Tony Khan now views GCW as an indie. I mean, as a... Oh, I just botched that one, dummy. Yeah, as an indie. No, not an indie anymore. It's his competition.
Dummy. Yeah.
So GCW, TNA, MLW, this is AEW's competition, no longer WWE. We said that so long ago. But this guy, this sicko here attacks Ref Daphne and goes, because she says she made Twitch partner and she's like, I did it myself for the ground up. And this guy goes, or you had WWE behind you. That is a major help. If we are being honest about it, maybe not directly, but a lot of your subs are from their viewership. Coming from nowhere is actually harder than your journey. No, but dude, she came from nowhere to get into WWE and then that helped her Twitch. What kind of weird shit are you? That's stupid. So Ref Bay goes, do you ever see WWE post about refs or promote their social media pages? Nope. Sure, I have the label, but the popularity and community I built was from my hard work. Don't downplay how hard I've grinded. Yeah, and just like you can't, it's not like you just walked in and became a WWE ref either. That's hard work. And she wrestled on the indies and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah. So another infamous sap botch. We covered it on the burial. So George Captor here posted, he DM'd me. He's like, man, this guy came after me. So George Captor said so much that peace treaty that was presumed, gloves are off and I'd play the cards right or whatever. Where's the reply? You can't even see the reply. So Sap has me like mega blocked to where
blocked.
Yeah. super King Kamehameha
He
block.
pays to extra block you.
Yeah, like I don't know what the fuck. He's got some extension installed because I could see the reply where what he responded to George was Sap was like, so making threats against a dead family member's grandma and like saying all this stuff, like spurging out and saying all these things that have nothing to do with me. Like Sean, I would never make fun of that stuff, and you know that because I told you that, and you thanked me for saying, dude, I don't fuck with people doing that. Now, if someone who I've quote tweeted or laughed at or that I may follow because of other funny shit did that in the past, that's okay. I'm sorry if that offends you, bro, but listen, I can't go and verify what everyone says on Twitter. It's just Twitter, and I follow tons of people I don't agree with. I follow tons of people I dislike. I follow tons of people that I wouldn't do the same things they do. Okay? So that's the thing. Like, you want me to create a bubble for myself the way you created a bubble for yourself, or what? Like, we all have to exist within what you consider is, you know. And then at the same time, we have people accusing you of heinous shit. So how do I judge what you deem unethical, let's say, or anything other than how, like, I can only go off based off me, and I never saw someone attack you or whatever, right? So I can't go base my whole perception on someone or a topic or news or anything based on whatever the fuck. So what you're saying to George, like, based on someone doing the same thing to me and whatever, but I never did that. I would never fucking attack. So that, you know, that doesn't relate to anything I'm doing over here, right? Like, I'm just reacting to what other people are doing. So if you're calling me fucking weird and then you're responding to George saying like, oh, is attacking a charity raised for a whatever, or like saying something about a sick woman in a hospital, or I have no idea what you fucking even referring to, and I wouldn't make fun of that. I never would. That's fucking silly. I make fun of the people who make fun of shit like that on my show. And if I see that same guy making fun of that shit, I will cover it on this show. Sean, unblock me and tag me in it, and I'll give him a sicko. Ooh, You fucking do it yourself, bro. You want to show me how sick these people are? Show me. You're fucking welcome. Do a whole segment. I'll let you share your screen on my show, and we'll let SRS host sicko segment. Show me every sicko that ever made fun of you, and I'll tell you what's up. If you want to do that, but you won't do that. Because I'm fucking weird. I'm fucking weird too, right? Because I'm the one making fun of chubby kids and fucking going after random women and shit, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, so watching AEW makes you very smart. Wrestling Mark says, I've just realized I haven't got a fucking clue what any ratings were, whatever. So then this guy goes, so nice not being told how I'm stupid for watching AEW. And that probably is nice as well, right? Like, I don't want to I'll call you guys cult members, but I'm not going to say people are dumb for enjoying what they enjoy, right? Some people enjoy like fucking mint ice cream. I'll eat it, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. You know, some people fucking subjective taste is subjective taste. I'm not going to call someone stupid for subjective taste. On the contrary, watching AEW makes you very smart. And that's where it's like, you guys, that's stupid right there. That's where it's like, no, it doesn't. Stop peddling that dumb Meltzer fucking study that isn't real. It's just a dumb thing he said that everyone perpetrates. But yeah, we watched the MVP clip earlier. Alfred Konowa says MVP is the greatest wrestler of all time. Every time Tony invites his dorky little friends to these fake pressers, they all get exposed for their timid fanboy media. They are dyslexic Phil. And yeah, we laughed at that during the Meltzer segment. So Julian Week says these MFs are so embarrassing. And here's more sickos, or here's PW Mecca responds to Vanessa Hudgens again. He's fucking obsessed with Vanessa Hudgens now. And Vanessa Hudgens tweets out, I see everyone thinks I'm under the mask of the Masked Singer. I guess we'll find out here soon. I'm watching too. So she is watching the Masked Singer. Everyone thinks she's under the mask. This is in May. And this guy's already obsessing over beautiful women deserve to watch AEW on TBS at 8. It's like, man, you couldn't be more of a sick freak than that, dude. It's the same guy. I thought it was multiple people. It's the same guy obsessing. Vanessa Hudgens. If you're watching PW Mecca at Best Programs, report this guy, hun. Get him the fuck away from you, all right? And then he's just staring at him like, bro, what are you doing, bro? This is getting creepy now. The 50 Cent. That's hilarious.
Yeah, like that was the first one I saw. That was like a compilation of all the posts. Like that was the first thing I saw was him just spamming her. Like, God, embarrassing.
Oh man. So Eddie Gillette says, you'll like this one, tag counselor. And it's Dav GWP saying, one of the biggest crying cunts on this app. It's why it's in the shitter. And this Connor guy's like, you can have weekly 10 to 15 minute Jericho segments or matches when he's shown not to be the draw he used to be, but you can't put on a fucking second women's match. This is getting embarrassing. Why are you doing this? And then, yeah, this guy, one of the biggest crying cunts. It's why it's in the shitter. No, this app is not in the shitter. You guys are in the shitter. And that's why you have to go to Shitter Blue Sky, where you're like, I hope some of the features come over. Why? Because it's shittier than Twitter. Fucking dummies. So Wrestling Soup gets in the mix. And man, after the burial of Meltzer, Fightful, I woke up this morning and the first thing I see is a voice message from Joey Numbers, man. And he just left me such a great message, just encouraging me and telling me there's things that he's never thought of in that way before. I won't divulge it all, but man, I just felt really good waking up to that. It was tremendous, coming from a guy like that, a true OG, a real legend in the space. And shout out Wrestling Soup. But Gareth says the funniest part is that, okay, well, John JID and this Chi-Town Smart go off on whatever AEW. And then Gareth says the funniest part is that it's dipshits like Jerry who make AEW a bad product. Who's Jerry? Is that JD? I'm assuming so. Shout out JD and Chi-Town Smart. But anyways, Gareth.
Yeah, because that's what Noah calls him. It's like Midget Jerry or whatever. Yeah.
So he goes, when you gas up a bad show for the last few years, you end up with what you have now. AEW's biggest issue has always been its fans. And so Wrestling Soup responds to this, and I'm assuming it's Mish. And he says, what a hilarious cope. JD enjoyed the AEW product for years, and it's now his fault that AEW is putting out a shit tier PLE. You are right about AEW fans on the whole, though. Light that gas. Yeah, true that. And then Gareth says, yes, Tony caters his booking to the IWC geeks who tell him it's a good product. That's why AEW is a bad show. The wrestling YouTubers can flip-flop all they want. The general audience know they're a part of the problem. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm calling them out more than anyone, and I'm a YouTuber. So fuck you. I like WWE Gareth and shout him out. And yeah, just a good back and forth. These guys are being fucking respectful. They're disagreeing with each other, but they're also agreeing slightly. And it is what it is. It's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing out of turn or anything like that. They're not calling each other out of name or anything like that. So Sean Rossap calls me, yes, you're a weird, obsessive psychopath. So when I tweeted out that the show was starting today, I was like, PWT live show, only weird, obsessive psychopaths allowed, right? And so Sean Rossap, so earlier I showed you, like, he's like, yeah, you're a weirdo too, or whatever. And he has a screen grab, right? And so
yeah,
or he shows this screen grab after, but he calls me a weirdo. He unblocks me, says that shit, blocks me. And then he fucking unblocks me again after I screen grab that and I post, oh, I guess I'm a weirdo. The irony is uncanny. And then Sean Rossap goes, yes, you're a weird, obsessive psychopath, blocks me again, screen grabs the videos. I guess he searched up his name on my channel. Now, here's the thing. Other than one day ago, the last video I did about SRS, and you guys can see in the middle, it's split here. He tried to make it look like this is all recently. 2 months ago was my last video about SRS.
Right.
And then he's got one from 10 months ago, 9 months ago, 6 months, 1 month, 4 weeks ago, which is a month. And you're going to tell me it's obsessive, bro, and psychopath?
He did the same thing to me with tweets. Because he pulled, like, he checked my tweets, and like most of them were from like 2022, 2021. Like, yeah, I gave up on him because he went after me in 2022 and had Cash Wheeler repost one of mine and get all the sickos to come after me when I was on vacation. I just blocked them all. And like I haven't dealt with him since. And he was like, "You're obsessed with me." What? Fuck off,
dude. And then
weirdo.
Yeah, and sorry, we might hear a run in from Mini Marks there. He's just trying to
All
chill
good,
out,
brother.
But so the funny part to me was that I responded, I'm like, yes, Sean, I'm a weird, obsessive psychopath because I make videos about pro wrestling stuff and people who also make videos about pro wrestling stuff and people. And it's like, how does that make me a fucking psychopath, dude? It just shows you're weird and obsessive it's obsessive behavior to check what people are saying about you constantly that you then block and unblock and block and unblock. That's weird and obsessive. I don't check your Twitter to see if you're talking about me ever or for specific news or anything ever, right? I just let the cards fall where they lie and I react to what you got to say. If you want to react to me and cover me, and talk shit about me, have at it. Knock yourself out. That's your prerogative. But it doesn't make me a psychopath because I talk about all things wrestling. You know, you talk about all things wrestling. If I went on your channel and looked up Cody Rhodes or somebody, another name in the business, and I pulled up 6 videos stemming from 10 months ago to 2 months ago, am I going to call you an obsessive psychopath? Fuck no. That's ridiculous. That's dumb. And it just literally proves the point. All you're doing is validating the shit that I covered on the burial. All you're doing is validating fucking that you will block and unblock and respond and do all this weird shit because this just looks weird to people. And I'm using the word weird overly, like you motherfuckers are saying weird all the time.
Yeah, on purpose.
Bro, you're mad about a video from 2 months ago, 9 months ago, a month ago, 10 months ago. That's obsessive. No, that's not obsessive, bro. You're in the news. If you look at any fucking channel and they're like, oh, Joe Rogan said this, are they obsessive for making videos about the biggest podcast in the world? You're one of the biggest wrestling news outlets. People consider you in the top 3, 5. Even I do. So it doesn't make me weird and obsessive and fucking psychotic simply because I point things out that people are pointing out or you're a relevant topic. Was the burial of Fightful not timely and topical and relevant? Everybody knows it fucking was, man. Like, come on. Everyone was riled up and talking about it in the last few weeks of stuff. Really pushed people over the edge. And so it was just a matter of time. Now, if you want to call this obsessive, sure. I guess I'm obsessed with pro wrestling. Each of these are from a different episode too. So what Sean doesn't get is I just talk for hours and then I clip shit together. So this is from podcast 44. This is from a different show. So bro, the thing is that you come up because you're a news guy and I talk and I react to the news. So it's okay for you to react to what your sources say and to react to what's happening on WWE and AEW television, but it's not okay for me to react to what you say, sources say, and to what's going on WWE and AEW television. Sean, do the same search and type in Bloodline. Do the same search and type in Mercedes Moné. Do the same search. Bro, if you thought one video in the last 2 months is bad or the last month, Sean, you should see how many I make about Dave Meltzer, bud. Type in fucking Triple H and see how many videos there are, or Chris Jericho, and it's probably the same amount. It's not that I'm obsessed, it's that they're people in the world of wrestling, just like you're someone in the world of wrestling. You know what I mean? Yeah. The difference is I don't exist.
Running through Twitter and like talking about topics,
and
like,
I don't exist
the entire show.
Bubble, bro. That's just it. The bubble paradox. We've coined that term here at PWT.
Yup.
Okay. The bubble fucking paradox. It exists. It's a real thing. I've coined that term. And what it is we've shown it. And these wrestlers and personalities have shown it themselves by simply saying, I tweeted out to follow me on Blue Sky. And then I fucking went over to Blue Sky and it's the same engagement as Twitter. Yeah, because those are the people who fucking engage with you, bro. You're in a bubble. We're all in algorithmical bubbles. We're all in societal bubbles. We're all in idealistic bubbles. We're all in political bubbles. We're all in these bubbles, right? But there's room for it to overlap. And just because you're a prominent figure in the pro wrestling community, as you want to be, that's what you want to be. If people make videos hating on me, that's what I wanted. I put myself out there. It's not like I'm going to go, oh, they can't hate on me. I fucking hate on everything. I'm not allowed to then go, oh, you can't hate on me. So come on, dude. You're critical of stuff. You report on stuff. So we're critical of you and we report on you, and we're critical of wrestling and we report on wrestling, but somehow we're not allowed to do that, but you're allowed to do that. Good for me, not for thee. That's what it always will be till the ends of time. It's the mentality you guys have, and it's okay. But I'm able to psychoanalyze that shit. I understand. And calling me weird and obsessive, that's called deflection. Search up Darvo, DARVO. It's a trait of narcissism, man. Like, it's a type of
deflection
narcissism.
and projection.
Saying I'm weird and obsessive, bro. It's weird and obsessive and borderline psychotic to fucking block someone, go and comment under their shit, get so mad that you called me weird. So then I quote tweeted it and said, I guess I'm weird, guys. And then that made you so mad that you then went and looked on YouTube, searched on my YouTube for how many times Sean Ross Sapp has been brought up. And you came up with 6 examples, or 8, pardon me, if that. And then you fucking run back, and then you do a quick edit, because you clearly edited this together. Like, they're all spread out. You got 4 screen grabs combined there or whatever, right? Because it's spread out over my 2-year existence.
Yeah.
You've been brought up, what, 6 times? Okay.
Ooh, big one.
Dude. And you're gonna fucking and you're gonna tell me it's more psychotic, obsessive, and weird to laugh at you for doing goober shit like this and spending your day arguing with a chick on Twitter because she, quote, follows and is followed by the wrong accounts according to you, or people who are rude to you. Yeah, there's people who are rude to me that people follow that I still fuck with, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, didn't you not grow up? Were you homeschooled, bro? Like, you never had a friend that was friend with someone that you weren't really friends with, bro? Like, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with you? So anyways, though, dude, I think it's more weird, obsessive, and psychopathic to then go to my YouTube. I've never searched Fightful's YouTube for anything. Okay, I've just seen a video in the algo and I've clicked on it, bro. So I think it's more weird, obsessive, and psychopathic to come back to this tweet, to come back to it and fucking have screen grabs of my channel where I talk about all things wrestling, and you're a guy in wrestling, right? I think it's more weird and psychotic. I think chat would agree with me on that. I think Alt Jake would agree with me on that. I think the masses, the global masses, if we put it to a poll, like, what's more psychotic, laughing at you calling me weird, or then you blocking to screen grab and post this and then block me again to call me weird and psychotic and obsessive again? I don't know, buddy. It's weird. You wanted your attention. You got it. It's weird and overly weird for weirdos to weirdly tell Grammy winners that they'll never do or create anything that people will care about. I think that's weird, weirdo. So that was our weird and sicko segment of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Timothy, $10 says, I don't want to be a dick. Besting my donation by a cent is the best chicken shit heel move. You may be from NYC, but this has been the best time I've had in a while.
Timothy coming in for the fire, man. That's great. Bringing in new fans. You got to love that.
Yeah, man. He comes in and he's like, bro, you're not out. Boston, you're not out doing my super chat. And the New York guy's like, oh, you fucking sucks. You know, I'm gonna come in with $9.99, so with Ty. You know, that shit's fun.
The best
man.
guys, Tony Khan.
I appreciate that. I'm glad you're having a good time. Make sure you're here for the War Games watch along, Survivor Series watch along this Saturday. Make sure you are here, please, and thank you, Timothy. We'd love to have you and everyone in the PWT universe. This is a long one tonight, 5 hours. Jimmy B for $5 says, "Happy Turkey Day, y'all. I'm getting drunk as F on Minecraft. SRS sucks eggs." Yeah, dude, more or less it's that. Guys, make sure you tune in though this Saturday to the War Games watch along. It's going to be epic. We're doing our big giveaways. It's going to be hilarious. Of course, we'll roast Dave. We'll roast the sickos. There's always tons of fun stuff to do here at PWT. You never know who's going to pop in as well. The War Games one will be fun. I'll be getting Licky too, probably, because it's a fun time, man. And they're in Canada. So, you know, we'll all have a good old gay old time as we do here at PWT. Speaking of which, I had a blast tonight. It's been 5 hours. We got to get out of here. But Alt Jake, you can follow him at Alt Jake Takes On X. And you can also subscribe to his channel now. He doesn't have any content yet, but when he does have content up, you know, you guys go subscribe over there too.
I got the back 2 weeks of December off of work, so it's coming. We got everything set up.
That's good, man. Yeah, and I'll pop over there and help. You guys will see me over there with Jake as you see him here. So make sure you give him a follow or sub or whatever. Guys, we're at 4,967 subs on the Clips channel. Make sure you hit subscribe and run that thing up to 5,000 before the new year, and we'll have a little 5K Christmas selly. Hopefully we can do it before Christmas. Fucking Sean D comes in with $10 and goes,
yeah, that's great.
Still beat your ass by a cent, dude. Oh my God. Just the last minute run in. Sean D's like, no, but listen, man, thank you, Sean D. That one's for Timothy, actually. So thank you, Timothy. You guys are tied, though, I think, or he did just beat him by 1 penny. But however, guys, thank you for being here, especially, I guess, Sean and Timothy. That was crazy.
Right, that was great. That's great. You're getting new fans, new members. That's good stuff.
And make sure you're here for War Games. Wednesdays and Saturdays, I go live every night. Tuesday run-in. This next one run-in will be a fun one. I got pods coming. Check me out with Travis Heckle, Jim Cornette artist. We just did that pod. It's blowing up still. Make sure you go run the numbers up on that. Hit subscribe, Pro Wrestle Times. I love you guys. Drink water, hug each other. Happy Turkey Day. Happy holidays. If the holidays have started for people, drink lots of water. I just want to tell you all the loves and good stuffs and be good to each other, and we'll see you in the upside down, I guess. Peace out, Jake. Peace out, Jeanette. Love you guys. Peace.
Love you guys. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
what's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be watching my favorite movie. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. others have stood where it stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where it stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where it stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!